Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. Sir, and you're charged with theft of
someone with more experience.
Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
literally not true.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican police, verbal slaughter.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and by morning I'm using the term loosely. Let me tell you, Wednesdays are garbage days, and my son flew out to visit with family, so he's down in Texas for the week, and he's the one that takes the garbage out. So I had to get up at a very, very early hour to take the garbage out, which wouldn't be a problem if I hadn't just gone to bed 2 hours before then. I got a little extra sleep this morning, and I'm feeling great. So, plus I got in the mail, I got my 4 bags of Selton Farms hot honey pistachios. And I've just about finished one of them for breakfast, so it's all good. Trying to get the counter working for us. It's actually, we haven't hit 1,000 quite yet. We're about a tenth of that. 120 is what it should say. And we'll get this sorted. Does anyone know the Recovery Addict website? I wish I could help you on this one. Topmark.media.
Have them send someone with more experience.
But why do you stay up so late? Well, accommodation. It's funny you should ask, Maislow. I thank you. If I haven't told you before, I live in a very old house, and
Is it not going?
it's not going.
Are you actually live?
It says I'm on air. I can see myself on air, so yeah.
Can the viewers see you?
Yeah, they're talking to me.
Okay. Then I'll keep working on it. What's it called? Your stream?
My stream's called Murder by Sword, Part 3. I stayed up so late. I have an old house, and it has a newer air conditioner up in the attic. And the air conditioner, because of the humidity and everything else, it builds up condensation around the exterior of the air conditioner, and the condensation drips off the air conditioner into an overflow pan, and the overflow pan doesn't drain properly. So it overflows the overflow pan, and then it brings down the ceiling in my son's room. That's pretty much just how it happens. So last night, for, I don't know, the 4th time, I've been replacing that ceiling and remudding it, and just stayed up late working on the ceiling and all that, and worrying about how we're going to cover today. So yeah, it was. I'm worried about today. I honestly am. It's among other things. We've got some crazy testimony to hear in areas that we normally avoid. So we're just going to all put on our big boy pants and get through this. But no excuses.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. I got a little lightheaded there. Now I can't talk the rest of the day. I'm spent. Ugh. My eyes are watering. That one got me. Okay, it's hump day. It's hump day. We made it halfway through the work week. I think this is a fair read. 8.8 is about where we're at right now. That was the effort was there, but the delivery just didn't quite meet. I'm getting thumbs up, 1 thumbs down. So 75% is what my kids are telling me, which would be 7.5 out of 10. For 2 loud alarm clocks. Selena, thank you. And I missed the one earlier. Let me go back and get that. Selena purchasing alarm clocks for me because I need them, apparently. I use my phone normally. I just had the volume off. That's all. And apparently that doesn't work when you do that. Okay, my apologies to Kendra and Sherry Smith because I'm not sure if I have anything left in my vocal cords to offer for the birthday song.
I'm not a camel.
Oh, that yell earned you a dislike. Thank you. Well, apparently I still have 1,000.
Hello.
Bing. I have 1,000. My son's working on making that work. I guess I can fix it myself manually. Window. Nope, I can't, apparently. It's gone. History recently closed, maybe? My Smurl. Log in via Facebook. Yes, that's me.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I think it's working. It shows it's not connected.
I'm not a camel.
So we'll just... I think I cut the internet to it last night because it was running through.
Even a blind
squirrel
turned
off. All right. We have to do birthdays. I'm sorry. We're getting sidetracked.
Happy birthday. You look good.
All right. It's going to do the thing that it does, and then we'll sing happy birthday. So wherever we are, if it's legal and you're able, stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with a neighbor and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Remind me to tell you something about music when we're done. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kenda and Sherry Smith. Happy birthday to you. There we go. That's it. No, just kidding. Music continues. Music continues. Kenda and Sherry Smith, happy birthday. We realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have been with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy, that's ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you, make your day just a little more special. And begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. Chat not on the screen. Let me fix that. There we go. Happy birthday to everyone celebrating today. Oh, there's a buffer sound. There it is. That's what we needed on the screen. Happy birthday to Kenda and Sherry Smith. Happy birthday. It was a short song, so we get to just chill for the music for a little bit. Melanie Greenberg, you are absolutely right in your comment here. We'll talk about that here in just a minute. Name's not on screen, I know. And I messed up this morning. It's because of the extra sleep. Recap, please. We'll try to recap. I'd rather recap than cover it, honestly. It's crazy. New member of the family. Oh, you got is it a guinea pig? No, I think it's a puppy. My eyes aren't very good. If it's a puppy, I'm sorry. I'm calling it a guinea pig. If it's a guinea pig, it's a very cute guinea pig. It looks like a puppy. Okay, the counter is not working yet. We'll get that fixed, hopefully. It's the real Elsa's birthday, too. Happy birthday, the real Elsa. Sorry, were you not informed about the form? Apologize. Wasn't there the real Elsa whose birthday was today as well? The real Elsa, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, the real Elsa. I'm sorry. Consider yourself sung to. We sort of have to get started here. She's a puppy and a dachshund. Dachshund. I have to say that with like a James Bond accent, I think. And her name is Betsy. Hey, Betsy. What's going on today? Let's quickly catch up before we jump into court, which we are still speed trailing on. This is a case where Isaac is accused of, well, he's charged with murder, but he didn't actually do the murder. His girlfriend, Kiara, did with a sword that she bought on Amazon. And the two of them texted about this, and Isaac sort of pushed her to it, but also sort of not doing it at the same time. Told her she had to do it. Gave her a long make-believe fantasy story about him being, I don't know, for the angel of death, or I don't know, Archangel Michael. I don't know what all he said he was, but he was, if she would do, get this hit list, kill this person, who, by the way, it's not a hard person to find because she was in bed with them, literally. The three of them were on a mattress. So it's not like you'd have to hunt down this person. But if she would kill this person, who happened to be a former girlfriend of each of them separately, if she would do this, then she'd level up, and she'd just have that much more respect from the leaders in the black market. And if this sounds weird, it is crazy. This is all mixed in with possibly dissociative identity issues, multiple names and nicknames for each other. There's a splash of abuse, domestic abuse wrapped into this, and a lot of childishness. We're talking like sending like an emoji sticker to someone 57 times or something, 72. What was the count? 72. Yeah. There's a lot, and they're living in a garage of Kiara's mom's. The garage is full of everything from pee bottles to who knows how many cats, and no power, no plumbing. This is really, it's sad. Yesterday, honestly, I don't know another way of describing this other than it just hurts your soul to hear people talk about killing someone in cold blood so flippantly. And it's dark. It's dark. There's a lot. Today's going to be super difficult because we stopped after the text messages, the back and forth Facebook text messages between Isaac and Kiara that led up to her committing this murder, which he then acted all surprised about, told her to run in and take a shower, and while she was in the shower, he took off. He went down to the wireless store, called his mom. His mom called 911, then he called 911 and reported this murder. My girlfriend just flipped out and killed my ex-girlfriend in our bed. And it got crazy, really crazy. There's all sorts of twisted stories about the killing barn, where if she would rather do it in the barn than on the bed, I can have her take her up to the barn and get all your tools ready, and you can kill her up there, and that she had to do it because this was her hit list. It was made specially for her. It's sick. It's twisted. It's just a little bit. It's a lot. It's out there. It's wild as far as the manipulation that was going on, the vulnerabilities. There's some essay involved in this, which we're going to hear about in way too much detail today. That may or may not have occurred, first of all, but was used as a motivation for the killing, like reminding her about the gang attack that happened, that she was a victim of, drives her to have enough anger to kill Grace while she sleeps in the bed. It's a lot. It's a lot. We're going to speed trial through this, and I hope. And now you're caught up. Unfortunately, I wish I could just tell you about the cool things that happened yesterday. Apparently, my son is incredible. By my son, I'm talking about my under 10 son, who just taught himself a song called "Devil's Tower" yesterday, and he plays it without music all the way through. And I don't know how I got to this point before realizing that my son is incredibly gifted with music and happens to have perfect pitch. But that was the positive for the day, and it had nothing to do with court. So he's out there, he's playing this song that's, the hands are going both ways on the keyboard, up and down, and incidentals and everything else, and he's just nailing it. So I guess we have to give him lessons, because we haven't given him lessons yet, because apparently he can play the piano expert level, just without those. So anyway, that's awesome. That's cool news. Stephen and Steve, could the victim have protected herself if she had a pen? Pen is mightier. Yeah. Okay, I see where you're going there. Pen is mightier than the sword. We're going to go back. Steve, it's good to have you here. Welcome, my friend. I know you lurk a lot, but you're here, and we're going to celebrate it. Kim R., the internet's all yours. Let's go. The internet's all yours. Kim's going to take care of us. She's done it before. She'll do it again. She does a great job. Thank you, Kim. This goes on your permanent record. And now we're going back to court. Ready? Oh, it's supposed to go, but it's not. There it goes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant Beale, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. If you could please review it and let me know if you recognize the information it contains.
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 88?
It's a Cellbrite-generated report documenting the data from Mr. Isaac Apodaca's phone, in particular the Facebook usage, such as the messages and the call history.
And when you've reviewed the Cellbrite extractions, have you been able to access this data?
Yes, I have.
Okay, does this log entries portion of the extraction report fairly and accurately depict the data from the extraction demonstrating the Facebook application or Facebook Messenger application usage in the relevant time frame?
Yes, it does.
Does that information appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way since you've reviewed the information itself on the actual extraction?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 88.
Any objection? No objection from defense. 88 is admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, we don't need to publish this. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Beale, I'm going to approach you with something that's been labeled as State Exhibit 89. Do you recognize State Exhibit 89?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is State Exhibit 89?
It's a copy of the Cellbrite report from the data extraction of Mr. Isaac Apodaca's cell phone, which I reviewed, signed and dated.
And other than the redactions for relevance, does this fairly and accurately depict the information that was pulled from Isaac Apodaca's phone during the extraction?
Yes.
Okay. Are search terms contained on this report?
There are.
And are SMS text messages contained on this report?
There are.
Your Honor, other than the redactions that are noted for relevance, has this information been altered or tampered with in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 89.
Counsel.
Defense has no objection.
89 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
So we're not going to go through this entire 24-page document at this time, but I would like to a couple of things.
Let's see what this says here. If we can get a little better focus.
Would the court inquire whether the jury can view this text at this zoom level, if I need to zoom more?
Can everyone see it? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so looking at this, this report, let's start with this first section. What is the first section contained on this report?
The first section, the timestamp, shows the date of the incident, October 29, 2022. This one seems to already have UTC time accounted for, so it's already been converted into into local time. That's why you see UTC-6 there, and it's showing a time of 4:46 and 57 seconds in the morning. The source shows from an iPhone, and it appears that the Safari application was used. Safari, I have knowledge and experience of that being a web searching tool commonly used on iPhones. And then the value is displayed as the barn.
And in the columns above that and to the right, there's a created and a modified date. What do those dates correspond to?
The created date is 12/13/2022, 10:59 and 5 seconds in AM. And the modified date is 12/13/2022, 10:59:05 AM.
And on what date was the extraction pulled from these phones?
On or around that time.
Thank you. Okay, so this first series of searches on the phone under searched items 1, 2, 3, and 4, what is the search term that is utilized during those times?
The same search term. It's all the barn.
Okay. And are the timestamps different?
They are different, but they're all within, it appears, a couple seconds of each other.
Okay. And then now going to search terms conducted at, or search terms labeled, as 5, 6, and then the portion of 7 that's visible. What date and time were these search terms utilized?
5, 6, and 7 all appear to have taken place on the date of the incident, October 29, 2022. Number 5 in particular has a timestamp of 1:34 and 43 seconds PM, UTC time already accounted for. It appears to be another Safari internet search, and the value is how to dispose of a body.
Thank you. And is that the same search term utilized in
that search will always
6,
get you
7, and 8?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the premeditation search if it happens before someone's dead.
Going to 102922 or under item 10, what is item 10?
Item 10 appears to be an outgoing phone call to the phone number 505-428-3700.
Do you know that number?
I'm familiar with this number. This is the non-emergency dispatch number for the Santa Fe Police Department.
Okay. And we heard a recording earlier on in this case where Mr. Apodaca had a conversation with dispatch. Is that correct?
This is the defendant's phone.
And this call was made at 1:52:56?
Yes, and it had a duration of about 7 minutes, it appears.
Thank you. Going to scroll just to a couple of other things.
So first he searched for how to dispose
Are some
of a
of the
body.
Facebook Messenger phone calls
Then he called 911.
Are those visible in this portion of the Celebrite extraction?
They are. You could see number 15 right there appears to be an outgoing phone call to Mama Love, time-stamped the date of the incident, October 29, 2022, 12:19 and 53 seconds PM. It was not answered, it appears.
Going down to number 19 in the call log, is there a time where there is a outgoing phone call not using the Messenger app from the phone itself in this time frame?
Yes, it appears number 19 reflects that. It's an outgoing call to phone number 505-316-4537. Through investigation, I learned this was Mr. Apodaca's mother's phone, Linda Montoya, I believe.
So as opposed to phone calls made in the Messenger app, is this a phone call to another phone?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Is there another phone call from that, or to that phone number, excuse me, and looking in the call log at 21 at 10205?
Yes, there is.
And going to 14224 in the entry 24 in the call log, is there an outgoing call and a answered call at this time?
Yes, there is.
And to what number?
To the 1-505-316-4537 number, which is Mr. Apodaca's mother.
Okay. And at 25, there's a call log noted. Is this an incoming or outcoming call?
It says an incoming call, and again, that appears to be the number for our non-emergency dispatch number at the Santa Fe Police Department, and it appears the phone call was not answered.
One second while I get my glitchy arrow back down. Okay, there's just a few other things I'd like to ask you about. Here at entry number 28, are you able to see? What are you able to see?
Entry number 28 appears to be a source of dialogue on Instagram between the Yumiko Jennings profile and the Isaac Apodaca profile.
And we've already discussed these entries that also come up under web history. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, going to the native messages on the phone, what are native messages?
Native messages are like what you referred to earlier, the SMS messages. So messages directly from one phone number to another phone number.
Okay. And in number 37, what does it indicate in terms of a message sent from this device, and who is it sent to?
It appears to be a native message outgoing sent to phone number 197-138-10111, which I learned through my investigation was Miss Kiara McCauley's phone number. And the outgoing message sent from Isaac's phone to Kiara's says in the body there, with the dagger, bring it up, turn flat south to north, and with hilt east to west.
What time was this message sent?
This message appears to be sent on the date of the incident, October 29, 2022, at 6:01 in the morning.
After that, it logged in entry 38. Is there an incoming message from the number that he'd been communicating with?
There is, from the number associated with Miss Kiara McCauley, and the incoming message says, I'll just hand it to you, dude.
In entry 39 in the messages derived from the phone, is there an outgoing call? I'm sorry, excuse me, an outgoing text message from Isaac's device to the number that you noted belonged to Kiara McCauley?
Yes, there is. And in the body of that message, it states, then turn it blade east to west, hilt north to south, and voila, she dead. It looks like a response message back from the phone number associated with Miss Kiara McCauley.
Let me just ask the quick question first.
Yes.
In entry number 40, is there a response message from that phone number back to Isaac's phone?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and what is the response from that individual?
I physically can't.
And number 41, is there another? Apologize. In 41, is there another incoming message to Isaac Apodaca's phone?
Yes, there is.
And what does it state?
You already saw it and felt it.
42, is there an outgoing message?
Yes, there is.
And what's the message that's sent there?
6:03 a.m. It says, you need Abby to come out.
Okay. Is there then a response message that's incoming from the Kiara McCauley phone number at 43 on these? And what was that?
She doesn't want to.
Going to go then to 46. Is there a message from the Kiara McCauley phone to the Isaac Apodaca phone?
Yes.
And what does that message say?
Do something.
Okay, and what time was that sent?
That was sent at 6:04 a.m. on October 29, 2022.
And what is the next message that's incoming to Isaac Apodaca's phone from the Kiara McCauley say?
It states, about Grace.
And then what is the next message sent from the Kiara McCauley phone to the Isaac Apodaca phone?
Please.
All right. Going to entry 49, is that an incoming, or who, I'm sorry, was that an incoming or outgoing text?
It appears to be an outgoing text message.
Sent to?
The phone number associated with Miss Kiara McCauley.
And what was that message?
The message states, Puggle, I am wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy.
Okay. I know there's some other extraneous messages. All right, going to instant message, or category 56. What is this an incoming or outgoing message?
It appears to be an incoming message.
Okay. And what does that message state?
I'm in a lot of physical pain as well as emotional.
And the next message at 57?
Do something.
What does Isaac Apodaca's phone respond with?
The outgoing message says, I feel that, just leave her, have rest.
At 6:13, logged as 59 in these messages, what is the next incoming message from the Kiara McCauley number?
I can't do anything and neither can you, so just get her out of my house.
At 6:15, what does the Kiara McCauley message text to Isaac Apodaca's phone?
It states, I want her gone for good.
And what does Isaac Apodaca respond with?
Okay.
And what is the next message from the Kiara McCauley cell phone?
For good.
And the next message from the Kiara McCauley cell phone?
Do something physically, please.
And the next message from the Kiara McCauley?
You won't, why do I even ask? Do I even try to ask?
Going past these. Understanding that the jury has the rest of these. Sorry, at 6:22:22, what is an outgoing message from the Isaac Apodaca phone?
The outgoing message states, Puggle.
And then the incoming message at 81 in the categories, but timestamps?
I'm going to sleep.
The incoming message to the phone from the from the Kiara McCauley phone logged at 83.
Do something.
And the outgoing logged at 84 at 6:31:04.
I'm trying.
Physically, yes. Now.
The incoming at. Excuse me. This message category 90. At 6:33:29, what's the incoming to the phone from the Kiara McCauley phone?
Do something, damn it.
And the response?
I can't.
Why? And the next response from the Kiara McCauley phone?
Why not?
And the outgoing response to the Kiara McCauley phone at 93?
My lower half locked in hand.
At 6:36, logged in instant message 95. Is there an incoming message?
Yes.
And what does it say?
She's awake.
And an outgoing message from logged at 96 at 6:37:26. Back to Kiara McCauley's phone. What does it say?
She double tapped me.
Kiara McCauley's phone response at 97 at 6:37 is what?
Why?
And without translating what that might mean to you, what is the response from Isaac Apodaca's phone to Kiara McCauley's phone?
IDK.
And the incoming message from Kiara's phone?
Do something.
And the outgoing message from Isaac Apodaca's phone to Kiara McCauley's phone at 6:38:57?
I tried twice and locked.
Thank you. Then the next message from Kiara McCauley's phone incoming to Isaac Apodaca's phone at 6:39:31, logged as 101 on the categories.
Then talk to her. I don't fucking know.
Okay, thank you. That concludes that evidence, or that piece of evidence, Your Honor.
Come on up.
We're going to zoom through the sidebars because we can. Okay. This is distressing stuff. Sidebar's just ending. Walking back.
We're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. We'll continue with this witness after the lunch break. If you would be back at 1:30.
We're skipping lunch.
Meet the bailiff on the second floor. He'll bring you up and we'll get started. Leave your notes with the bailiff. Don't seek out any information. Don't speak to anyone about the case during the break.
All right.
I don't think we have any more spiciness in the breaks, so I'm going to skip this. Lunch is almost over. We are hurriedly catching up. All rise for the jury. Lunch is over. Hope you had a good lunch. Bon appetit. Thank you, Teresa. We did get to 1,000 yesterday, yes. And we're up to 404 so far today.
I don't know if you need even read. Oh, certainly not now.
May be seated in the courtroom. Back on the record. Sergeant, if you come back up and take the stand, please.
Yeah. Gotta love that sound. Now we all have a class action lawsuit standing to sue this court. Little feedback loop. Get the morning started. I have some very expensive equipment that prevents that in case I ever make the mistake of connecting things in the wrong way to make a feedback loop, you know, microphone in front of a speaker type thing. It's that was painful. And we got the multi-tone rotation as well, almost harmonics. It was it does sound like a couple heavy metal songs I've heard before. Yeah, music lab downstairs should never happen. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible for our ears and I think for the equipment. Sorry, DMB. You'll have to watch this on replay and get the closed captioning. Sounds like the intro actually to oh man, let me get this song. It's in my head. Gonna try really hard not to play it because we will get banned. But oh, now we have a sidebar. Hold on. It is Careless Whisper by Cedar. That's the intro. Like only they do it with a guitar instead of the mics, I think. Jimmy's Star Spangled Banner, Jimi Hendrix Star Spangled Banner rendition comes to mind. Also, sounds like every Beck song. Thought it was a fire alarm going off. There are whole classes of music that that feature that sound almost exclusively.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
It's working. It's working, ma'am. Love me some Beck.
Yeah, well, I ended up reset a couple. Are they unmuted?
While we work on this, can I have an IT check something on our...
Anyone?
Bueller? Bueller?
Oh, never.
I don't know what happened on lunch, but they broke everything.
The same speakers 2 months ago. So.
Let's go back on the record.
Here we go.
We're back on the record. So we upgraded the sound and video system less than a year ago. And we've had a few interesting things happen since then. First time we heard
upgrade.
That, though.
Define upgrade.
We continue in the state's case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. Good afternoon, Sergeant Behill.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I'd like to go to where we kind of began the morning, which is talking about the interview with Isaac Apodaca. And we discussed that you Mirandized him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the jury, when you did the interview of Mr. Apodaca, did you have kind of a general framework or roadmap that you would follow for your approach to the interview?
Yes, my strategy was to gather as much information about the case as possible before going into the interview. And then I wanted to kind of leave an avenue open. And this was, after we went through Miranda and built a little bit of rapport. I wanted to leave the avenue open for Mr. Apodaca to tell me in his own words what happened, what occurred. And then I would ensure that I had all that information correct. and then with the rest of my interview, kind of fill in whatever details or whatever gray areas that were left in there or any other questions that I had. Ultimately, at the end of my strategy or my framework was to look for any inconsistencies or any areas that were unclear to me, and then approach those with Mr. Apodaca to get clarification as to exactly what he meant or why something did not appear accurate in certain points, especially compared to some of the cell phone messages that came up.
I'm not touching this one. No.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that we swap out into the record the original 86 with 86A, which fixes the extraction issue on the first recording.
Any objection? Yes.
Another sidebar. Skip ahead. All right. We're going to play the audio, video. We might be playing it's 2.5 hour. What's at 1.25 speed? How long does 2.5 hours take? What's the math there? I never remembered that formula. We do not ask me to do math. Someone solve for X. Forged in fire. Yeah. Let's see. I'm still amazed my son just learned an amazing song. You guys know which Devil's Tower song it is? That's the one. Hope I didn't get a copyright strike from that, but
Hello.
yeah. 9 years old, never had a piano lesson in his life, and he taught himself that song yesterday.
No, you'd even read. Oh, certainly not now.
May be seated in the courtroom. Back on the record. Sergeant, can you come back up and take the stand, please?
All right, here we go. Are we ready to play it? Why? Still going. I'm muting it for you. Why are we playing from a speaker into a microphone? Can someone tell me? The sergeant's getting sick days for this. He's not impressed. Looks at tech guy, says, if I did my job the way you did yours, I'd be out of it. The detective was so frustrated. It's worse than listening to techno sober. The thing that causes that, for those that aren't, for you who aren't like audio specialists,
shame on you,
technicians, it's a loop. It's literally a loop. Think of like a circle, like a hula hoop, but on different points of the hula hoop, you have different electronic components, and they all feed into each other. So at one point, you have a microphone, and it goes to an amplifier, and then it goes to a speaker, and the speaker is playing back into the microphone. Well, the amplifier makes the sound louder that comes out the speaker, so that the sound next time it goes into the microphone is at a higher volume. and it goes through the amplifier and then out the speaker, and it just keeps doing that, and it does that. So the immediate fix when you have feedback like this, I don't know when they're going to get this fixed. The immediate fix is to drop the input volume level on the microphone to 0. But that alone won't fix it. If the volume level in the speaker is high enough that the sound is reaching the microphone again, it's just going to repeat. So I have an alternative sound you can listen to.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We're going third time's the charm. If this doesn't work, I think we should just strike the video altogether and give the jury the instructions and let them start deliberating. We can zoom. I just can't tell where we have to zoom to, so we end up missing.
We're going to snap my IT. Check something on our.
Anyone?
Bueller.
Thank you.
Oh, never. My co-counsel did something to the same speakers 2 months ago. So.
Let's go back on the record. We're back on the record. So we upgraded the sound and video system less than a year ago.
Why are we here again?
And we've had a few interesting things happen since then. First time we heard that.
Did I go backwards? Did I go backwards?
Or a rattling sound. What?
Somehow I went backwards.
Asked that we.
Wait. We gotta find.
And then with the rest.
So it might have been my fault. I don't want to go so far back that we hear the squeal again, but. Sidebar still going on. And it's jumping all over the place. I wish I had a physical scroll wheel instead of a touch pad for this one. They said maybe approach. They approached, started beeping. Okay, here we go. I rewound.
Yeah, well, we said a couple.
Did I mention I went to bed at 4 last night? Okay.
I did. You did.
You know what? We were going to snap my IT. Check something on our.
Anyone?
We heard this again too.
Oh, never. My co-counsel did something to the same speakers
2 months ago.
Let's go back on the record. We're back on the record. So we upgraded the sound and video system less than a year ago.
We heard this.
And we've had a few interesting things happen since then. First time we heard that, though. We continue in the state's case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. Good afternoon, Sergeant Behill.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I'd like to go to where we kind of began the morning, which is talking about the interview with Isaac Apodaca. And we discussed that you Mirandized him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the jury, when you did the interview of Mr. Apodaca, did you have kind of a general framework or roadmap that you would follow for your approach to the interview?
We have to.
Yes, my strategy was to gather as much information about the case as possible.
We heard all this. We're going to go right to the video, okay?
For that example.
All right. Let's begin with part 1 of 3. Does that sound okay?
Yeah. That sounds great. It's a trilogy. Hopefully there's no prologue.
Send someone with more experience.
We haven't seen this part, Nicole, so if you've seen it, you watched it without us, which is cheating. Please don't be the 12 box just set. No, that
Sergeant,
was the
I'm noticing
tire.
that there's no sound during this first portion. Why is there no sound during the first 30 seconds or so of this?
The body-worn cameras that our department uses have a 30-second playback time. What I mean by that is once you activate the body-worn camera, it will capture the video that occurred before you activated it for 30 seconds, but there is no audio. The audio will come in at the time the device is activated.
That is a correct explanation. A lot of people mess that up and say the sound doesn't start for 30 seconds after they start recording. But
Before I continue playing, where in the department are we?
This is the second floor of the Santa Fe Police Department, and this is an interview room that we have set aside on that second floor that records both digital and audio.
Since I had the volume off first, I'm just going to go back about.
Luckily, it does not record smells.
Okay.
That's the break.
I know the mom's meeting up there to see the male mom.
Hey, what's going on, sir? What's your name?
Go home and recharge it.
Detective Eagle, Santa Fe Police Department. This is Detective Ryan Gonzalez over here. Any water in the restroom or anything before we talk to each other? Just water. Okay, we'll walk you for some water over here.
Okay.
Those are cool shoes, by the way.
Thank you. They were on sale 110 over there at Journeys.
No shit. I'll have to go get me some.
I like them because they give me an extra height on them. I feel like I'm 6 foot. Do you want to get water? Or
Yeah, let's walk you get some water. No, there's some right over here. Yeah, there's one right here to your left.
There you go. Drink your fill. Special water and truth serum right here. Straight from the fountain. Lap it up. Delicious.
Let's go back over this way, Isaac. Isaac, from what I understand, you called us, right? You called 911?
my mother, Linda Montoya, called first, and then I proceeded to get off the phone with the dispatcher.
Okay. We'll have everyone else come here to take these on. I have no reason to believe you to be a suspect right now or anything like that. We're going to take the handcuffs off. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for that. We don't know what's going on early on in these situations, so we just have a little bit more caution. I hope you understand, okay?
I understand.
Cool. Well, just because everything is kind of newer and developing, and like I said, we don't really know fully what's going on, I do want to advise you of your constitutional rights before we talk at all. Again, as far as I can tell right now, you're not a suspect. You didn't do anything wrong, from my understanding of everyone I've talked to. But it doesn't hurt to get a refresher on your rights. So we're just going to read through these, and then we'll talk more afterwards after we get through them. Sound good to you?
Sound good.
All right, man. I'm going to read this verbatim, okay? This is Santa Fe Police Department Advisor/Waiver of Constitutional Rights. Before answering any questions asked by Detective Javier Vigil, that's me, of the Santa Fe Police Department, I fully understand the following. I understand that I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Okay, initial right there for me, please. I understand that anything I say during this interview can be used as evidence against me in the court of law. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Initial there, please. I understand that I have the right to an attorney before and during questioning, and at all times. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah, don't put the pen down. You're going to need it again.
I understand that if I cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for me without cost to me or to my family. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, initial there. I understand that if I decide to answer any questions or make any statements, I still have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand that? Initial there.
Yes.
It's a very thorough covering of his rights.
Pretty easy stuff. I have been advised of the above-mentioned constitutional rights and acknowledge that I fully understand them and have had them read explained to me to my satisfaction. Furthermore, I consent to answering questions pertaining to, and I'm going to put the case number there, okay?
All right.
The case number for this incident that we're investigating is 2022-011401, which occurred on today's date, which is October 29th, 10/29 of 2022. And I do not wish to have an attorney present. I also understand that even though I consent to this interview, I can stop answering questions at any time I wish to do so. If you understand all that, sign date, and put the time there, please.
Having understood all that, willing to answer some questions for me?
And again, the date is 10/29 of 2022. Almost Halloween.
I'm all excited for Halloween.
Yeah.
This kind of threw it off.
The time right now, sir, is 3:46 p.m.
This kind of threw it off.
I'll be one of your witnesses.
Let's see if I can fix that crack.
Okay, you can just hold on to that for us, all right? Okay. We're excited for Halloween. Do you have any costumes set aside? You're gonna dress up as anything?
I was intending to dress up as a spooky character to pass out candy with my mom and dad, but the mask was deemed, from what I found out, was that there's like masks that are deemed a little too scary for children, so I was like, I was going to paint my face like the Crow.
That's cool. Oh, okay. That's a cool movie. Yeah. Well, let's get a little bit more information about you, okay? Have you ever, before we start off, have you ever had an interview like this before with law enforcement or anything like that? Well, don't be nervous. It's not like the movies. We're not here to, we're not going to yell at you or anything like that. It's more information gathering. We're just trying to have a conversation with you, and we're just trying to get down to the facts of what happened today and why we're here. Do you have any questions about that?
No.
Okay. So the only thing I ask is for truthfulness. I'm going to be upfront with you. I'm going to be truthful with you. I just ask that you do the same to me in return, okay? Just tell me the truth and tell me everything that happened, all right? Okay. Let's start with your name. What's your name?
Isaac Apodaca.
Can you spell your first name?
I-S-A-A-C.
Spell your last name?
A-P-O-D-D-A-C-A.
Your date of birth, Isaac?
12/19/1996.
12/19/1996.
I'm old.
How old are you?
25.
Old enough.
Where do you live at?
I live at 5941 Jaguar.
Yeah, I missed the other stuff, but we got his address. Sorry.
Okay. Whose house is that? Is that your house?
That is Lanny McCauley's house.
Lanny McCauley's house. And who's Lanny McCauley to you?
She is mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law?
Yes.
Okay.
So mother-in-law, I presume you're married?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
So that would be
the wedding far down the line. So
engaged then.
Yes.
Okay.
Might be.
So who's your fiance?
Kiara McCauley.
She's the one in the other cell.
Okay. Because it's Lonnie McCauley's house, does she live there or does she live somewhere else?
She lives there.
Okay.
In the main house.
In the main house, at 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Correct.
And when you say the main house, what do you mean by that?
The main house, there's a garage in the backyard that's separated from the main house. It would be...
If I gave you a paper and a pen, to draw it out for me, like kind of show me
let
where
the
Jaguar Drive
begin.
is, show me where the house is. Here, let me start it off for you.
A true master at work here.
Let's do it like that. So we'll call this Jaguar Drive. Okay. And let's say the house and everything is right there. So kind of like if you're looking at it, as it runs this way.
All right.
Ready, begin.
Here's the sidewalk. Then the house goes like this.
It's working.
Just a little bit like that. And then the garage would be, this is the back door.
Okay.
So, right here would be the garage. I'm horrible at drawing.
It's okay. I'm not too good myself. If you could tell from my road, my lines aren't straight at all. So what's all this in between? Is this all part of the property?
This would be yard.
Gotcha. Okay. And then is it cut off here on this side too?
Yes.
Okay. Can you put the numbers of the address here? I think you said 5941. Okay, gotcha. Cool. I'm a visual person, so things like this help me a lot. Okay, so let's put this to the side for a minute, and we'll kind of reference this as we kind of describe what's going on here. So again, you said you live here. So do you live in the main house, or do you live in the garage?
In the garage.
You live in the garage. How long have you been living in the garage?
A year and a half. No, a year. Yeah, a year and a month actually. I don't know why I said year and a half.
Okay. And how long have you been in a relationship with Kiara?
3 years. 3 years, 10 months.
3 years and 10 months. Almost 4 years. And you've been staying here for about a year and a month, you said, right? Okay. Now, going back to talking about Lonnie McCauley, you said she lives here in the main house?
Yes.
Okay. Where does Kiara live?
In the garage.
Okay, so you and Kiara live in the garage. Okay, cool. That gives me some good background. Okay, let's bring ourselves to today, and kind of why we're here. So this is what I want you to try and do, okay? I want you to kind of think back to where kind of all this began, before there was ever anything regarding the incident.
I think we can go 1.5
And I want you to kind of tell me, in your own memory, what happened from that time all the way to getting here to this interview. I'm going to do my best not to interrupt you, okay? I just want you to give me your own account of what happened, okay?
So from the time it began would be yesterday. We were all hanging out. Everybody was talking, happy, normal kind of thing, nonchalant. Nighttime came around and we started falling asleep. Kali did not fall asleep. I did not get good rest because she had been placing something sharp in my back throughout the morning hours. Placing something sharp in my back, and I was talking to Grace, who was in the garage as well. I said, we have to go. She's telling us we need to leave. And I said that, and then I proceeded to start packing my stuff. And I left the main house to go use the restroom for the last time. And then I walked back into the garage. She walked up and goes, I did it. With a smile on her face, and I looked at the ground and I was like, what do I do now? So I called my mom immediately to let her know that something happened. My mom proceeded to call 911. Let the dispatcher know exactly what happened, and the dispatcher called me to make sure everything was okay. I got greeted by the cops because they detained me, which was normal, but they noticed that I was freaking out. Everybody that was around me was noticing I was freaking out. I was really scared because I've witnessed my friend getting shot. So,
separately from this?
Yes, it was a while back. I was asked to be his best man at his wedding. I was sitting in the back seat, got walked out, blew his brains out. They landed on me. I had to testify in court, and I'm super. Whoa. Anything like this gets me super traumatized, and it's a traumatic event.
I can imagine.
And I saw my friend laying on the ground. This is going to be back to when I went back in the garage and I saw her in the ground on the ground. I was like, I couldn't say anything because I was like, this is another one of my friends gone. I keep losing friends left and right. So I'm going to go back here, go back to the cops when they detained me. They had me in the car. They did a search. First time I had my phone, my wallet with me. And then the second search before we came here, they took my phone and wallet. And then we were here. We're here interviewing. Well, I'm here getting interviewed by you nice police officers.
Thank you for that.
I'm scared right now.
What are you scared
of what just happened?
A lot to take in, I can imagine. Can I re-clarify something you told me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to kind of summarize what you told me first, okay? So, going back to yesterday, you were all hanging out, everyone was happy, everyone was having a good time. Nighttime happened, which was yesterday, the 28th. You all fell asleep, but Kiara did not fall asleep. And you said you didn't get good sleep because you felt something poking you throughout the night. Yes. Okay. And then the next day comes, and you told Grace that you two have to leave because Kiara's telling you guys you had to leave. And then you were packing up your things. You went back to the main house to use the restroom for the last time. When you returned back to the garage, Kiara was standing there, and she had a smile on her face, and she said, I did it. Yes. And then at this point, you called your mom to let her know what happened. Your mom called 911. Dispatch ended up calling you. Then a little bit later, law enforcement ended up finding you. And then you started talking about how you saw your friend on the ground, and this has been difficult for you because this is another one of your friends gone. Police searched you. You had a phone and a wallet on you. And then they brought you over here. Is this a good summary of what you told me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just clarify some of these things, okay? Just kind of fill in some of these gaps so that I have a better understanding of what happened. So you're saying yesterday you're all hanging out and you're all happy. So who is all of you? Who all was hanging out?
Me, Kiara, Grace.
Okay. Isaac, Kiara, and Grace. Okay. Where were you hanging out at?
In the garage.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about this.
Part's been redacted. She's about this tall.
There. But we started hanging out as friends, and she became like one of my best friends. I have a long list of best friends that are really nice to me and treat me with a lot of respect. And after a while, I lost contact with Grace, but then Grace contacted me saying, hey, I don't feel safe in Albuquerque, and that was last night, and she wanted to come hang out. And I was like, okay, cool, just let me know when you're here and I'll let you in. And she got there and I let her in. She and Kiara started talking. Everything looked like it was going good. Well, from what I perceived, it looked like it was going good. And then she fell asleep last night. She fell asleep. I tried falling asleep and I took getting prodded with something in my back. I don't know what it was, but it was hurting my back. Lower back. I have a limber spine, and part of my lower back is thinner than normal, so anything go wrong there, I'm sure done. Yeah.
All right. He's got a thinner back. Takes a convincing glare at the body cam, which buzzed again. Why didn't we hear the text messages luring Grace to the garage?
Okay, you guys dated for a while, and then you lost contact. So this period of losing contact, was that, would it be safe to call that a breakup, or what was that?
It was a breakup.
Okay. So, could I describe Grace as an ex-girlfriend? Would that be a fair way to describe her? Okay. So Grace contacted you yesterday. How did she contact you?
Through Instagram.
Okay. You both have Instagram profiles, I imagine, you and Grace? Yes. Okay. She was asking for a place to stay?
A place to hang out for the night?
A place to hang out for the night? For the night?
Yeah.
Okay. So you told her this was fine?
Yes.
Okay. What time did she get to your place, the garage, we'll call it? What time did she get there last night?
11:32 p.m.
That's very specific. How do you remember that exact time?
I kept seeing I kept looking at my phone, and when she said she's here, that's the time that it showed up on there.
You have a good memory? I've noticed sometimes you're like really good with like your dates, how long things have been, your months, very precise.
This is a trap.
So, Grace arrives. How does Kiara feel about this? Because Kiara's your fiance of almost 4 years.
Kiara was, last night I had to tell her to stop being violent. She was being violent towards me prior to Grace contacting me.
How so?
She kept threatening me with a sword and threatening me with a knife. There was a butterfly knife that's in the room. I had to grab out of her hand and I threw it across the garage because she had it like right here, and I told her, don't be waving stuff around me like that. Please stop.
When was this?
Last night, before Grace.
Okay. Tell me about that incident a little bit more.
She had been swinging the knife around like this, and then she pointed at me like as if she was going to kill me, and she was getting very violent. She grabbed her sword, started swinging it around. There was a dagger. She was dragging across my face, and I was telling her to please stop. I'm trying to concentrate and be calm.
Redacted parts. This is just weird. It's just she grabbed her sword just nonchalantly, like that's what people do in discussions.
Why was Kiara being violent last night?
She was bringing up old memories. Well, not old memories, more like old past problems, and then telling me, oh, you're just this and that, and you're going to do the same thing over and over with these people. And I was like, I'm getting tired of this. Then she pulled out the butterfly knife right at me and swinging it around.
Can you be more specific? What was she talking about? Old memories, past problems, what's that?
I once dated a girl named Janae, and she was thinking that it was going to be like Janae coming back over, except that wasn't even the case, and I told her, please stop bringing up my past and throwing it in my face. So she went and brought up another instance, which was 2021. Her name is Mary Lou, and she started throwing that in my face, and I started getting tired of it. I was like, please stop bringing up my past. This is the present.
Are you describing like kind of jealousy type of things?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point where you guys are arguing and she's bringing up the past, does she know that Grace is coming over?
Yes.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with this interaction?
I think so. Kiara also has a past with Grace.
Oh, they know each other?
Yes.
What's their past?
They are exes to each other.
Oh, they used to date each other?
Yes.
Okay. How long ago was that?
2017. It roughly, from what I was told, lasted 11 months.
Okay. And what happened there? You know, background there of why it ended?
This is Psycho. I'm sorry, I said the word. This story, he's like, quit bringing up my past of all the other times that I've brought ex-girlfriends over into our relationship. This one isn't like that. She's a different. It's a different ex-girlfriend. Don't don't bring up my past. This is the present. I just happen to be doing it again.
So kind of going back to last night, to yesterday, you guys are all hanging out. You, Kiara, Grace, you and Kiara had kind of had this argument before Grace arrived over the past, over old things. During this argument, Kiara had kind of swung around a sword and pulled out a butterfly knife. You said something about the butterfly knife, that you had to take it away and throw it away?
Yes.
Where did you throw it to?
I threw it to the back of the garage, which is by the garage door. It should be like right there by the insulation still. There's some insulation to the back of the garage door.
Inside the garage, still though?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe that knife to me?
It's black, but with red tiger's eye stone on it. And can I draw it? Or
yeah, sure. Give me another piece of paper.
I'm better with a pen than with my words. Let me draw you a scale rendition of the butterfly knife.
The knife looks like this. With and there's the tiger's eye stone right here, all the way down. But this is all this would be the tiger's eye stone, and it's not that big, but it's a bit bigger.
Can we tackle this butterfly knife up on top?
It's not that big. It's bigger. Do you have any colored pencils so I could get the shading right? Really help
the description of the butterfly knife. Mostly colors for blade material or blade color, handle color, things like that.
You're right to the edge of the page.
Can you just initial down here at the bottom?
There is no margin there. There is no margin left.
Yeah, sure. The 10/29 of 2022.
You're not going to sell this on eBay, are you?
Put the date right there. Just remember who drew these.
The artist's signature. A little flourish.
Okay. We talked about a samurai sword and kind of swung around too. Explain to me more about that.
It's more like an old English kind of sword. I don't know if you're like a fan of Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We have more paper. Here we go.
Aragon sword.
Okay.
We have more paper. Here we go.
It looks like that, or is it like a replica?
It looks like that.
It looks like that.
Why am I doing this?
Look at that. Yeah, it was long, way
So
down.
who does this knife belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara. Who does the sword belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara. What about the dagger? Who does that belong to?
Kiara.
Kiara.
I'm seeing a theme here. Then it has like this bit down here, right there, and then you hold down here on this part. It's got a little bump right there, right like that. That's the bottom, and then right down the middle. That's the blood groove.
Sword.
Sword.
Let's describe it over here. This colors. Blade color, handle color.
Sword looks like He-Man's sword, but without the center notch, and doesn't make cats change into Battle Cat like the show. Okay. Very descriptive. I tried on all the cats.
It's initial and date at the bottom.
Guys, we're trying to make this a little lighter because this is such a heavy
Sword,
case. I'm
stainless
sorry.
steel blade. That's
Please don't be
right here,
offended by my
Black
flippant humor.
That would be this whole part, right?
Yes.
Okay. With black sheep.
I also put in parentheses.
The power of Grayskull.
That already it is sharp.
That already is sharp. Gotcha. Okay. So let's talk more about the sword in regards to last night's incident with Kiara. What was she doing with the sword?
Wielding
this, and then pointing it right here. She nicked me right there in the arm and nicked me right across.
Why was she doing that?
To see if I was scared of her.
To see if you were scared of her. Is that what she said, or is that what you think?
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Are you scared of me? Just like that, and I was like, a bit. Yes, I'm very scared right now.
You also mentioned a dagger.
Yes.
What happened with the dagger last night?
The dagger, shape was. I think for a fact that was the thing that was getting stabbed in my back, and it was just going. That, but last night she was also scratching it across my face. Like, does this scare you?
Like
where was this all happening at?
In the garage.
In the garage. Can we draw the dagger as well, please? Same thing with these other two.
Dagger. Start here, that goes down. Always point the blade up for safety reasons. Yeah. It's not quite accurate, but that's
the guard.
Mm-hmm.
And then
this part. If I had my art kit, these would be perfect drawings, but doing the best I can with this primitive pen. And that goes out like that. I know it looks exactly like the sword drawing, but it's different. Lost my place. Where was I? Oh yeah, handle. There we go. And describe. Let's see.
Same thing, just like this.
Yes, please.
Just like that. Okay. Also does not work like He-Man's sword. 2 out of 10. Would not recommend. Left a bad review for seller. False advertising. And there's the margin. We're full on writing on the desk now. He's just off the page. He just goes right for it. You can begin on the next. You can scoot down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. You don't have to scrunch all the letters and then turn them down sideways down the side of the page like that. And once again, my autograph. There we go. Nice. Can I get copies of these?
Okay, let's keep these in for reference if they come up again. I know we talked about the location of what happened with the butterfly knife. You got thrown in the garage. After last night, what happened with the sword?
The sword was just placed on the ground.
Okay, in the garage?
Yes.
Okay, in the sheath or not the sheath?
In the sheath.
In the sheath. What about the dagger? What happened to the dagger last night?
I do not know where the dagger is.
Okay, going back into your original account of what happened. Nighttime came, everyone fell asleep, but Kiara did not fall asleep. And you were kind of talking about earlier that you were feeling something poking you, and that you're pretty sure it was this dagger. Yes. Did you get any injuries from that last night? Have you checked?
I have not checked.
Whereabouts were you getting poked? Like in the back?
Oh, no.
Can you pick up your shirt and sign up if you feel comfortable? Can we look?
Oh, man. Why?
I don't know if there's anything, but it's really
there's a
sore back here, like it's hurting.
Okay. About how many times would you say you were poked last night?
15.
15 times. Around what time was this happening at?
This would have been 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 a.m. Were the pokings as you described them, were they spread out, or were they all at the same time? Over what duration of time?
From 3 a.m. all the way to 6 a.m.
3 a.m. to 6 a.m. spread out. Okay. About 15 times.
3 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Did you guys talk at all? Did you say anything when this was happening, or what?
I told her to stop it.
For 3
She
hours.
stopped and she didn't want to.
5 times an hour. That's every 6 minutes.
And then turned over and then it started all over again. And I was like, please stop. It's hurting me. Like, it's really hurting my back.
Please stop stabbing me in the back for 3 hours with a dagger every 6 minutes.
In your original statement, you say that Kiara was poking you in the back, and then we kind of jumped to you telling Grace that you guys had to go because Kiara didn't want you there anymore. How did you know that Kiara didn't want you guys there anymore?
She woke up. Well, she woke up from what she says she slept, but she was awake the whole time. And she turned over, told me, "You guys need to get out. I don't want you guys here." And then proceeded to start playing with something. I don't know what she was playing with. It was really freaking me out, so I was trying to get out. I was in and out of the room, trying to contact my mom to pick me up to get me out of there.
What time was that at?
I contacted my mom around, I would say 12.
What time did you guys wake up at? What time did you wake up at?
I woke up at about 7:50.
7:50 a.m.?
Yes.
So at what time did Kiara tell you guys had to leave?
She told us we had to leave at about 8:30.
Okay.
You just made those numbers up. That's how we know.
Between 8:30 and to the time your mom called 911, kind of what happened in there?
I'm being honest.
I was packing my stuff, getting ready to I was just going to walk it all the way over there. But when I packed my stuff, I went inside the house, which was a stupid mistake for me to go in the house, use the bathroom, and then come back and see what I saw.
So what time did you go to use the restroom?
That would have been 11:40.
11:40?
Yes.
How long did you use the restroom for?
About 30 seconds. It was quick.
It was number one. Okay. It was number one.
What do you mean by number one?
Pee.
Okay. And then after you peed, you went immediately back to the garage?
Yes.
So around what time did you say that was at?
I'm guessing he didn't wash his hands.
How certain are you about the time?
I'm really certain.
Really certain about the time? Okay. So you go back to the garage and tell me in detail what you see.
I walk in, she yells, she tells me, I didn't mean to say it, she yelled, she goes, I did it. I look at the ground and I see someone dead. I see an ear hanging. And I'm like...
You see someone dead? Who is that someone?
Grace.
How do you know she's dead?
Because Kiara goes, I got her across the throat and she did the gurgle. And I'm like, what do I do now? I need to get out of here.
Do you know why Kiara did this?
No.
What were Kiara and Grace doing before you went to the restroom?
They were just sitting there. They were sitting on the bed. And when I went back, that's what happened. I was like, what? This is, this is way too quick. What just happened? I'm really freaking out on it because that's my friend. And then Kiara is now my ex. She's involved, and I'm freaking out because I just want to leave.
Yeah. Describe to me more what you see when you go into the garage. So, I'm not familiar with this garage. Let's go back to our pictures. Did you enter through like a door? Did you have to open up a large door in the garage? Where did you enter through? So,
the door would be right here.
You can draw that if you want. So that's the door into the garage?
Yeah.
Is that the one you enter?
Yes.
That's the door.
And where is Grace Lane when you see her?
Inside the box. Here's the door. She is within right here. Right. She's off the bed on the ground.
And where's Kiara at?
She's also off the bed by the TV.
Where's the TV at?
TV.
Okay. And show me where Kiara was at too. Okay. Describe Grace to me. More her injuries. What did you observe?
I saw an ear cut off. Something with her knee. That was right here. I saw blood right here, and started seeing blood leaking out. And I was like, I saw blood leaking out, and she was just like that. That's not me making fun of that. I have a very strong rule on that.
You're describing something to me. I know. Okay. What about Kiara? What did you observe about Kiara?
I would like to stand up, and if you can too, for this. Is that a possibility? Or
for what?
To show you exactly what I observed.
I prepared a small reenactment.
I did it. And she tried touching my hands, which I was like, I pulled away because I was like, don't touch me. She had blood all over her hands, all on here, right here, and on her face.
There's blood all over.
And I was like, just don't touch me, please.
Did she touch you?
She tried to, and she tried touching me like right over here, and she did not successfully touch me because I pulled away really fast.
Did any blood get on you?
No.
No.
Got ninja skills.
Okay. So she tells you this, and then what happens?
She's all, I'm gonna get rid of it.
What does she mean by it?
Grace.
She's gonna get rid of it?
Yes.
What do you think she meant by that?
She was gonna, she said she had called somebody, that after she said I did it, she said she had called somebody to come help her pick up the body.
Who'd she call?
A guy named Al.
Al?
Yes.
You know who this is?
Al, all I know is his name is Al, and African American.
Draw a picture of his
He
face.
would be my age, and that's it.
Have you ever met him?
No.
How do you know he's African American?
That's what Kiara had described him to be.
So that was her plan to get rid of the body? Al was going to come help her? Yes.
African American named Al.
I don't know.
Okay.
Can you tell me anything else about Al? No.
No, I haven't thought up that.
So she has plans to get rid of the body, then what happens? Is this conversation happening in the garage?
This conversation is happening right there in the garage. And I walk out of the garage because she goes, I'm going to go take a shower so I can get cleaned up and look better. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go right over here by the gate and I'm going to make a phone call real quick. Phone call I made was my mom. And
what time did you call your mom at?
That would have been around 12.
12. What did you tell your mom?
I was like, can you guys pick me up, please?
Because one of my
They're
friends
like,
is dead.
no, but you can come over. What's going on? I was like, I just witnessed something very bad. And my mom's all, what did you witness? I walked in on, I said, I walked in on, then I stumbled my word, and I said, Kiara killed Grace, and that's what I walked in on. And she's like, I'm calling 911 right now. And after that, I walked over to AP Wireless because I felt like that would have been a safe space for me to be. And the guy there, he's friends with me. He said, just sit right here. You're okay, dude. Just sit right here. If anything happens, just know you're in a pretty good safe spot.
Yeah.
And then the cops met me, and I got scared because I was like, oh no, I'm in trouble. But then they're like, oh, we're detaining you to question you. And I was like, okay, cool. I had a panic attack in the cop car. I don't know if one of the officers said anything to you.
I heard that.
I had a panic attack.
That's a lot. What you just went through, That's tough.
I passed out. The cop went like that to see if I was alive or awake. And I woke up right away and he's all, what's wrong? I was all, I just passed out. I'm sorry.
How do you feel now?
I'm still shooken up.
Well, you let me know if you need medical attention or anything like that. I know this stuff is difficult. Okay?
All I want to do is I just want to get my stuff and go back to my mom and dad. Because at least there I know that I'm safe.
I'll try to make that happen for you as soon as I can, okay?
Right. Just
one of us is
scared
lying.
right now.
Maybe both.
Did you see anything else in the garage? Anything else stick out to you?
There was blood on the sheets that I had purchased.
Okay.
Everything that happened today, it's like really shaking me out because I've witnessed my friend get murdered. I've witnessed another friend get murdered a second time.
Different friend.
I've been robbed. I've just been on an unlucky streak of shit happening to me. And I'm not okay right now. Sorry if my voice is low. I'm getting over a sickness.
It's okay. Did you see any weapons inside the garage?
Just the sword, it was right there.
What did it look like? Well, not like a bad description, but like...
There was blood all over it.
Blood on the sword. Why do you think there was blood all over it?
That's what Kiara did. And
I think the only question I have left for you that's kind of coming to mind is, you're saying you were told to leave 8 in the morning, right?
Yes.
You start packing up your things to leave, and then this happens a little before 12, right?
Yes.
So what took so long to leave in that 3-hour gap?
My mom, I was trying to call her before that. I was like, I kept calling her through Facebook. She didn't want to pick up, so I finally called her through her phone number. And then that's when she started picking up and saying, hey, what's going on? I was like, I need to be picked up here. Please pick me up. And they're like, no, we can't pick you up right now. We're out and about. And I was trying to find another ride or something.
Okay, that makes sense. And then between when this happened, 12, and I think we got the call a little after 1:30.
Yes.
Kind of an hour and a half gap there. I know you said you called your mom and she quickly called 911, but it doesn't really seem to line up with our timeline, at least from... Can you help make me understand that? Was there a long period of time that you and Kiara were trying to figure out what was going to happen?
There was a long period of time. It was when I was standing on the side of the garage.
Tell me about that.
I was hyperventilating on the side of the garage. I was like that, and then I made the call to my mom. My mom made the call to y'all. But I was just, I was shooken up, and I know I should have been the one to call. I know I should have been the one to call y'all. But I was shooken up. I feel like I'm going to pass out.
Yeah.
And
take some deep breaths.
I didn't expect any of this to happen today.
No one knows when these things happen. It's difficult.
He's already said this happened too quick and didn't
look
expect
up.
it to happen today.
You didn't do anything wrong, right?
Right.
Sometimes things happen. Defines who we are is kind of how we move forward with things. Would you agree?
Yes.
You've been super truthful this whole time, from what I can tell, and we really much appreciate that. I got one more question. I want you to be real truthful with it, as you have been this whole time. Okay?
Yes.
At any point, did you think of, or did it cross your mind, or did you start helping Kiara with covering this up at all?
No.
No. At any point, did you help Kiara injure Grace or do anything to Grace?
No.
No. Okay. And if anything like that did happen, or there's anything I'm missing to the story, now's the time to tell me, so I get the truthful statement from you right off the bat. Is there anything anyone else is going to say about this that's going to contradict that?
No.
Okay. Talking about Kiara's mom, your mother-in-law, did she know what happened?
No.
She didn't know?
All she thought was Kiara was still asleep or just being her normal routinely self, which is stay away from her mom.
Kiara went from the garage to the main house to shower. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And she was covered in blood?
Yes.
And her mom was at the house at that time?
Yes.
Did her mom see her covered in blood?
I do not know. I was already handcuffed in the cop car, and I don't know.
How many bathrooms are in the main house?
One.
One shower?
Yes.
How do you feel?
Still like I'm going to pass out, but...
You want to take a break?
No.
No. Well, I need a little break if that's okay with you. I'll use the restroom real quick. And then we'll see if there's anything else, any other questions we have, or anything else that maybe you want to tell us. And then we'll go from there. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. Hey, thanks for your time. We're back in a bit.
Shake hands with the Mr. I can do number 1 in 30 seconds and be right back outside without washing my hands.
There you are.
Sergeant, after this video, when it ends, we see that you're about to go take a break. What did you do?
I took a break and I prepared some documentation for a consent to search an electronic device form. My intention with the second part of the interview, I had knowledge that we had possession of Mr. Apodaca's cell phone. I knew that eventually we were going to have to do our due diligence and either get consent or get a search warrant for that phone to see if there was anything of evidentiary value on it. So it was my plan to prep that phone and then go in there and see if he would give consent to search it along with the passcode if that applied.
And did you obtain his phone that had been collected by other officers?
Yes, I did. It was provided to me by Officer Caesar or Nellis.
Okay. And while the phone was in your possession, did you access it in a way that would have altered any information or make any changes to the phone?
No, I did not.
And during the interview, we see Mr. Apodaca stand up and show you his backside. When he showed you his lower back, did you see any scratches or poke marks or defects to his lower back? Were there any that you observed?
None that I can observe. There appeared to be some discoloration, but I couldn't really tell if it was like a birthmark or what exactly that was. I don't know.
Okay.
No 15 stabs from a dagger?
First witness?
Yes.
We'll go to the second part of the interview. I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 90. Can you please take a look at State's Exhibit 90 and tell me if you recognize it?
I do recognize it.
What is State's Exhibit 90?
This is Santa Fe Police Department electronic device consent to search form, the one I had just mentioned. It's dated the date of the incident, October 29th, 2022. It has location listed as SFPD, or the Santa Fe Police Department. The case number associated with this is on there, and it's pre-filled out with Mr. Apodaca's name, his date of birth, and that he is giving consent to me, Detective Javier Vigil at the time. And the form says, and or any other persons designated by the Santa Fe Police Department, which may include the assistance of computer forensic examiner to conduct a complete search of. Then it goes into the device that we're getting consent to search, and that is Mr. Apodaca's phone. The description of the phone, as well as the IMEI number, and then the password, then there was no password on it, is listed there. I can see the bottom as well. There is a signature and date and time from, it appears, Mr. Apodaca, as well as myself.
And does this document State's Exhibit 90 fairly and accurately? I think the form as you filled it out.
We're on 1.5 now. We've sped it up.
Yes, it does.
Had you altered this this document anyway before making a facsimile copy of it?
No, I've not.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 90.
I'll slow it down.
90.
No objection.
90 is admitted.
I thought we were going to go right into video number 2. If we do, I'll keep it at 1.5 speed.
So prior to the second part of the interview, had you seen the text messages or the Facebook messages or the phone searches on Isaac Apodaca's phone?
No, I had not. Before the second part of the interview, I had not yet obtained written or verbal consent to go through the phone, nor had I tampered with it at all. So I had no idea those messages were on there.
Okay. Your Honor, may I please play part 2 of the recording?
We'll keep it going for part 2 because...
Hey Isaac, so I have your cell phone. I know our cell phones are very important to us because we have pretty much all our personal information on them and everything. So I do want to try and get this back to you as soon as possible. given that there were kind of messages and stuff, and this is still an active investigation, there's reason to believe that there is potentially evidence on your phone of, you know, messages of you interacting with either, you know, your fiance or ex-fiance now, or Grace. So one way or another, we are going to have to look at the data on the phone. So there's a couple ways that we can go about this, and I want to give you all the information so you can make a well-informed decision. Make sense? So we can either do a search warrant for the data on the phone. It's a little bit of a process because we have to complete the paperwork, and then we have to send the cell phone along with the paperwork to the Regional Communications Forensic Laboratory in Albuquerque, and then it gets put in the queue of phones that they have to extract data for. Usually turnaround times around 6 months to a year before you get your phone back, before we extract the data from it. The quicker option, and this is completely up to you, we can complete a San Fe Police Department electronic device consent search, and it's just a fancy form and a fancy way of saying that you're giving us permission to extract the data from your phone and only look at things pertaining to this case. Like I'm telling you, messages, you know, different things like that, different data that, you know, that helps with our investigation. So if you do want to do this, I've already kind of pre-filled it out for you. Date, location, this is the case number, kind of same thing as that other form. This is your name right here. This is your date of birth. I am Detective Javier Hill. This is your phone right here. This is your IEMI number, okay? And then all we would need is your phone password, and you can sign this, and then we can get the extraction done so you can get your phone back sooner rather than later. You're welcome to look over this form and read it for a bit, and let me know if you have any questions.
Right here, correct?
Yeah, sign right there, please.
Today's
10/29/2002, and it is 5:16 p.m.
So just signed away your rights to the evidence.
And the phone password?
There's no password.
No password.
There's just a quick swipe up and that's it.
Okay.
They were going to get it anyway.
So since we have it here, I know the battery's supposed to shine, but I would like to manipulate it here with you just so you can explain anything to me as we loop through it. I'm look through it. Okay, messages. Did you have any messages between you and Grace?
Put it on Instagram.
Instagram, okay. And I'll if it's okay with you, I'll handle the phone. You just tell me. Okay.
Right there, and then you're the uni coach, and it's right at the top.
Okay, that's her like profile name. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so this is kind of when everything started. Hey, I got kicked out, and she's telling everyone to leave her house. I'm going to head to my fam's place. Is this her saying that?
That's me.
Oh, okay. What do you mean when you say that?
I'm heading to my mom and dad's house. That's what I was meaning. And the kicked out part.
Oh, is this today?
Yes.
Oh, this is today at 12. Hey, I got kicked out, and she's telling everyone to leave her house. She is telling everyone to leave her house. Who is she? Kiara. And I'm at my fam's place. Okay, what happened? She just doesn't want us here, and I have to respect her wishes, and I'm getting my stuff. First of all, who? Second, my mom can only come get me at 3:30. Why is she kicking you out, and does she know I'm here? Wait a minute. I thought you guys all hung out the night before.
We did.
So how come she doesn't know she's there?
I was very confused, and I told her
she's kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. So it's sounding like to me, just take a pause real quick. Did she not know she was there? Because that's what it looks like.
She knew she was there.
Then why is it looking like in these messages?
She knew she was there, and she was playing, she was acting like she didn't know who she was.
Who was acting like, I'm so confused. Who was acting like who didn't know who?
Grace was acting like she didn't know who she was.
Okay.
Even though we had talked.
She is kicking me out because you're here and she knows it. How? She is right next to you. What the fuck, really? How fucking great? Yup. Why though? She is not wanting to deal with it. Us being here, and I broke her trust. She is not in the best mood. She is not wanting to deal with what?
She's not wanting to deal with us.
What does that mean?
She didn't want us there at all.
Okay. But it says she is not wanting to deal with it.
I should have been more. I'm horrible with my words. I'm horrible with how I type.
I'm just trying to understand too.
It was just a meeting. She didn't want to deal with.
If I could draw you a picture.
There,
I know how she feels. My mom's coming to get me soon. Okay.
And that was the part that threw me off. It was like, she's kicking us out. Why is she kicking you out? And how does she know I'm here? I'm like, we discussed this.
So she is right next to you. So that was your way of telling her, like, I'm referring to Kiara. Oh, okay, that makes a little bit more sense to me now. Okay, where are your messages with Kiara?
My messages with Kiara.
And just tell me where to go.
You're going to go out of there.
Okay.
They're going to be in Messenger.
Oh, okay.
And then that's my mom. And just ignore that.
Sure.
Just ignore that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the attorneys know this. I have a hearing that I have to do remotely right now. The other parties are on my screen, so I'm going to excuse you. This will be our afternoon break for a few minutes. Then we'll bring you back and continue. And if
Hold,
we
please.
back up about 15, 20 seconds to the beginning of this exchange when we come back in.
All
right. Go with the bailiff, please.
Judge's like, okay, guys, everybody out. We've got other court to handle.
Hurry.
Hurry. Hurry.
You may step down We'll have you back up as soon as we get started again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to leave, we'll do a quick hearing and then we'll continue, bring the jury and Mr. Apodaca back into the courtroom.
Okay, so we're gonna skip ahead because we can. Judge just kicked everyone out of the courtroom, even though it's wide open. They can stay if they want, but they got kicked out anyway. This is gonna not be a quick hearing, but
7 through 17.
Looks like we come back to a sidebar. All right, we are...
Ms. Murphy, with respect to exhibit number 89.
Yes, Your Honor. We did make an additional redaction. I just showed that to defense. Part of the text message had been redacted, but the portion where it actually kind of repeats it right up above it had not. We made that redaction. I've shown that to opposing counsel, Mr. Cameron. And so with the court's permission, I'd like to swap out exhibit 89 on the disk for exhibit 89A, which is the exact same document, just with that additional redaction, into a hard copy form.
Any objection to the replacement of exhibit 89?
No objection, Judge.
So we'll need to let the jury know that if they're taking notes, they're expecting to see a disk, and we need to let them know that that the exhibit is the hard copy.
None of them can remember the numbers.
I'll make a record on that.
Okay. Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have, what I'm holding in my hand right now is going to be States Exhibits 7 through 17. Those are going to be the recorded jail phone calls. These are actually the entire phone calls. What I do have, though, are the trimmed down versions that we all listened to the other day when the court made its ruling. So with the court's permission and defense counsel's permission, I would like to replace those at this point.
Any objection?
We're just going to maintain our objection, Judge. So,
okay. Any other objections? Any additional objections as to what's on the replacement disk?
No, yeah.
Okay. Your previous objections are noted for the record, and you preserve that issue. The court will allow substitution of 7 through 17, and what are we calling this?
I think I will call them 7A through 17A.
I'll call them Al.
The exhibits are all, but the disk, how is it identified?
The disc are identified. Oh, it just says 11/30/22 audio, and then it's just subsequent dates of the other dates.
And on the disk 7 through 17, do they have unique date identifiers on the disk itself? Not the data, but the actual face of the disk. Do they have dates and times?
They do, and so they have. They do contain the actual date, but they also do contain the last four, or it actually looks like it's probably a little bit more. Or it looks like it's got the last 6 alphanumeric characters, so those unique identifiers when I identified them when we had the hearing. And so these do not, but the dates do match. And so I can actually, I guess the new disc just have the dates. I can add on the alphanumeric characters as well, though.
They need to have them.
Okay.
So, at this point in time, we're not substituting 7 through 17. Correct them and let counsel see it or add that information to it. And then who's going to be the foundational witness for that?
Sergeant Pickles.
Okay. So when we get to the point where we're ready to substitute 7 through 17 with the single redacted disk containing that information,
I'm going to crank this audio again.
Have the necessary foundation laid.
Okay. It's too quiet.
Okay. Anything else before we continue with the jury?
Nothing from the state judge.
Okay. Anything else before we started?
Your Honor, are we just scheduling housekeeping? Are we going past the 5 o'clock hour today?
I don't know how far we're going to get with this witness. It looks like we may. Depends on where we are. How much longer do you think you have in a direct?
After these videos, there's over an hour left on the videos, maybe an hour and a half. I'd have to look at the exact timestamps. Then I have a few maybe 10 to 15 minutes of direct, and then jail calls. Oh, and then the jail calls, which are about 12 minutes. Or the recording calls.
I don't think we're going to get done with this witness today. We're going to finish these videos and get through that and see where we are, and then go after that. You won't be able to do cross until tomorrow morning.
I'm planning for doing 3 crosses tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
3 crosses tomorrow.
Okay, let's have our jury. We're off until they come in.
See if they hurry. Sometimes they're fast, sometimes they're slow. We'll skip ahead. Thanks for the 594 likes. Appreciate it. Okay, everybody's standing up now. $595.
You may be seated in the courtroom. And we are back on the record and continuing the state's case in chief. Ms. Murphy?
Yes, Your Honor. Before I continue with the playing of this video clip, I'd just like to note for the record that the Celebrite report related to the internet search terms and the messages from the phone was presented off of a disk, State's Exhibit 89. We made, based on the discussions outside the jury's presence, we have 89A, which is hard copy rather than disk, that we are going to place into evidence for the jury.
Any objection to 89A?
Nothing further. No.
89A is admitted. So you won't have the disk, you'll have the actual printed out hard copy. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Okay. And Your Honor, may I go back just about 20 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Where are your messages with Kiara?
My messages with Kiara.
And just tell me where to go.
You're going to go out of there.
Okay.
They're going to be in Messenger.
Oh, okay.
And then that's my mom. And just ignore that.
Sure.
Maybe Puggy.
Puggy? Mm-hmm. This one right here. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. Whoa, those are a lot of emojis. Okay, we're just gonna start from there. How about that? This is at 11:56 a.m. What? And that's forgive me, I forgot her name for a second. This is your fiance saying this? What?
Yes.
Hey, I have a plan with what I said. All I have to do is be over there at my fam's place and call the cops for a break-in and entering. What are you talking about there?
It was something that happened in my family's house. We've been trying to figure out who has been getting into my storage. Mm-hmm. I have stuff in my storage, and they keep finding it unlocked. And that was something entirely different.
Hold up, listen. Okay, plan B. Just tell her she needs to leave. Follow my lead, my lady. Just tell her to leave, dude. I'm in a mood. I did, through Insta. So now what? Operation, kick out, me following, the call to the cops once at my family's. What does that mean?
That was, I was talking about, because she had asked me to leave. And that's why I said Operation Kick Out, because every time I get told to leave, I say Operation Kick Out. Because it's her go-to thing to tell me to leave. And it's like, she kicks me out, and then a few days later, she'll come back over and stuff like that. But to call the cops on my family was because of the breaking and entering.
So according to you, you're talking about two different things at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. How about I just explain why I'm angry and why she's not wanted? Okay? Show me what you sent her. My plan. Okay, cool. And those are the messages that we looked at earlier between you and...
Yes.
Okay. It worked with Christian. She says she is leaving at 3:30. She's mad, 3:30. Mad still. Yeah, why don't you pop off my little firecracker? What would you like me to do? Stab her? I don't know. I don't have the energy to do shit. What's this? Read what she sent. Is she stupid? Yes. Okay. I am fake, getting thrown out. I am fake, getting thrown out. You're getting fake, thrown out.
Yes, that's usually how it happens. I get told to leave, and 5 days later, she asks me to come back.
Follow my lead, my lady. We can hear you. They want me to spend what I have. They want me to spend what I have saved for the house. Don't. What the fuck? What does that mean? They want me to spend what I've saved for the house.
That was me talking to my mom and dad. They wanted me to get a motel, which is not a good idea because I don't do motels.
Don't. What the fuck? Or WTF rather. I know how to, and I'm not feeling good. Still told Steven, and he said okay. You heard that right? You heard what? What's she talking about? You heard that right?
I have no clue.
Yeah, Rune is legendary pink spotted Pokemon. Unless I ask your mom to give me a ride to Target and you do what is needed. What do you mean you do what is needed?
I have no clue. From this on, from beyond here, I don't know what's going on.
You don't know what's going on? But these are messages from you?
There, I do have another cell phone. I didn't tell you guys about, but it's still over there at the house. At the house.
Okay, but this is the one you use?
I use that one primarily only for work and family.
Okay. So you didn't send these messages? Or you did?
On this, from down on, no.
Oh, okay. Her mother is her backup ride. Okay? Want me to get your mom to give me a ride to Target so you can take my stuff into the back room and her mom and your mom don't get into it? Yay or nay? Wait a bit, though. Okay? How long? Until there's a clue on when she's leaving. She admitted to me when she lived at those apartments. And she was sober then. She admitted to me also back when I first met her calling you crazy. What are you talking about?
I don't know. That's not me.
That's not you?
That's not me.
Who is it?
That's the other phone that's been, they were being used to message back and forth.
Isaac, this is getting really weird, man.
I have a second phone.
You have a second phone?
Yes.
Where is that phone?
That's at the house.
Okay.
It is logged into the same Facebook account.
Okay. I don't know, man. These messages look a lot like there's some conspiring going on, some planning going on. What?
From that point where I was telling you from.
Even before then, it sounds like you guys are planning something. You're fake getting thrown out, and what?
I say fake getting thrown out, like I said, was what I mean when I say fake getting thrown out is she'll tell me to leave. She's telling me that I'm getting thrown out, getting kicked out, and 5 days later she's like, come back.
Do you want to start over? Because I'm really confused with everything that's going on. Like, you're telling me you have 2 phones now, and those other messages aren't you, and what you're telling me, your statement, isn't lining up with these messages. Now, I told you at the beginning of this talk that we need to be truthful with, right?
I am being truthful. I do have a secondary phone, and I'm telling you the messages are not me. Those are not my messages.
Whose messages do you think they are then?
They're from Kiara to using my Facebook from me to Kiara, but I can't quite explain how it looks.
Kiara to Kiara?
Yes.
Why would you do that?
She's been, like I said at the beginning, involved her, but before that, there was problems in our relationship, and ever since before that, she's been trying to get revenge, and she's been talking to the people to, she's told me that she's wanting to ruin my life. And she's wanting to ruin my life for a while.
This is your fiance.
I'm being honest, there is 2 phones. The other phone is on top of the fridge in the garage.
In the garage, okay. What kind of phone is it?
Samsung Galaxy S10 Plus 512 gigabyte.
What?
Has a clear case on it.
Okay. I got some follow-up questions for you regarding some of the other things that we talked about. I just want to clarify some of the, I kind of was looking through our statement. I just want to kind of clear up some of the haziness that I have. So Grace spends the night last night, right?
Yes.
What are the sleeping arrangements like?
We were all sharing the same bed.
You were all sharing the same bed?
Yes.
Who was sleeping where in the bed?
Grace was right here facing the garage door.
Okay.
The big garage door.
Okay.
Kiara was this way facing the little fridge, main fridge, and I was at the foot of the bed. I was at the foot of the bed.
Say that one more time.
I was at the foot of the bed.
Yeah, where were the other 2?
Grace was facing the garage, big garage door.
Okay.
Kiara was facing the mini fridge.
Okay.
And I was at the foot of the bed.
Okay. And I remember earlier you talking about how you used to date Grace.
Yes.
Up until when?
It would have been January, February, March, April. That was the last.
April of what year?
2018.
Okay. And between April and 2018 and yesterday, had you had any contact with Grace?
I did have contact with her, and it was just like on and off.
What kind of contact?
Like, hey, how's it going? Like, how's your job going? And stuff like that.
Okay. Any meetings? Any sex? Anything like that?
No.
No. Okay. What about Kiara? Kiara and Grace, they used to date at some point, right?
Yes.
After they broke up, did they have any contact with each other that you know about?
Yes.
Yeah.
They kind of, well, Kiara got thrown in the middle of a whole heated debate, an argument about, I don't know, some incident that happened between them in their relationship, and I was just like, keep me out of it.
When was that?
It started 2019, extended into 2020, 2021, and today.
Okay.
Always today. And that argument I didn't want to be a part of because I'm the kind of guy that's like going peacefully, not argumentative.
Sure. Was there any sexual interaction between anyone last night?
No.
No threesome or nothing like that between the 3 of you guys?
No.
Has that ever been anything you guys have ever done in the past? Have thought about doing?
That did happen in the past, and
who was involved?
It was first Kiara and this girl named Alex Lopez.
Okay.
And they were consenting to have a lesbian thing. And then they called me to the room, and I was like, okay, cool. And I could come back to the room, probably watch TV. And they pressured me into getting involved with them.
You didn't want to?
Correct.
Okay.
And afterwards, after everything was done, I did not feel the same. I felt I was peer pressured, and I was pressured into a corner. Not figurative, literally pinned into a corner to do this.
To do a threesome?
Yes.
Okay. What about last night?
There was no threesome, there was no sex, nothing.
Was that ever on the table?
No.
Okay. Was there anything romantic going on between you and Grace?
No.
What about between Grace and your fiance?
Kiara? I don't know.
You don't know? Was Kiara okay with Grace coming over last night?
She was alright, she was all, text me when she's here, please text me when she's here.
So she wanted to come too. So what happened? We're missing something somewhere to where Kiara's okay with Grace coming over. You have a prior relationship with her, Kiara has a prior relationship with her. And then the morning comes and Kiara wants you both out. What happened? Help me understand. Don't think about it. Just tell me what happened.
She just wasn't in the mood.
Who wasn't in the mood?
Kiara. She wasn't in the mood.
The mood for what?
For us being there.
For who being there?
Me, Isaac, and Grace.
Why?
Because she felt as if we were walking all over her.
Why? Because she she's okay with you inviting her over. She was excited about it, is what you just told me. So what changed that she feels like you guys are walking all over her?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
What all did you guys do last night? You guys said you were having fun, having a good time. Tell me more about last night.
We were having fun talking, listening to music, then we listened to music on the TV.
Any alcohol? Any drugs?
No.
Nothing. Are there any alcohol or drugs in the garage?
No.
No. Any alcohol or drugs used by anyone this morning?
No.
No. So back to Grace. You hadn't talked to Grace for a little while, right? Just off and on?
Yes.
What made her comfortable to message you last night and want to come over?
She thought I could be a safe place. That I was a safe person. Because she said herself that she was unsafe in Albuquerque.
And she knew Kiara was going to be there?
Yes.
How did she know Kiara was going to be there?
I had told her.
Going back to talking about Kiara last night and her threatening you with a knife, you described her kind of putting the knife to your face?
Yes.
Right? Was she saying anything to you when she was doing this?
Are you scared of me?
Yeah? Just like that?
What if I dragged it deeper? Mm-hmm. And I was like, please stop, please stop, please stop. And I yelled about 4 times, and the word stop does nothing towards her.
Is that before Grace got there?
Yes. It's like if, take for instance, for example, you told me to stop and I just kept pursuing you. That is basically what I mean. It was a non-stop pursuit of trying to scare me.
Well, focus my shirt a little bit. Uh, 3:44 a.m. That was this morning?
Yes.
Okay, let's back up a little more then. Man, you guys message a lot. So all these other messages above where you said those weren't your messages. The rest of these messages are you, right?
Yes.
This is Wednesday. Thursday, Friday. Okay, we'll start here. Friday at 6:28 p.m. So that would have been yesterday. Are you wanting to go to the store with me? She says, Kiara, I want to stay home. She says, I love you. She's back. Now Kiara says, have her drop off her shot and the cat and then go to the park. My mom is up ATM. I need a quick escape. I'm going to go to the porch. Avoid the porch. Did y'all just get to the garage? Stay in the back room. I'm already on the porch with the door locked. What's going on? I'm thinking to head to the park, okay? I'll let you know when I get there, then you head there. I'll head there shortly. She's with you, yes? I'm here. Yes. We're talking, but we will head there shortly. What does the mushroom mean? Whenever she sends you a mushroom?
It's supposed to mean like a mushroom fairy thing that she sends.
A mushroom fairy thing?
Yeah.
What's the meaning behind it, though?
I do not know.
You don't know?
I've tried to figure it out over time, but I cannot figure out what it means, because it's always a different meaning.
Okay. I'm sitting at the table. Make it seem as though you promised to meet with a friend. I'm gonna call you and act like you almost forgot. Maybe I should just come home and scare her. I'm bored right now. Should I just come home and go into my room and freak her the fuck out? What's going on there? What is she talking about?
Last night she dressed up with a garb, and she had the sword and everything on her. She was walking around the park.
Okay.
In the middle of the night.
Okay. And what?
And after she said that, like, she wanted to freak her out, I just told her, I'll just come talk to her. I wanted everything to just get squashed. I wanted it to all end.
Why should I bother talking to her? So it almost seems like Kiara knows she's there, but it doesn't sound like Grace knows anything about Kiara.
Grace knew that Kiara was there.
Kiara was where?
In the main house.
Okay. So then how is she going to surprise her then? How is she going to come home and scare her? Like, what?
She was coming up to the house with her garb and her sword and everything like that. It was like a fantastic tale, but she was gonna come up. Apparently she said that she was coming with her sword and then she was gonna come in there and she wanted to also kill me. And she said that over the phone, on a phone call.
Okay. You coming to me or I'm coming to you? Why should I bother talking to her? That's all, Kiara. Then you say, you come to me, I told her you want to talk to her and no arguing. I'm angry, hon. And then you say, I know, but it's better to reach a common sense of direction. She says, is the door unlocked? I look like a monster, dude. You said, yes. She says, I don't have anything nice to say. You say, I know, but be kind with your words, like when me and you talk instead of violence. Show compassion. She says, thumbs up. You say, you know what I mean. Platypus? Is that what you're saying? Platypus?
Yeah.
Rar. She says, get the conversation rolling, dude. I'm not feeling nice. You're too nice to make me feel good right now. Get her to talk. Not just fun stuff. I have things I want to talk about, but she's not going to respond well. She's never been the one to listen. Get her to talk so I have somewhere I can butt in. What is all this? What's going on when she's saying all this?
We were talking, and as it was just At that moment right there, I was the one talking, doing all the talking.
So you guys are already back in the garage at this point, all of you?
Yes.
Okay.
I was doing all the talking, and I was telling her, "We can talk. Will you please tell her what you gotta say?"
What do they have to say? What is she trying to get her to talk about?
They wanted to argue.
About what?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
I have things I want to talk about, but she's not going to respond well. What does she mean? What's the issue between them?
It's because of the breakup that happened in 2017.
Between whom?
Her and Grace. Kiara and Grace.
So Kiara wants to talk about that?
Yes.
What about that?
Kiara believed that she could rekindle something.
Last night?
Yes.
Okay. So Kiara had interest in Grace to rekindle something. And how did you feel about that?
I did not want to be a part of it.
But that's your fiance, right?
I didn't want to be a part of it, and I had already told her. I told her in person saying I don't want to be a part of anything you have to do if you go on and move on forward with anything you do now.
But you invited Grace over there?
Yes.
Okay. I want to play a couple songs, but I don't know how to talk. I'm uncomfortable. Lay your head on me, Rat. Go in the house for a bit. What is going on? Trust me, just go inside for a bit. Just say you need the bathroom. Okay, now we're at 3 a.m. Hey, can I come back? I don't know, can you? Yes. Dagger because it's blunt? What does that mean? Why are you telling her dagger because it's blunt?
She asked me a question in the room, like, what is the difference between the dagger and the sword?
Okay.
And I messaged dagger because it's...
Why is blunt better? She says, you say it cuts like butter. She says, just gonna stab the throat. Is that what she's trying to say?
The thought.
Just gonna stab the thought, yes. Instant, or will it take long? What does she mean? Instant. What do we do about the mess? What do we do about the mess? What mess? We burn it and I'll buy new blankets in bed? What's going on here, Isaac?
I was talking to her and...
What mess?
She was talking about... She said was going to stab the thought. And I thought like, like, she was poking the thought that was in her head about her dagger.
Okay, what about the mess? What mess?
She had made a mess in the bed.
What kind of mess?
A poop kind of mess.
A poop kind of mess?
Yes.
We burn it and I'll buy new blankets in bed.
Yeah.
But until we can, I love these sheets and my favorite fuzzy blanket is here. I know. Just intense wash tomorrow, hydroperoxide and ice. Washer will get it out, yes. Can you help this time? Yes. I am just waiting for you to make the first move. What does she mean I'm waiting for you to make the first move? She will wait till sleep. Shall we wait till sleep? So she pooped herself last night?
Yes.
And did you guys wash the sheets?
No.
So you guys slept in a bed full of poop?
Yes.
So when we go to the garage later for a search warrant, there's poop on the sheets?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. What are you guys waiting for till sleep? Shall we wait till sleep? Remember when you told me don't be a pussy when I kissed you? Yeah, brat. We will have to take care of the mess ASAP after we finish. We will have to take care of the mess. I thought she already pooped herself. What mess are you guys taking care of?
I don't know.
Okay.
Because I was trying to go on about, remember when you told me
trying to touch the
pussy
phone.
when I kissed you, I was trying to tell her that, bring up something that was a good memory.
Yes, you're in charge of cleanup, okay. I can't tell if she's falling asleep. It feels like it, her feet are on my side. I wish you'd make the first move for once. Remember, you'll move up the ranks, plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first. Your first what? Isaac, what the hell happened? Tell me what happened, for real? Can we stop making up lies about these messages? What the hell happened last night?
She was messaging me on planning on how to kill her, and...
Who was messaging you planning on how to kill whom?
Kiara.
Kiara was messaging you on planning how to kill?
Grace.
Grace?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
I was only sending a message back, only in correspondence. I just wanted to sleep. That's what
Are you sure? Because it sounds like you're planning something with Kiara. Is that what's happening? Don't lie to me. What's happening here? I can see the messages. I'm not dumb. This isn't the first time I've done this. What is happening?
She was planning on killing Grace. I just didn't want a part of it.
It doesn't seem like you're trying to talk her out of it.
And when it comes to the stuff, as I'm talking, telling you, I was only sending a message back in agreement as I turned my back towards.
This isn't agreement. Remember, you'll move up in ranks, plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first. This sounds like you're encouraging her. Right. The messages are here, dude.
I know. I know. Right after that, I was trying to fall asleep because I didn't want to be a part of anything.
We're going to keep going through these messages. Tell me since now. Did you help Kiara do this?
No.
No. But you knew it was going to happen.
I knew it was going to happen.
You knew it was going to happen since last night.
I knew it was going to happen since last night, but I just didn't want it to happen because it's a friend of mine.
When did this plan start? Because this was planned.
She planned it out.
Grace planned it out?
No, not Grace. Kiara planned it out.
Kiara planned it out. When? How long had this been a plan for?
She had planned it out since 2020.
Kiara planned to kill Grace since 2020?
Yes.
And you knew about it since 2020?
Yes, and I had been going to counseling because of this.
Okay. And then last night, Grace messages you looking for a place to stay. And that's the opportunity for this?
I didn't see it as an opportunity. I saw it as an opportunity more like, let's squash everything.
Then why are you saying that you'll make it up the ranks plus your perks in the black market since this is your first? Because you're talking about killing her here, right? What else could this mean? Remember, you'll move up in the ranks plus you get perks in the black market since this is your first? What else would you be talking about here?
I was trying to talk about something else because I'm trying to get my mind off.
Isaac, really? You're trying to talk about something else there?
Yes. And I'm not.
How do I aim? How do I aim right? Just aim. Well, tell me what we're talking about there.
That's Call of Duty.
That's Call of Duty. Tell me when. Okay, I'll give a count. 6, 5, I can't yet, dude. 4, I'm shaking, dude. I know, I lose the nervous. Help me drive it through. Help me drive it through? What do you mean, help me drive it through?
She was asking me to do.
To stab her?
Yes, and I didn't want to do anything.
She was asking, help me drive what? The sword, the dagger, the butterfly knife, what?
The dagger.
Help me drive the dagger through. Grace. Anger me. I invited Brittany. Who the hell's Brittany?
Brittany's another one of my friends.
You invited Brittany over during all this?
No.
No? Well, you said I invited Brittany.
I said that just so I could get the whole stop.
To get her angry.
That's annoying, not angering. Oh, and if it goes wrong, then what? Question mark. You're cute. How so? Fred, my legs asleep and spasming. I know she is also shivering a lot and I'm ticklish. Sorry, anger me. Well, for once you can't look at your face. What are you talking about?
I had snapped.
You snapped? What do you mean you snapped?
I got between the messages with all the little things. That's when she was poking.
Mm-hmm.
I snapped.
What do you mean you snapped?
I texted when I texted right there, and I just wanted to go to bed.
Remind me of everything she's done. This could have already if you had done the OG plan. What was the OG plan?
The OG plan was something that she concocted.
Okay, what was that?
She concocted that she was going to kill Grace.
Okay.
And she wanted to do it alone.
Okay. That was the OG plan. Okay. She hurt you and had sold you into sex trade. Had you not flown out after the crash, she would have gone away with making you disappear. Keep going. She is still lying about a lot, and she's not willing to admit that. She's the biggest piece of shit. Keep going. She makes you feel horrible for your skin color and your beliefs. I'm going to pretend to sleep so it looks non-conspicuous. Whoa. Tell me about all that.
Right at that moment, I had plugged in my phone for the night, and my phone, this phone right here, would have been on the opposite side of the bed, charging.
And what?
Kiara.
And what? Oh, these aren't your messages either.
Those are not my messages, because...
Help me, just do it. Be ready to grab her or a trash bag. She is your list. If you can't do it, I'll place a on her for you to watch. Want me to do that? This ends now. I'm getting a sword. I can get Christian to help and Chris. This ends now. I know. Dagger, because the sword will need to be hidden. She is awake. I don't know if I have the strength. Her phone screen is dim. Also, if you can't do it, I'll have them do it and it will still count as your first. I'll just rewrite the report and submit it to the black market heads. What is this report you're going to write to the black market heads? What are you talking about? Don't tell me this isn't you messaging. I know this is you messaging. Be transparent and tell me everything that's going on here. I could tell this is really eating away at you, that you're having to think of your way around all this stuff. Just tell us the truth of what's happening.
The report with the black market heads was something I have been writing down, and I'm trying to leave. It was something I'm trying to leave behind.
Tell me more about that.
It was a group of dangerous people that I was associated with, and they needed a report. And when I said this was your first on the report, it was still counted as your first. I was telling her, because as I was texting it out, she came and talked to me after she had stopped prodding me. She had talked to me and said, so what now? And I was like, this is going to be your first way out. If you just leave this alone, just stop.
Oh, you're telling her to stop?
Yes. And she didn't listen.
Okay. This report is submitted to where? How do you submit this? How does it all work?
It gets submitted through an app, not an app, a domain called Skix.
Skix?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
TPS report.
SKYXX.
SKYXX. Yes. Okay. And what exactly is that domain?
Don't Google it.
You can submit all kinds of reports, and you find people that you lost contact with and stuff like that. And I was going to submit a report and saying, hey, this needs to end, and I already had the report and everything written up.
But it says here you're going to write the report and submit it back. That is her first. Her first what?
Her first way out.
Her first way out?
Yes. Because right after I said her first.
But you're telling her dagger because the sword will need to be hidden? So you're telling me here that you're telling her it's her way out, but this to me reads like you're telling her first kill?
It sounds like that, but I was telling her, because she she leaned over like this to talk to me on the bed.
Yeah.
And I told her, this will be your first way out if you just leave it alone.
And if you can't do it, I'll have them do it. You'll have who do it? If you're talking about a way out, how is someone else going to give her a way out?
I actually contacted a friend named Christian, and they already had a ride and everything. They were going to pick up Grace and take her.
And they would kill her?
No. They were going to take her to their house.
And it'll still count as your first? Okay. I don't think the dagger will go through both hoodies, so she's still talking about killing her. I'm willing to falsify your first. Kiara, let me do this. I'm using Zira. What's Zira?
That's the sword.
Oh, Zira's the name of the sword?
Yes.
And then you say, and deposit your Bitcoin in your crypto wallet. Payment? Some kind of payment? Bitcoin, crypto wallet?
It was to get her to shut up.
It was to get her to shut up?
Yes.
You're going to falsify her first and deposit Bitcoin in your crypto wallet to get her to shut up?
Yes.
She says, grab a knife now. You're helping me end this. You say, then end it. She says, I'm done waiting and play nice. Help me now. Show me the ropes. What is she talking about, show me the ropes?
She was asking me to help her do what she wanted to do to Grace, and I didn't want a part of it.
Well, what you say here is, I am saying just swing and don't regret the aim. So tell me what that means. Just swing and don't regret the aim.
It was me telling her if she was going to do something, she should do it, and I didn't want to be a part of it. I had all my stuff.
What is holding you back? Type it. You're edging her to do this. Come on, Isaac. Look at all these messages, man. You're going to sit here and tell me, you're going to look me in the eye and you're going to tell me that you were trying to talk her out of this? I can see right here you're telling her to do it. What the hell happened last night, man? Why did you want her to do this?
I didn't want her to do this.
Why are you pushing her to do this?
I was trying to, as the messages are going through, she kept coming back and forth to talk to me, and the messages were going through, and I was just like, I had enough of them.
Hope, love, bullshit. You say, well, at what percentage are they? She says, I don't know. You say you still love her. You have hope in her. And you tired of the bullshit she put you through. She says, I want to break her heart. She hurt me more while you were out. You said, how? Then target Jackson. Who's Jackson? And why are you telling her to target Jackson?
I told her to target Jackson and to asking Jackson what happened, why she's asking people to stay at people's houses.
She says, once it's done, there's no one doing it. You say, okay. You say, want the barn? Because you'll get to have a lot of fun with your hunt. And the screams cannot be heard. Soundproof walls. What screams cannot be heard? What soundproof walls?
I started talking about a joke, a movie.
Oh, this is about a movie now.
This is a movie.
Okay. Middle of nowhere. Okay.
There is a movie called The Barn, and it's a stupid horror film that I was watching.
Gotcha. But what are you referring to when you say all this in the context of the conversation?
I'm referring to the movie.
You're referring to the movie?
Because she came back to lean over, like, what do you mean by The Barn? I'm like, a movie I watched.
She says, I need this done now. I need that push. But first I need to pee. You say pee. She says, I'm so cold. You say, I know. If you want the barn situated right with your tools, just say yes. She says, please help me now. You say, you can do it, Abby, Durga, Puddle. If you want me set the barn up, she says, now. You send text. She says, I just wish my blankets weren't in the way, and her cats. You say, I know, shit, I forgot she had her cats. How did she hurt you, Puggy? Your DLD is kicking up. Just stop. We'll do the barn for you. You'll also get paid there. So is there another location where this possibly was going to happen?
No.
It's sounding like you're talking about a barn and she'll get paid there. What do you mean?
It was referring to the movie, and the part about paying her was to shut her up and...
She says, can you get hard? You say, maybe. She says, fuck her. Or hold her down flat on her back for me. You say, is she wearing pants? Or she says, shorts. You unsent a message. Unders. She says, I don't know. I doubt it, to be honest. I want to scare her by popping a balloon by her ear. You said, oh God, laugh my ass off. She says, should I? You say, maybe. She says, this isn't helping. She says, what? She says, do something. You say, let's give her false sense of security and I'll set the barn up. It is the hell tunnel. You also say, I'm trying to figure this out. Would y'all be able to meet me at the mall tomorrow after 8? I'll do it. She said, she's fake sleeping. You said, yes. I'm going to take her elsewhere, so be ready Wednesday around 1 p.m. She says, CPTSD episode. You say, close your eyes. This is not good for you. Put on rain sounds. She says, if she's faking, make it seem like we're fighting and fake hurt me. The episode is real. Bit used to advantages. You say, CPTSD will make you flip out. I can actually give you a stroke because when it flares, you twitch. She says, it's okay, trust me. You said you will lose mobility to your right side of your body. What's CPTSD?
Chronic post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay. She says, I'll be okay. Let's do this and have her get hurt in the process. You say, how does she get hurt? She says, bring out the knife and miss me. Bring out the knife and miss her. Not yet. Put the knife away. Or go through with it. Start fighting me. Start beating her, please. Have her here's already a trigger. Even hearing her name and seeing her face. You say, why don't you hit me while I fake sleep? She says, make a worse bad guy, no thanks. Not really. She says, just hurt her. Badly, please. She says, this sounds bad, but show me how much you love me. This is when your Hulk side can come out. You say, I know. She says, please. You say, I'm trying to figure out how to bring him out. Bring out the Hulk?
Yeah, it's the anger side.
Why do you want to bring out the anger side?
I didn't want to.
It says here, I'm trying to figure out how to bring him out.
I was under the covers and just sitting still. I was under the blankets.
She says, this is pointless. You won't do it no matter how many opportunities you have. You say, Puggy. She says, you don't love me. I get it. No one does. You say, hit me. She says, my right leg is out of commission. There goes the spasm again. You said, why is it a vibrator? She says, oh, well, do something. OW. Not to me, shithead. You say, shithead, we fake fighting? She says, it actually hurts, though. OW, my foot is literally up your ass. You say, meep. She says, get out of the blankets and go full Hulk on her. Owie. Come over me. Sit on me like when we fight. You say, turn on rain sounds and start fake sleep kicking. She says, okay, there's a tear. You say, what? She says, owie. Bring out Hulk. Remember the anger from the night. Fill it, but use it on her, please. Stop with the socks, dude. You say, LOL. She says, voodoo. You say, LOL. Blanket moves. He's like, oh, playtime. She says, I've got a voodoo on me. LOL. Here is a picture. What is this picture?
That here be the cat voodoo.
That's the cat voodoo?
And that's me trying to sleep.
Yeah. She says, can you please finish this? Now. OW, I'm short. You say, hello, Munchkin. She says, I want Smokey. Fucking claw, bro. Stop. Don't make me get you. Please do something about her now. Don't break me again. You say, oh, fuck. You say, get a cat and throw it over by her cats. She says, I can't reach them. Dude, just do something. Hurt her and this. Don't involve the cats. You say, the cat's a distraction. She says, I give up. There's no point in trying anymore. You say, voodoo is pissing them off. She says, yeah. You won't do anything and I physically can't. You have no clue how much this hurts. You say, the list for you was made specifically for you. What list?
It was the grocery list we were talking about.
This is the grocery list?
There was a grocery list that she sent me, which had like beets and carrots and stuff.
Good night. I know it hurts. I just want you to do it so you can feel the rush of adrenaline. What do you want her to do so she can feel the rush of adrenaline?
Buy the beets and carrots.
You want her to go to sleep so she feels the rush of adrenaline?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I wasn't having it anymore.
Okay. She says, I physically can't. I need fucking help. But no, you're just playing games. I'm genuinely upset. You say, I'm not playing games. I am wanting to see you do this. She hurt you the most, caused trauma. You're being asked to finish this. You want to see her do what?
I told, right after she had sent that, she came over to take off the covers off my head and asked me, what do you want me to do? And I was like, go sleep.
So you want her to go to sleep because Grace hurt her and caused her drama? And you're asking her to finish it? You're talking about her going to sleep?
Yes.
I just need help, is what she says. You're doing nothing again, she says. You say, yes, I want to help, but I cannot aid you. I can coach you what to do. You can coach her what to do? What do you mean by coach her?
Tell her to go to bed.
Oh, okay. Text me. Stand up for me once. I feel like I'm going to vomit. And here's all of these. I'm still fucking awake. Wake up. What? Hey, I have a plan with what I said. All I have to do is be over there at my fam's place and call the cops for a breaking and entering. Hold up, listen. Okay, plan B. Just tell her she needs to leave. Follow my lead, my lady.
Yes.
What do you mean?
So I told her, follow my lead, lady. Follow my lead, my lady. Telling her that I'm going to just I was getting everybody ready to go.
You were getting everyone ready to go?
Yes.
What's plan B?
Plan B is getting everybody ready to go.
Just tell her to leave, dude. I'm in a mood. I did through Insta, so now what? Operation Kick Out, me following the call to the cops once at my family's. How about I just explain why I'm angry and why she's not wanted, okay? Show me what you sent her. You worked with Christian. She says she's leaving at 3:30. Still? Yeah, why did you pop off my little firecracker? What would you like me to do? Stab her? I don't fucking know. I don't have the energy to do shit. Read what she's saying. Is she stupid? Yes. I'm fake getting thrown out. You're fake getting thrown out.
Yes, that's what I call fake getting thrown out, because she kicks me out, and 5 days later she asked me to come back. It's like, oh, come on. I can't be jumping from place to place.
Yeah, follow my lead, my lady. We can hear you. You say they want me to spend what I have saved for the house. Don't. You said, I know not to, and I am not feeling good. Still told Steven, and he said, okay. She said, you heard that right. You said, yeah. This legendary piece about Pokemon unless I ask your mom to give me a ride to Target, and you do what is needed. You do what is needed. What is needed?
That was telling her to, because she wanted to talk to me. She wanted to talk to me as I was there, and I told her that Grace's mom was coming there to pick her up.
What?
Grace's mom was coming there to pick her up.
I don't understand. You didn't answer my question. What?
And I told her to.
What does she need to do that is needed? Simple question.
To leave.
To leave? Who needs to leave?
Kiara needs to leave.
You do what is needed. Doesn't make sense. Her mother's a backup ride, okay. Want me to get your mom to give me a ride to Target so you can take my stuff into the back room and her mom and your mom don't get into it? Yay or nay? Wait a bit though, okay, how long? Until there's a clue on when she's leaving. She admitted to me when she lived at those apartments and she was sober then. She admitted to me also back when I first met her calling you crazy. Those are the end of the messages. Tell me about all those messages, man. Sound crazy, don't you think?
I sound crazy, yes.
What's going on there?
I just wanted everything to stop because I got caught in the middle.
You want everything to stop?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I wanted everything to stop because I got caught in the middle of them two's bullshit.
You wanted everything to stop?
Yes.
How about we put the handcuffs back on? Is that all right? Anybody? I'm thinking handcuffs might be good about right now. I don't think anyone, these...
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll skip forward through these portions that have been stipulated to redaction by the parties.
Thank you. I don't think these...
Right, you tell us everything that happened. Tell us the truth. Tell us everything. It'll be better for you. Things will be a lot better for you moving on. If you just come out and you cooperate, you tell us everything that happened. Tell us the truth. Tell us everything. It'll be better for you.
Would I be able to talk to you privately?
Yes. You want her to leave?
Yes.
All right, kick it. Tell me what happened, man. Clear your conscience. What happened? Don't think about it. Just put it all out there. Tell me what happened. You'll feel better.
I'm not thinking. It's just, I was asked to help quite a bit in those messages.
Yes, you were.
And I didn't want to help. I didn't want to help. I didn't want to help. Simple fact that it was my friend. So I was trying to find a plausible alternative to get her out of there to safety. And that was when I called my friend Chris and Christian. They were right in the neighborhood. And they were like, well, let's get the evidence set up for her to come over. And after that, I started sending I sent some messages back to make it sound like I was doing something stupid, but I didn't plan on intending it to happen.
Well, what about all the messages where you're clearly egging her on? And you could tell me you're talking about something else, you're referencing movies. The one
is actually a reference to a movie. That's the only one that I'm going to say.
We'll give you that. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that one. But all the other ones that you were saying you meant something else, come on. Isaac, come on. You know you were talking about something else, right?
Yes.
You know you were. So if you're going to sit here and tell me that you didn't want this to happen, that you were trying to talk her out of it and push her away from it, the messages don't say that, man. So tell me what really happened. What's the point of all this? Why did this happen?
The point was that...
It's over, Isaac. It's over. Look at me. Look at me. It's over, dude. It's over. What you can do from here on out is be truthful and help us understand why this happened. Mistakes happen, dude. You need to own it. Tell me everything. Don't sugarcoat it, don't bullshit it, tell me everything.
I can agree I made a mistake texting back how I sounded. I can agree that she wanted me to help and it sounded like I wanted to help. I didn't want to help.
You didn't want to help?
No.
But you wanted her to do it?
She wanted to do it the whole time and I didn't...
Did you want Kiara?
No.
You did not want her to kill her?
No.
What did you want?
I wanted a peaceful resolve.
So what about all those messages where you're pushing her towards it? That wasn't a peaceful resolve. If I had looked up a stream of messages and it's you telling her, no, be peaceful, don't do it, chill, put the knife away, why are you being like this? That's understandable. That's reasonable. That's in line with what you're telling me. Do you want to go through all the messages again? We sure can. And I can see if you can come up with the same lies again. Do you want to do that?
No.
Then stop telling me you wanted a peaceful resolve when we know you did it. And tell me what happened. Why were you guys doing what you were doing?
I was doing it out of the kindness of my heart to stay, because she needed a place to stay.
Yeah.
And her mom called me.
Let's fast forward to later on, to when you guys are plotting and scheming. Why were you guys doing that? What's the point?
The point was, Kiara was already talking about this quite frequently.
Okay.
About killing people. And she had talked about killing me, her mom, Grace, they're killing Sebastian, they're killing Ozzy, they're killing Brady. The list goes on.
Is that the list that you were referring to in the messages?
No.
No.
That was a grocery list.
That was a grocery list?
Yes.
Okay.
He's sticking to the grocery list.
As I'm saying,
beets and carrots.
She wanted to start killing people. I didn't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a part of anybody who kills.
But you were part of it last night, right?
I understand.
Were you or were you not? Look at all the messages you were telling her.
I was a part of the messages sounding schemish and plotty, kind of feel. I don't know how to say words now. I was a part of those messages.
He's dancing around it. His face screams guilty. think that's pretty much a
What else,
confession.
what else can you tell me? What time did this actually happen at? What time did the killing actually happen at?
12:47.
It didn't happen when you went to go pee, did it?
It happened when I went to go pee.
So like you said earlier, everything was cool, you went to go pee, came back and she killed her. Just like that. And you were surprised that she did it.
I was just like, what do I do from here?
You hadn't thought that far.
What do I do from here? And she's all, well, dispose. I'm gonna get Al and me, Al and Kiara, we're gonna get together to dispose of the body. And I was like, oh no.
You thought, oh no?
I thought, oh no.
But you're messaging her throughout the whole night, talking about this happening. Talking about stabbing her and wait till she's asleep, and you're egging her on. But then this happens and you're like, oh no. You haven't seen the garage, right? I've seen what it looks like. I don't think that happened in 30 seconds to 2 minutes that it took you to go inside and pee. There's a lot of injuries there is what it looks like.
I was not involved with any of it. I was inside the house. To pee. I was inside the house to pee.
What's Kiara gonna tell me? Because you don't want to talk to her.
I don't know what she's gonna tell you.
Have you been truthful to me this whole time?
I have tried to be truthful.
You tried to be truthful, but you haven't the whole time, right? You've sprinkled some lies in there here and there. Can you at least give me the respect of that?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm an idiot.
What do you mean?
I'm some dumbass.
You're not dumbass. Don't put yourself down.
It's all that everybody calls me.
Isaac, I'm not calling you that right now. I think you're making a mistake.
I know you don't call me that, but everybody calls me that. Everybody calls me dumbass or idiot.
Is it true? Do you feel you're a dumbass or you're an idiot?
I don't.
Then who cares what people say, man? You know what I think? You know what I think, Isaac? I think you made a mistake. That's all I think. I think you made a mistake last night and today.
The only thing I want to do is go with my mom and dad.
Okay, well, before we get to that point, I would like the truth from you. The full truth. Are you ready to give that to me?
Yes.
Hit it. Say it all, don't censor it, tell me everything that happened.
Off come the rings.
Those messages were me telling her how to plan it out.
Okay. Keep going.
And throughout the night, I was getting prodded. We got told to leave. I was told to leave, so was Grace. And I started packing my bags. And when I finished packing, I had to go pee. Came back. There was a dead person in there, Grace. Well, it seemed dead. And from there, all I decided to do was call my mom. Because my mom's my safe spot. My mom's the only person that I really can go to. I did something stupid. I partook in being involved in some stupid text messages, and I'm the dumbass. I'm the idiot.
No, you're the conspirator. Possibly the instigator.
That's me being truthful, sir.
Did you want this to happen to Grace?
I do not want it to happen to Grace.
So then why all the messages last night?
I wanted it to happen to me.
Well, your messages didn't say that.
I wanted it to happen to me. I don't know if you know, but I've been going through a lot lately.
Sergeant Beale, before we go to the third clip, when we went through the messages as they've been admitted through Facebook, the emojis don't come through. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you said that for the most part they're the mushroom emoji. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall in the message that states if you can't do it, I'll place a emoji on her for you to watch?
Objection, leading.
I laid a foundation for my question on evidence. Okay. Do you recall all of the emojis that were utilized?
Not specifically from memory, their exact layout within the context of the investigation, but I do remember seeing them.
Okay. And on a specific question, or on a specific message that began, "If you can't do it," do you recall the specific emoji that was utilized?
Skull and crossbones, I believe.
On the one that stated, "If you can't do it, I'll place a blank emoji on her for you to watch." Do you recall offhand what that was?
I do not know.
And did you document the phone as it appeared when you were going through it?
Yes, so after that interview, I took the phone and I used my department work phone and I photographed all of these messages that were just laid out there. And the reason for this was to preserve them just in case something unforeseen would happen, such as the extraction not be successful of the phone, or there not be any other way to recover it, and somehow the phone gets erased, or just out of caution, I wanted to take some physical pictures of those messages to preserve them.
And would looking at a physical picture refresh your recollection as to which emoji was used in the "If you can't do it, I'll place a blank on her for you to watch"?
Yes, absolutely.
And first witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sergeant Beale, I'm going to approach you and hand you a document. I'll ask you to review it, hand it back to me, and then I will re-ask my question. Please don't answer until I re-ask my question.
Thank you. Oh, yes, I remember.
Sergeant Beale, would examining that document refresh your recollection as to the specific emoji that was used in the "If you can't do it, I'll place a blank on her for you to watch"?
Yes, it was a picture of a target, like a bow and arrow target.
Thank you. So now at this time, I'll play the third video clip of your interaction with Isaac Apodaca.
Number is 971-381-0111.
That is Kiara's.
That's Kiara's. Okay. What do you mean here when you say that? Huggle, I am wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy.
I wanted her to just end it.
Uh-oh.
And I do mean what it means in the text.
You meant what it says in the text?
Yes.
Why? Come on, man. Help me make sense of all this, dude.
He was bringing great suffering to Kiara.
Who was?
Grace.
Grace was bringing great suffering to Kiara?
Yes.
And that's why you wanted Kiara to kill Grace?
Not just.
What do you mean, not just?
Something that, I hate to do this to you all, but Kiara was actually a part of back in 2017. Were you able to close the door so I can tell you this?
Sure. Go for it.
Slams the door in the officer's face.
Back in 2017, Kiara, Grace, as they were going out, Grace decided to decided to sell Kiara.
I saw that in the messages.
Into sex slaves. And that is actually how Kiara lost her virginity. It was by force.
I see.
She had reported the report to Santa Fe Police Department, and they had actually done nothing. And with that text message, I just meant what I said.
So did you want Grace dead, kind of because of all that?
I did.
Okay.
There's the motive.
I don't like it when people hurt people.
I can tell.
And when I said I hate to bring it down on y'all, it's not you guys as the individuals, it's the people at that time.
Yeah.
They did nothing about it, and I had to sit there with a detective that was like, oh, all we can do is just keep an eye out for these people.
You didn't feel like enough. I still don't think all this happened in the time you went to OP. Did you watch this happen?
I did not watch this happen.
Did you help?
No.
Would you have helped had you had the opportunity?
No.
But you did want Kiara to kill Grace. So had it happen in front of you, would you allow it to happen?
No.
But you wanted it to happen?
I wouldn't have allowed it if it happened in front of me. I would have, if it was started exactly like I thought it, exactly how people thought it would have started, I would have just separated the two. And technically, this is the stupidest thing I say to myself, and I'll probably say it to me, but I'm saying something stupid about myself. I'm the human punching bag. I take everybody's hits. I also need the bathroom, but I don't.
I'll have a guy take you now. You feel a little bit better now that we kind of got it all out? It sucks when you kind of keep things in like that, you know? Part of healing is being honest and letting everything out.
Part of healing is being honest, letting everything out. It's another demon in my closet that I gotta fight.
Well, we all have those, right? Or just in different forms.
I have 3 demons that I don't like. One came in the form of people when I was a dumbass kid. Just put it like that, we were all dumbass kids when we were little. I decided to steal from Walmart, and never again will I do that, because now a lot of kids look up to me and it's like, no.
Yeah. You don't sit there.
Now I can't go to Walmart. I don't think they were supposed to play that.
We heard Mr. Apodaca say that there was a second phone located on the refrigerator bedside table in the garage, and we heard from CST Maria Tena that there was a cell phone that was collected from that location. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and was that cell phone, that secondary cell phone, was an extraction performed on that phone?
Yes, an extraction was performed.
And what, if anything, was recovered from that cell phone that was on the refrigerator next to the bed?
When I went to review the extraction data on it, there wasn't anything on it. There was an empty extraction.
No data at all?
No data.
Speaking of extractions, we saw evidence that there was a phone that was recovered from underneath Grace's body. Do you recall that phone?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to utilize a password to determine who that phone belonged to?
Yes, it belonged to Kiara McCauley.
Okay, and were you able to go and obtain an extraction on that phone?
Yes, I was. After I got a search warrant for that phone, I transported the phone to RCFL in Albuquerque, the Regional Communications Forensic Laboratory, and under the guidance and supervision of one of the technicians there, I performed the extraction myself.
Okay. And after you personally performed that extraction, did you review it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and as to the SMS text messages on that phone, were you able to compare those to the SMS text messages extracted off of Isaac Apodaca's phone?
Yes, I was, and they were consistent. They were the same.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant, how long does an investigation last?
It really depends on the investigation. This one, for example, started October 29th, well, technically the 28th of 2022, and there's been follow-up investigation and work that needs to be done on it all the way to today.
And going to late 2025, did you conduct any follow-up interviews?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were there any individuals that you made contact with that ended up being relevant to your investigation?
Yes, I did. Miss Kiana Aguilar, who gave a testimony the other day.
Okay. We heard Isaac Apodaca state that there was a 2017, more or less a gang rape against Kiara, essentially orchestrated by Grace. In the course of your investigation, did you go looking for SFPD reports for any such allegation?
Yes, I did, but I didn't find anything like that.
So, Your Honor, for purposes of the record, we previously admitted states 7 through 17. We have, pursuant to our discussions outside the presence of the jury, now have 7A through 17A inclusive.
Yes.
We have to fast forward a little bit. We're almost done with this day.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit what's been marked as States Exhibit 7A through 17A inclusive.
Any other objections?
No objection.
17A through 17A are admitted. So originally, if you recall, when we talked about these the first time, it was 7 through 17. These are now the portions which the court has ruled are appropriate to be before you for your consideration.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to publish.
We'll do this, and then we'll probably recess for the day. I'll give some final instructions. It's 4:50.
Okay.
Last
Beginning
publish.
with the one labeled, and on these exhibits, Sergeant Apodaca, are the dates of the conversations listed on the exhibit?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. On the disc containing these actual recorded conversation clips, are the dates of the conversations listed on each exhibit?
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you. So beginning with the one.
Hold on. Look at the monitor. What we still have up.
Yes.
You'll need to send the new file.
And when I have it open on my screen, it'll play when I click it. So beginning with 1/8 of 2023, which is actually 11A.
Yeah, so here's 4 things, 5 things that you should know about that night. You texted me and I said I was sick, correct?
Right, you know what?
That I was sick.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't have my phone because it was charging.
Yeah.
3, the text messages are not mine. 4, I was handed my phone that after Kiara did whatever she did.
Uh-huh.
And then 5, I was at AP Wireless the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So the detective coercing me into saying something that I didn't even do.
Moving to the clip labeled 11423, labeled as States 12A.
I know I'm innocent. I know I didn't do anything. The text messages aren't mine. Everything that I've been saying is the truth.
Moving to a clip labeled 11823, which is States Exhibit 13A.
That night, I woke up late, asked for a ride, because Kiara gave me a list, a grocery list, to go to Walmart to get some groceries. She wanted to make a stew or something. So I did that. And came back, had the groceries put in and everything, but left my phone in the garage.
Okay.
And then I came back because I cooked up some chicken strips. I think I remember telling you about the chicken strips that I like.
Mm-hmm.
You remember them?
Yeah. Well, I don't remember the name, but.
Then after that, Grace came over. Kiara went into the main house to get prepared for something, and she took her sword with her. You know what I mean?
No.
Do you know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
I'm hearing you, but.
Yeah. So, and then after she did that, she went to the park and walked. Well, she told me when she went to the park and walked around with her sword unsheathed. There was going back and forth to that area. I didn't even do anything.
Uh-huh.
So how does that sound when you have somebody else there walking around with a sword unsheathed?
I don't know.
At the park in the middle of the night.
How does that sound? Is that a good enough story?
We didn't hear nothing.
I know. But after that, I was trying to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm trying to go to bed, when Kiara was over there using like a plate and rubbing it against my back.
Mm-hmm.
I did eventually get sleep for an hour, and then I had my phone thrown at me, and my phone was at 14%.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was charged when I gave her the phone after I texted until 6 you. I gave her the phone.
No. Uh-huh. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, sir.
Okay. Well, and then after I did that, I called y'all because I was supposed to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went back after the call. I went back inside the garage to start packing up my stuff. And then that's when she told me that she wanted me back in a few days. I already made my decision that I was going to leave the relationship.
Now to 120 of 23, which is on disc 14, States Exhibit 14A.
And I was to Ayden, Apodaca?
Yeah.
And then the other one, like I told you, I don't remember if I told you, but he had another Facebook account called Null Void.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, who's Null Void? It's just a Marvel character.
The villain.
Yeah, but like I said, he's a Marvel character. And then she's like, oh, okay. And said, I got text messages at night. So I sent them to her. Yep. I sent them to her. I also sent her the one from Facebook, Ayden Apodaca, because I blocked that account because it was being hacked.
Yeah,
so actually send it to me.
I'm still trying to figure out who hacked it because it didn't seem like it was her. It didn't seem like it was Mary Lou.
Going to 122.
I texted Grace that morning telling her, we're in danger, me and you. Let's get out of here as soon as possible.
That was 122.23 on 15A. Sergeant Beale, did you ever see any text messages from either of Isaac Apodaca's accounts or phones to Grace Jennings about being in danger?
No, not that I can recall.
Going to 16A, which is 213.23.
Here's something that I want everybody to know, whoever may be listening. I'm going to say this. Kiara McCulley is a manipulator, a narcissist, and a person who knows how to use words, the same type of words there's words that the Russian KGB agents use, sleeper agents.
Yeah.
There's certain words that trigger me that she used to use, like prove your love to me.
Yeah, that's
KGB. That is one word, that is a phrase to me that makes me say things on impulse without thinking of the consequences.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
That's why I say that confession is a bogus confession, because when the detective said that, I said something stupid, thinking that I was going to go home on the promise that he said I was going to go home.
Oh, okay.
See, I had nothing to do with this whole situation. Nothing, except calling 911 after you called 911.
Yeah.
That's all I did.
Going to 17A, which is dated 4/9/2023 on the disc.
Yeah, this whole situation with what I'm facing is annoying because she went and did everything alone, on her own, willingly and out of her own free will.
Yeah.
And she's trying to play it out like I'm Charles Manson.
Going to 7A, which was 11/30 of 2022.
The date which everything happened.
Oh.
And I told her I didn't know anything was going to happen.
Go to 3 audio clips on 9A, which are all on 12/2/22.
She's trying to switch up the story and say I'm trying to help. I helped her. I did not help her. I wish I could talk to my attorney today, but
No, she'll see her on Monday.
I know it's just that whole story that the news is portraying. It made me feel horrible.
Because there was text messages.
Yeah,
that's the last time I heard about it.
Yeah, they said
it was on the newspaper.
They said there was text messages, but the text messages weren't even mine. And you can, if you were able to see the text messages, you would be able to tell, like, oh, this is so and so. This is Kiara talking. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Mom doesn't believe you.
That's so much stuff. Hold on. I'm trying to look for it. I'm trying to look for it.
Okay. It's just messed up that I'm dealing with a situation that she got me involved in. I have hope. Pray to God. I have nightmares about what.
Hold on.
And the third clip for this exhibit on 12/2/2022.
That morning, I just felt like something bad was going to happen, and that's why I called y'all, and I called y'all to pick me up.
Mm-hmm.
I know you guys couldn't pick me up because you guys were out delivering, but I don't know what else would have been my other choice to do.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to contact everybody on Facebook to help, but nobody responded.
All right, the final 2 clips. The first one is on 8A, labeled 12/2/22 as well.
I was going to the police station. She was smiling, singing, laughing, and everything in the police station, while I was just there, just like, why am I here? Why am I involved? I was getting frustrated, and I don't know if the detective talked to you, but the detective told me that I had to back up even from faith.
Mm-hmm.
So I was getting upset. So I wasn't the one involved.
And finally, states 10A, 12/5/2022.
What I was going to say was, I'm going to go through the text messages and the thing, the verbiage and the wordage on how I used it.
Yeah.
I check everybody to see how I texted.
Yeah.
Those texts don't match the same way I text theirs. The case.
Yeah.
Done. But they said that it was a willful act to commit, but they are seriously doubting that I was even a part of it.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the evening.
All right, which means we're going to take a
Just looking
little
at
bit of
where we are,
a
this
break.
witness will be on the stand tomorrow morning for cross-examination, and we do have, it looks like a full day tomorrow, so what I mentioned last
By
week.
break,
looks like
we're
it's
going to
happen.
fast forward.
It looks like we probably will go into Wednesday, and just for safety's sake, you should also look at Thursday at your schedules in case you might need to move things. We hope to get all the presentations to you tomorrow, but given what's left to cover, I'm not sure that that's going to happen. So we will go into Wednesday pretty clearly, and maybe into Thursday as well.
All right.
Give your notes to the bailiff. Again, the same instructions for the evening as every other evening. Don't look up any information. Don't speak to anyone or have any conversations about the hearing. Don't go by the locations that have been described to you.
Right. We've got all that. Okay, we need to hurry and catch up. So that was a doozy. Oh my goodness, was that a doozy? Let's see here. We've got. Day 5 now starting.
On the case. So it's really extend to experts. In fact, it often does not. Cross and redirect of Sergeant B. Hill, then Kiara McCauley, and then we'll end with Dr. Welner. Dr. Welner, as you know, is our expert witness, and we're asking that he be able to be present in the courtroom while Kiara McCauley testifies, as that may inform his opinions in the case.
Do we need to slow this down a bit?
He's an expert forensic psychiatrist.
Any objection?
I would object to this, Judge. I think the witness exclusion rule should apply to him. It should to all the witnesses. He should have reviewed what he needs to review for testimony. So I would ask that he be excluded.
Okay, we're down.
The exclusionary rule does not necessarily extend to experts. In fact, it often does not. Expert witnesses are set aside from lay people, sort of like case agents as well, and are expected to have more expansive knowledge and be less likely to be influenced by things they may see or hear.
It's an expert, they might talk faster.
Testimony relates directly to Kiara McCauley and Isaac Apodaca, it's within his purview as a forensic psychiatrist to consider the things that they may testify to in formulating his opinions on the case. So it's relevant and permissible.
And just to let the court, to put the court on notice, I do intend to ask Dr. Wallner also about coercive interrogation tactics, as I'm going to cross-examine the detective with. So I just want to put that out there, but I don't have anything further for the court in regards to that issue.
The motion to exclude is denied. He's allowed as an expert to listen to the testimony, and then you have ample opportunity to cross with respect to any testimony or opinions he may render. Okay, we'll be in recess. We'll get the jury in here and we'll get started. Need you back up on the stand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, quick break for the jury to come in. Wait for the jury to stand. There we go. They're all standing. You have to zoom. Yeah, they were far from the mics there. They're a little quiet. They should get better.
You may be seated in the courtroom. Let's go back on the record. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Attorneys and I have met. We've got a pretty full day, so we're going to get started immediately. We continue where we left off yesterday. Cross-examination, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Right. Good morning, Detective.
Hey, good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone.
We had a long day yesterday.
Yes.
Thanks for coming back. Detective, you advised Mr. Apodaca at the beginning of the interview that he was essentially not considered a suspect, correct?
That's correct. At that time and at that point in the interview, I had no indication that he was a suspect.
Okay. And you'd say that he had done nothing wrong, correct?
At that time, that was what I knew.
And in fact, you were even talking about Halloween plans with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You, though, believed him to be a suspect, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You believed him to be a suspect as the interview progressed or from the onset of the interview?
I didn't believe him to be a suspect until we got the consent to go through his phone, and I started seeing some of the messages that indicated that he might have had further involvement than I originally knew about.
Okay. At what point during the interview, Detective, did Mr. Apodaca's status change from non-suspect to suspect in your assessment?
I would say approximately in the second video that we watched yesterday, where we're going through his phone and we're manipulating it together, and I start to see certain aspects of the messages that are not consistent with his statement and start reflecting or indicating that he had some knowledge of what was going to happen before the homicide was committed. That's when my opinion changed.
Okay. And Detective, you told Mr. Apodaca the interview was more information gathering and just trying to have a conversation, correct?
Yeah, pretty much all police interviews are information and fact gathering. We're trying to figure out what happened.
And it would be safe to categorize this police conversation as an interrogation, correct, Detective?
No, I would classify it as an interview.
Okay, and we'll get to that in a bit. But at the time you made the statements, had you already reviewed, or that at the time that Mr. Apodaca made the statements, had you already reviewed the messages between Mr. Apodaca and Ms. McCauley discussing what they were discussing?
Can you clarify the time frame that you mean?
Towards the middle of the interview, maybe after the first break?
After the first break, I had not manipulated the phone whatsoever. It wasn't until I obtained the written consent from Mr. Apodaca and he informed me that there was no password on his phone that we opened the phone together. And those messages, as you see them played on the interview of part 2, was my very first time seeing those messages.
Okay. And you asked Mr. Apodaca to be truthful and told him you would be upfront with him, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And when you told Mr. Apodaca you didn't do anything wrong multiple times during the interview, you didn't necessarily believe that statement to be true, correct?
So if you're referring to the first portion of the interview, at the conclusion of it, when I tell him, hey, I don't feel like you did anything wrong, that was genuinely how I felt at the time. I even told him, from what I can tell, and those are the key words, from what I can tell, you have been completely honest with me. It wasn't until the second interview where we're going through the phone that that evidence showed dishonesty, in my opinion.
Okay. And when you obtained consent to search Mr. Apodaca's phone by telling him it would help him get his phone back sooner rather than later, that was somewhat of an interrogation tactic, correct?
No, not at all. So, and we can replay the interview if you'd like, sir. But I tell Mr. Apodaca, don't quote me directly, but I tell him I want to make sure you have all the information so you can make an informed decision. And I let him know with our phone, if we do end up getting a search warrant, this is the process for it. This is the timeline for it. If you give consent, this is the process here. Here's the paperwork. Take as much time as you'd like to review it. I would want the same thing if I were in his shoes. I would want all the information possible before I make a decision about what's going to happen with my personal property.
Okay. And you didn't tell Mr. Apodaca that obtaining a search warrant versus consent would affect or not affect whether criminal charges would be filed against him, correct?
No, I did not feel that was appropriate. And Mr. Apodaca did have a right to counsel, which was covered in the advisement of rights at the very beginning of the interview with him.
Okay. And Mr. Apodaca stated that he was scared and wanted to go to his parents' house, correct?
I'm not sure exactly what part of the interview that was in.
But he did communicate that during the interview, correct?
Maybe something like that, but I can't remember the context or exactly what was said at this time.
Okay. And Detective, when you first met Isaac on that day during what I characterize as an interrogation on October 29, 2022, you explicitly told him, "I have no reason to believe you to be a suspect right now," correct?
Yes, as we covered at the beginning of the interview, the first part, before we got into the messages that showed some conflictions with the facts of the case that I'd learned to that point, at that point, I did have no reason to believe he was a suspect, but things changed in the course of the interview.
The verbal
and Detective, you've
sparring
done many
is
of
great.
these interviews, interrogations, conversations, whatever you want to call them, with suspects and persons of interest, correct?
Yes, I would classify them as interviews, yes.
You have a rough idea of how many you've done?
To this point in my career or to that point in that day of the incident?
Okay, and you would consider yourself good at what you do, correct?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And generally speaking, lying is a tactic in police interrogations, correct?
Lying can be a tactic within police interrogations. In my experience, that is a risky maneuver and can be something that disrupts the trust between yourself and whoever you're speaking with within the interrogation or interview, rather. It's not something that I would commonly or frequently lean on as a practice.
He messed up and called it.
Now, you reiterated to Mr. Apodaca, as far as you could tell from everyone you had talked to, he had not done anything wrong, correct?
Again, I feel like we keep saying the same question over and over again, but at the time of the first interview, I did not believe he had done anything wrong. It wasn't until the second interview where we came across the messages where my opinion changed.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get at is you communicated to him and you made it known to him that he did not do anything wrong, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay, I'll move on. You observed firsthand that Isaac was kind of freaking out, for lack of a better phrase, and visibly scared?
At what point, sir?
I mean, throughout the interview, but certainly as the interview was progressing.
Can you clarify what you mean by freaking out?
That he was kind of panicking. He was a little anxious. He was nervous.
I would agree that he was anxious and nervous, which is a common behavior by people being interviewed. They can sometimes be nervous about what's happening. I would imagine especially so if they have any guilt on their conscience at all. But as far as any anxiety, I would say no. I think at one point in the interview, I even offered Mr. Apodaca an ambulance or medical care if he ever felt like he needed it, which he never requested.
Okay. And without going into anything that Ms. McCulley had stated in her interview, Kiara McCulley, their interviews were a stark contrast as far as demeanor is concerned, correct? Isaac's and Kiara's? Safe to say that Kiara was pretty even-keeled, not as anxious or concerned as Mr. Apodaca appeared to be?
I would not say that. I would say they both had their own separate demeanors that were unique in their own ways.
Okay. Now, Isaac agreed to do the interview, correct?
Yes, he did.
Isaac spoke to you, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, throughout the interview, Isaac denied hurting Kiara, correct? Or hurting Grace, correct?
Yes, throughout the entirety of the interview, from what I can recollect and from watching the video yesterday, at no point did Isaac ever say that he directly harmed the victim, Grace.
Okay. And Isaac remained cooperative throughout the investigation?
Define cooperative, sir.
I mean, he didn't ask the lawyer up. He basically answered all of your questions.
He did not request an attorney. He did answer all my questions. Now, he did not answer all the questions truthfully, which can be a form of not being cooperative.
So, Detective, if we can just limit it to what my question is. My question is, Isaac didn't refuse any questioning, correct? Yes or no?
He did not refuse any questioning.
Okay. No. On the second part of the interview he did with you, essentially cooperated throughout, I don't know, about the hour and a half, hour, 40 minutes of that interview, correct?
Until the point where he was lying about the messages, then he was uncooperative.
So, Detective, what I'm trying to ask is, he did not refuse to answer questions, and he never got confrontational during the questioning, correct?
Yes, if that's the question, he answered all questions and did not become confrontational.
Okay, and Detective, are you familiar with the Reed technique of interrogation?
No, I'm not. I'm familiar with it, but I have not gotten any formal training in the Reed technique.
Okay, and do you understand that is a technique that is used by detectives around the country in regards to police conversations, interrogations, discussions, different things with suspects and persons of interest?
If it's a top technique, then I imagine it is used within law enforcement, but it's not a technique that I've been trained in, no.
Okay. And Detective, false confessions often occur, though, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. 702. May we approach?
Objection 702. May we approach? Yes, everyone step up. fast forward. These sidebars must be interesting.
A tactic that's used?
Can you define what you mean by minimization?
Minimizing what the seriousness of the offense, or maybe just discussing different things like how he's excited about Halloween and different things. Are you trying to somewhat
build rapport,
loosen up the atmosphere for lack of a better term?
The discussion about Halloween was just conversation before the interview, and somewhat building rapport is prior to the start of the interview.
Okay. And implied promises, is that another tactic that could be used in interrogations?
Are you referring to in general or in this case?
In general and in this case.
I cannot and will not speak to in general what may or may not be used. I'm not a subject matter expert in interviews. I only have experience in training. In this particular case, I cannot recall making any promises and breaking them.
Okay. You did state you'll be going home.
Can you refer to what part of the video I promised the defendant that he'd be going home?
Early on in the video?
I don't recall making a promise that he would go home.
But when you were discussing Halloween and different things, it sounded like once he talks about what's going on, he'll be free to leave.
That wasn't my intention with talking about Halloween, implying that he'd be free to leave.
Okay.
We were just talking.
Certainty of guilt, is that a tactic that was used in this interrogation, Detective?
I don't know what that is, sir.
Okay, I'm not an idiot, Isaac. What happened? I mean, basically, you're saying he's pretty much guilty and that he would have to accept that narrative.
I would consider that cross-referencing things that I had seen on the phone, evidence I'd seen on the phone, and crossing that with statements he had made and how they don't make sense, and me trying to gather a statement that was consistent with the evidence that I had seen.
So basically, Detective, as the interview progressed, you wanted Isaac to confess to killing Grace.
I wanted the truth, and I said that multiple times in the interview. I wanted the truth from him.
Okay. And Isaac finished off the interview by saying, I didn't want it to happen to Grace?
I don't recall what the exact last statement was from Isaac in the interview.
Okay. Now, you took very few breaks during the entire interview, correct, Detective?
We took a total of 3 breaks during the course of approximately 2.5 hours, sir.
How long was each break?
Each break was approximately 5 to 10 minutes, I'd say.
Okay. And during the breaks, was the defendant permitted to leave the interrogation room?
Prior to starting the interview at the very beginning, the defendant was asked if he needed water or the restroom. In between each of the breaks, I don't recall if we ever asked the defendant if he needed the restroom or water. Had he ever asked for it, he would have absolutely gotten a restroom or water break, but I don't recall him ever requesting or asking for anything. Okay. And was the defendant alone during the breaks? Yes. Okay. And at no point did the defendant ask to stop the interrogation, correct? No. In fact, you had said that you needed a bathroom break in between, correct? I did not say bathroom break, but after our first approximately hour's worth of interview, I said that I would like a break. And that break was mostly to prepare the consent to waive phone record. I wanted to pre-fill that out and have that ready to review with the defendant. Okay, and you don't know if the defendant had adequately slept or was rested or had any sleep prior to the interrogation, correct? It was approximately 3:30 p.m. when the investigation began. A reasonable person sleeps during the nighttime hours. So let's just limit it to my question without speculating. You don't know if the defendant slept prior to the interrogation? I did not know what his patterns were before the interrogation. Okay. And a better question may be whether he was sleep deprived. I don't know if he was sleep deprived before the interview, no. I mean, people work different hours. People have different hours of sleep. It's very plausible that he had not slept in quite some time.
Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
I'll keep moving on, Judge.
Sustained.
Okay. Describe the interrogation room, Detective. The interview room is, I would classify it as somewhat of a smaller room. Rough dimensions, maybe approximately 8 foot by 8 foot, 12 foot by 12 foot, somewhere in that area. There is a table in the middle of it, a chair on one side, typically where the person being interviewed seats, and the person being interviewed can be a suspect, a witness, anyone.
On the other side of the table is typically the case agent or whoever's conducting the interview, and then there might be an extra chair or two within that room in case, depending on the circumstance, there's other people that are going to be present during the interview. Aside from that, the interview room is pretty plain. I don't recall if there's any like art or paintings or anything hung up in there. But aside from that, the interview room is monitored and recorded with both recording and video equipment.
How many exits were there in the room, Detective?
And there's one point of entry and one point of exit.
Okay. And repeat the dimensions again, Detective?
Approximately, and I'm not in construction or anything like that, but approximately maybe somewhere between 8 feet by 8 feet or 12 feet by 12 feet, maybe a little smaller, maybe a little bigger. I don't know for sure, sir.
Okay. And was the defendant told that the door was locked at any point?
I don't believe he was ever advised if the door was locked.
Okay. Now, can you describe your position relative to the defendant?
During the interview, sir?
Yeah.
Across from the defendant, as seen in the video?
Yes, Detective.
Yeah, I was seated across the table from the defendant.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Did the defendant ask for food or water?
Not that I can recall. Did he ever request food or water?
Was food or water provided?
No, just the initial water break before the interview began at around 3:30 p.m.
Okay. And were you standing over the defendant at any point?
No.
Okay. You remember what the temperature was in the room, generally?
A comfortable temperature, somewhat similar to this.
Okay. Now, you suggested to Isaac that talking would help him, correct?
I don't remember the exact language I used, but something along the lines of being truthful would be best.
Okay. And again, in that situation, I understand minimizing could be a term of art and all that, minimizing the scenario and all that, but just from your basic understanding of what minimizing a situation is, you are trying to minimize the seriousness of the situation, correct?
No.
By trying to build rapport, small talk, isn't that just making him feel more comfortable and trying to minimize the seriousness of why he's there?
Making him feel more comfortable is different than minimizing the situation. Someone died that day. That's a very serious thing to me.
Okay. Detective on the side, who trained you on these interrogation, interview, conversation methods?
I've received various perspectives and trainings on interviews, both from on-the-job training, from watching other detectives train or conduct interviews. I attended a peace interview course in 2022 prior to this incident. And then at both of the basic and advanced homicide investigation courses that I attended, they cover topics of interview training.
You stated you were in the Air Force?
No, in the United States Marine Corps.
The Marine Corps, to me. Yeah, and then thank you for your service. And in the Marine Corps,
thank you.
You were certainly trained extensively. Were you trained in interrogation tactics or anything like that?
No, I was never trained in interrogation tactics. I was a military police officer, so we received interview training in there as well.
Interview training?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Now, you told the defendant that or kind of asked him if he feels better or if he would feel better by letting loose and telling him or telling you essentially what you wanted to hear, correct?
No, not what I wanted to hear. I wanted the truth.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant took any medication during or prior to the interrogation, Detective?
No, I don't know about medication.
Okay. And did you inquire into any potential medical conditions that he may have?
No, not that I can recall, no.
Okay, so you're not aware of any medications that he may have taken regularly, correct?
No, the only questions I asked him pertained to alcohol and drug use during the incident, or if there was any evidence of that at the scene. I did not ask about any medication or medical diagnoses.
Okay, now you sure that the defendant actually understood your questions?
I felt like he understood my questions, yes.
Okay, but he did appear to be a little bit anxious?
Anxious and nervous, yes.
Okay, you're not trained to recognize psychological distress, are you?
Define psychological distress, and in what context?
Well, I'm asking the question, Detective. So, I mean, psychological distress is what it is. I mean, essentially, did he seem to be under any sort of mental distress, any sort of anxiousness, anything that you believe that could be problematic to getting a proper answer out of it?
One compound, getting into outside the scope of this witness's expertise. and testifying throughout the duration of his question.
And clarifying his question to me.
You can finish your question.
Okay.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Judge.
Can you repeat the question? I got lost there.
Okay. So are you trained to recognize psychological distress?
No.
Okay.
I love this
did
back
you
and forth. They're so
document
good.
the defendant's emotional state at all? Yes or no, detective?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. You didn't inquire as to the defendant's educational background or whether he had difficulty reading, did you, detective? Yes or no?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. And you do understand that age, experience, education, background, and intelligence are relevant factors when dealing with waivers of rights and things of that sort, correct, detective?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after the defendant made his statements, you pretty much ended the interview, correct?
Are you referring to the conclusion of the third video when we were done with the interview? Was the
I mean,
interview?
as soon as he made the statement that you wanted him to in regard to what you believe was incriminating, you pretty much ended the interview, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Come on up.
Skip.
Now, detective, during the interrogation, you told Isaac, "Dude, I'm not dumb," when you were pressuring him to change his account, correct?
Can you say the question again, sir?
You told Isaac, "Dude, and I'm not dumb," right?
Yes, I believe that was said by me at some point during the interview, yes.
So you're basically, that was a tactic to pressure him to change his account, correct?
No, not at all. That was me looking at the...
Yes or no? Are you saying no?
Can you rephrase the question to see if it's a yes or no question?
Well, that's what I said. I said you were pressuring him to change his account. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Mr. Apodaca stated he wanted a peaceful resolve.
He did state that.
You didn't explore what actions he took to achieve a peaceful outcome, did you, detective? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. When you never investigated agreements that Mr. Apodaca could have made to remove Grace from danger. Yes or no?
Can you rephrase the question? Or can you say the question again?
Okay. You never further investigated any attempts Mr. Apodaca made to remove Grace from danger, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
that's false.
No, you did not.
I did do... your phrasing of your question is confusing me. I'm disputing what you're asking.
Okay, so you're saying no.
Can you say the question again?
Okay. You did not further investigate anything that Mr. Apodaca may have done to remove Grace from danger.
Yes, I did.
Yes, I did.
There we go.
Okay. But you basically formed a narrative during that interview that you wanted Mr. Apodaca to agree to. Correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. You told Mr. Apodaca, "It's over, Isaac. It's over. You need to own it." You were trying to obtain a confession at that point, were you not, detective?
Your Honor, objection as to form and badgering.
Argumentative.
Asking a
Ask the
question.
question again.
Okay.
The detective smiles.
You told Mr. Apodaca, "It's over, Isaac. It's over, and you need to own it." You were trying to obtain a confession, were you not, detective?
No.
Okay. Not trying to be overly dramatic, but maybe I was.
Good work.
You created a narrative, again, before you started interviewing Mr. Apodaca, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, false evidence can often be presented to ascertain a narrative, correct?
It can, hypothetically.
So essentially lying can be a tactic in interrogations or interviews?
Are you asking me to speculate?
In your training and experience, detective.
Generally speaking, anything is possible, yes.
Okay. And eventually you basically got Isaac to agree with stuff you were just telling him, correct?
No.
Nope.
You agree that Isaac was kind of a people pleaser?
I don't agree.
Your Honor.
Counsel approach.
This is one of the best exchanges of this trial, I think. We're going to skip the sidebar for a minute.
No.
Oh, wait.
Really kind of...
Did I just back up way far?
Okay, detective. I mean, you can answer that as a yes or no question. Your observation. did Isaac come across as a people pleaser?
There you go. We're in the right spot. And I just messed up. Hold, please. People pleaser, people pleaser. Okay.
Okay, Detective. I mean, you can answer that as a yes or no question. I mean, your observation, did Isaac come across as a people pleaser?
No.
Was he kind of trying to become your friend almost in that interview?
No.
No.
Okay.
I was not accepting friend requests from Isaac during that interview.
You did tell Mr. Apodaca that things would be a lot better for you moving on if you just come out and you cooperate, correct?
Yes, I did state that.
Okay. Mr. Apodaca repeatedly said, I mean, he did say he was scared and he was shooken up, correct?
I don't recall the exact verbiage he used.
Okay. Hear that. And then you didn't consider that his mental state might affect the reliability of his statements?
Can you say the question again?
You never considered whether his mental state might affect the reliability of his statements, yes or no?
No.
Okay. You acknowledged that you stated that Mr. Apodaca made a mistake. You were essentially presenting a narrative that you wanted him to agree to at that point, correct, Detective?
No, not correct.
Okay. You told Mr. Apodaca he was going to jail that night, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you had not completed your investigation before making that assertion, correct?
No, the investigation carried on for several years.
Okay. And you had not interviewed Kiara McCulley by that time, correct, when you made that statement?
No, I had not.
Okay. Now, you've been sitting through this entire trial, right? You've been observing the witnesses, testifying, everything that's going on. There's absolutely no physical evidence linking Isaac Apodaca to the killing of Grace Jennings, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Answer the question.
The answer stands. Objections overruled.
Based on your investigation and everything you've observed in trial this week and last week, and throughout your investigation, you have no evidence that Mr. Apodaca was even present in the garage when Grace Jennings was killed, correct?
Your Honor.
Approach.
So now, I was surprised by the no on that last question. The detective, I think, should have said yes, that he was involved. Long sidebar. Detective's just chilling on the stand, doing what he's done all along. I don't know why the defense attorney chose to pick a fight with this detective, because he's outgunned.
Based on
back up
testimony in the trial so far that you've sat through, there's been no evidence presented that Mr. Apodaca was in fact present in the garage when Miss Jennings was killed, correct? Yes or no, Detective?
Up to this point, no.
Okay. And
can I re-clarify the question you asked before that? I feel like you misinterpreted my answer.
no, you can't.
Okay, thank you.
No, you
Not how
can't.
it works.
No worries.
Not how it works.
All right. Now,
I'm losing here. I set the rules.
Isaac did disclose to you that he has severe pre-existing personal trauma regarding violent deaths from.
He claimed that.
Yes, he did mention something like that.
Okay. And he told you that he previously witnessed his friend's essentially brains being blown out right in front of him while sitting in a car, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And he explained that an event like that essentially left him super traumatized, correct?
Yes, he stated that.
Okay. Now you would agree that panic attack and passing out in a police car are consistent with a severe trauma response, correct?
To clarify, generally speaking, would I agree?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, generally speaking, that could be an indication, sure.
Okay. And that could be consistent with severe trauma instead of a consciousness of guilt, correct?
Could be both.
Can you say the question again?
I mean, a panic attack and passing out in a police car are consistent with a severe trauma response and not a consciousness of guilt of any sort, correct?
I would need more context to answer the question.
Okay. Basically, detective, he could have an adverse reaction to severe trauma that can affect his ability to properly communicate with you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, 702.
Counsel approach.
We're going to get through this day really quickly because there are some serious sidebars going on.
Language that he used.
For the incident, Kira was acting...
Wait. Detective looks so smart.
That the night before the incident, Kira was acting highly volatile and violent towards him, correct?
I don't remember the exact language that he used. No.
Okay. You stated also that Kiara was bringing up past instances involving other women out of jealousy, correct?
Yes, correct. I remember that.
Okay. Isaac described Kiara actively threatening him with multiple weapons, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and that would include a butterfly knife, correct?
Yes, correct.
A dagger?
Yes.
A sword?
Yes, I believe he said she was swinging around a sword.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, and in regards to swinging a sword, he told you that Kiara swung a sword at him and actually nicked him in the arm, correct?
I don't remember if he said she nicked him in the arm. I do remember the part of him allegedly saying she was swinging around a sword.
Okay, and he told you that Kiara dragged a dagger across his face to see if he was scared, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Isaac explicitly identified that all three of these weapons, the butterfly knife, the sword, and the dagger, belonged to Kiara, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe approach real quick, Jan.
Come on up.
Real quick. Dancing around the motion in limites. They approached quickly, but then they spent a long time up there. 10 minutes later, they're still talking. There we go.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Okay. So I want to start by talking about the messages. You were asked on cross about whether or not you took steps to verify that the messages were sent by Mr. Apodaca. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so prior to receiving permission to open Isaac's phone and reviewing those messages with him, did you know what those messages were going to be?
No, I had no idea.
Okay, and when you reviewed those messages with Isaac, I'm not going to ask you to reiterate which portions, it's on the video, but did he acknowledge or deny that some of the messages were him?
Yes, he acknowledged that some of the beginning messages were him, and then there was a period of time where he outlines a select series of messages were not him, that allegedly Kiara was using another phone within the garage to message herself. And then when we go back higher up in the timeline of the messages, he does state in the interview that those messages are him sending them. Furthermore, when we examined his phone in the Cellbrite report...
We'll get to the phone examination. We'll just stick with the...
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We'll just stick with the interview for now. After denying that some of those messages were his, did that statement change later in your interview?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and can you explain that?
Later on in the interview, I asked him again if he sent those messages and if he meant what they said, and he agreed.
Going then after your interview with Mr. Apodaca, what if anything, did you do to cross-corroborate that Isaac Apodaca's phone was utilized to send those messages?
Yeah, so after I filed the search warrants for Facebook returns, cell phone data, and received all those reports that we have already displayed here, I did notice, especially in some of those messages that he had referenced was allegedly Kiara messaging Kiara, that the time difference between them was sometimes a second between each one. The messages were sent back and forth very quickly, which indicated to me from an investigative standpoint that it was not Kiara messaging Kiara.
And speaking of the Facebook warrant returns, you mentioned that you executed Facebook warrants for both Kiara's account and Isaac's account. Is that correct? Or for the null void account?
Correct.
Okay. And when you had the Celebrite extraction done, what were you able to observe in the Celebrite extraction as it relates to the use of the Facebook Messenger app off of Isaac's phone?
I'm sorry, it was slipping my mind for a minute, but the IP addresses for the phones indicated that the phones or the users that were using them was Kiara and Isaac.
And then referencing State's Exhibit 88 here in my hand, it's been previously admitted as the log entries for the use of the Facebook Messenger app. When you reviewed this, what did you see in this log entries of the use of the Facebook Messenger app from Isaac Apodaca's extraction?
Can I reference the document?
Sure, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Can I approach?
Yes.
I'll just ask you to review it. I'll take it back, and then I will re-ask my question.
Just some light reading.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it did.
So having reviewed State's Exhibit 88, the log entries from the extraction of Isaac Apodaca's phone, based on the Celebrite extraction that you obtained, what did you observe as it relates to the use of the Facebook Messenger app during the relevant time period, October 28th to October 29th, on Isaac's Apodaca's cell phone?
The Facebook record indicates that he sent a series of messages throughout the night, and then it shows and is collaborated with the Celebrite report that he uses the Facebook call feature to contact his mother, and then calls his mother through the actual line to her actual line.
You were asked on cross about, there was a reference to the defendant passing out in the back of a police car. In the course of your investigation, did you determine whether Isaac Apodaca had passed out in the course of in the back of a police car?
No, I never was told anything about that, nor do I have any knowledge of that.
When you were asked about Isaac's demeanor and mental state during his interview, and at one point, Isaac Apodaca did appear to cry. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. During your second interview, the portion where you review the text messages with him, did Isaac Apodaca cry during any of that portion?
No, his demeanor, no.
Okay. What was his demeanor during that portion, the second portion of the interview, and the third portion?
Calm. He didn't seem to have anxiety during that portion of the interview when I was asking those questions.
Okay. At any point, did you in fact lie to Isaac Apodaca?
No.
In conducting your interview with Isaac Apodaca, what was your goal?
My goal is to find the truth, to find out what happened in that garage. And I stated that several times throughout the interview. I wanted as much information as possible, as much truthful information as possible about what happened to Miss Grace Jennings.
Did the discovery of those, what, if any, impact did the discovery of those text messages have on your investigation? Or, sorry, I keep saying text messages. The Facebook Messenger messages and text messages. What, if any, impact did those have on the investigation?
Well, in the short term, in the scope of the interview, it altered Mr. Apodaca from being potentially just a witness to a suspect, resulted in us charging him that day. And it gave me some more insight when I proceeded into my investigation with Miss Kiara McCauley.
Thank you. A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We'll reserve this witness out of abundance of caution.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead
Every
and
witness.
break at this time.
Every witness is
15
reserved.
minutes. We'll reconvene at 10:30. If you'd go with the bailiff, please.
All rise.
All rise. Okay, we're going to skip ahead for the morning break because we need to. There's the break. And we are back with the jury coming in. Hang on. Waiting for them to stand up. Okay, here we go. Next witness, buckle up, guys. I need everyone to be on their best behavior. Please don't do anything that we're going to regret. I might have to crank the volume on this witness. This is Kiara. Yeah, Goodman Law Firm. I'm revoking your court choosing privileges after this one. I'm sorry. You no longer get court choosing privileges. I lost house choosing privileges when I bought this house. You lose court choosing privileges. This is wild. It's got some good parts, but this part is. I didn't sleep last night, worried about what's about to come up here. So be on your best behavior, please. This covers areas we normally do not cover on this channel. If you got kids watching, this is sad, tragic, and mixed with crazy and unbelievable and just so depressing. And about every other thing that's happening. And I don't know how much of it is true, if any. But yeah, this is not a witness for kids to watch. But here we go. I think I need to fast forward. Just don't. That's the jury coming in.
You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record. Who is the state's next witness?
The state calls Kiara McCauley, Your Honor.
You would face me and raise your right hand. I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Everything we do has to be recorded, so I'm going to ask you to move a little bit closer to that microphone. You don't need to lean into it. It just needs to be in front of you to catch your voice.
Okay.
If you'd begin by stating your name
pointed at you,
for the
please.
jury and spelling your last name for us, please.
I'm Kiara McCulley, MCCULLEY.
Ms. Murphy, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, and can you just get a little closer to the mic?
Okay, is that better?
Yes, thank you. When is your birthday?
December 4th, 2002.
How far did you get in high school?
11th grade.
What's your mom's name?
Lanny.
When you go to October of 2022, where were you living on October 28th, 29th of 2022?
The garage of my mom's house, which is 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay. Did anyone else live in that garage with you?
It was me and Isaac.
Okay. Were there any parks or features, public spaces near that house at 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There were a few schools, and then there's a park just about a block away.
Do you know if that park had a name or the cross streets near it?
I don't remember.
Okay. I want to talk about someone named Grace Jennings, okay? Do you or did you know somebody named Grace Jennings?
I did.
How old were you when you met Grace?
I don't remember the exact age. I just know I was in 2nd grade when I met her.
Okay. How did you meet her?
I was best friends with her little sister.
Going forward into your early teen years, what was your relationship with Grace?
We were friends for a while, and then we started dating.
Okay. How long did you date?
About 8 months, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say that you guys dated?
Like, we were in a semi-serious relationship.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
That she was pretty much number one above me in my life. She meant everything to me at the time.
What would you do, you and Grace, during that time frame?
We would go out, we would have fun, just be kids.
Did you eventually break up?
Yes.
Okay. Without saying anything anyone said or did, how did that breakup impact you emotionally?
It was really difficult for me. Okay. I'm the one who ended it, but I never really let go.
Okay. After you and Grace broke up, did you eventually start dating somebody named Isaac Apodaca?
I did.
How did you meet Isaac Apodaca?
I had talked to Grace, and we were just talking about meeting up at the Santa Fe Place Mall so that I could see if she was worth bringing back into my life. And when I was there, Isaac was there with her.
Okay. And what happened?
We started talking and hanging out. We were just doing what normal kids do, you know? And then later in the night, he walked me home. And the next day we were supposed to meet up, all three of us, and Grace didn't show up. So it turned into Isaac and I's first date.
Okay. And do you remember the year that happened?
2019.
How long did you and Isaac Apodaca date?
3.5 years.
Is Isaac Apodaca present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and tell me what he's wearing?
He's over here wearing a quite nice suit and a blue tie.
Your Honor, can the record reflect that this witness identified Isaac Apodaca?
She has.
Thank you. Okay. When you and Isaac were together, did you have pet names or nicknames for each other?
Yes.
Okay. What was the nickname that Isaac would use for you?
Puggle.
Puggle?
Yeah. It means baby platypus.
Okay. And what was your nickname for Isaac?
Otter.
It's like a platypus, but without the duck bill.
And you stated that you lived together with Isaac?
Yes.
Where did you first live together with Isaac?
My mom's house.
And when you say the house, what do you mean?
It's the 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Mm-hmm.
That's the house that we were living in.
Okay.
We were in the bigger room at the front of the house.
Okay. In the main house?
Yes.
Right. And how long did you live in the main house together, you and Isaac?
It was on and off between there and other locations for most of our time together. I can't remember exactly how long.
Okay.
It was most of it.
Did you ever live in any other locations on the property at 5941 Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that other location?
The garage.
Okay. Why did you move to the garage?
Isaac was telling me that my mom wasn't really that great for me, so I needed to get some space.
Okay. Can you kind of describe the general layout of the garage?
We moved things around a few times, but when you first go in, to the right of you, there's the TV and a table, and the bed is right in front of you.
Okay. What size was the bed, if you remember?
It was a queen.
A queen? Okay. I want to talk a little bit about something that happened on April 4th of 2022. Without saying anything else, do you know what I'm referring to when I say that day?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Briefly, what happened on April 4th of 2022?
I was having a hard time and debating things, and I told Isaac about what I was thinking about, and he had a complete breakdown and attacked me.
What do you mean he attacked you?
He started beating me up.
Okay. Did you have any injuries?
Yes, he broke my thumb and left a lot of bruises.
And when you say you were debating things, what were you debating?
Our relationship.
Did you go anywhere for medical care after that happened?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to, which hospital was it? It was not St. Vincent's. What was the other one called? Sorry, it's been so long since I've been there.
It's okay. You went to the hospital?
Yeah, I went to the hospital.
All right. And did you speak to the police at all about that incident?
I did.
Okay. Did you pursue charges for it?
I did not.
All right. Why?
I didn't want to make his life harder, and I wanted him happy so he would come back.
Okay. What made you... Did Isaac say anything specific about the charges or about not cooperating with the charges?
I don't really remember.
Okay. After that incident, did you get back with Isaac?
I did.
Right. Do you remember how long from when that happened until you guys were back together?
It was about 3 weeks.
How, if at all, did your relationship change after that incident in April of 2022?
For maybe a month, it was like a honeymoon stage, but then it went straight back to the abuse that I was getting.
I want to talk about something called sex work, okay? Right. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
All right. Is there another word for sex work?
There are a lot of different terms, but yeah.
Is me referring to it as sex work a term or phrase that you're comfortable with me using to refer to what we're going to talk about? Okay. Have you ever engaged in sex work?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
I would have sex with different people and get money for that.
Okay. How did that come about that you started doing that?
In 2020, Isaac and I were living in an apartment with his friend, and no one was willing to get a job or pay for anything, and he suggested that I start basically prostituting myself. And I told him I needed to think about it, and then he just said, I already have a couple clients for you, just go out and do it.
And when you say he, who do you mean?
Isaac.
How was payment rendered for the sex work? Who got paid and how?
I would be handed the money at first from the client, and then I would take it to Isaac, and he would hold on to it.
Why give Isaac the money?
I'm not even sure why I gave it to him.
Okay. Do you know what Isaac would do with the money from sex work?
From getting model kits to other things that I'm not sure about, he would just spend it on whatever he wanted.
Okay. I want to talk about things Isaac would tell you, okay? And can you explain to me what, if anything, you would believe in general that Isaac would tell you that maybe you feel differently about now?
Oh, there's so many things. He had me convinced that he was an angel. Had me convinced of a lot of different things, even an organization that doesn't exist.
Okay.
And I understand why I fell into it now that I've looked at it, but I'm very disappointed in myself still.
Okay. What do you mean you believed he was an angel?
He had convinced me he was the Archangel Gabriel.
Okay. What do you mean that he convinced you that he was the Archangel Gabriel?
When I first met him, he told me that he was the angel, but at first I didn't believe him. Then he started telling me things that no one knew about me. And maybe a part of me wanted it to be real. But then when I started really believing him, I just kept asking, tell me more, and he kept feeding it.
Okay. What sorts of things would he tell you as it relates to him being the Archangel Gabriel?
He told me my darkest secret.
What do you mean by that?
It's just one thing I never told anyone, not even my mom.
And you believed that he knew that because he was an angel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You said that he told you he was part of an organization and you believed that?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember what that organization was called?
He called it Ghost.
Ghost?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you started hearing about, from Isaac, an organization called Ghost?
It was maybe 2-3 months into the relationship.
Okay.
And he kept telling me that I could be a part of it and be a hero per se. Just one thing I wanted to do was be a hero to somebody.
What was Ghost, as Isaac described it to you?
A vigilante group that took out people that, by took out I mean kill. People who are like pedophiles, rapists, even drug addicts. Just people that were considered bad.
Did Isaac tell you how he would communicate with other members of this organization?
He never told me how he would communicate with them.
Okay. What did you believe Isaac's role in this organization called Ghost was?
He told me he was the one who started it.
And you stated that the the purpose was to kill people, did Isaac make any representations to you about what he had done in the course of his work for Ghost?
He had referenced that he had killed 40 people already, which is a high number.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
I want to talk about any sort of markings or ranking marks related to Ghost. Do you know what I'm referring to when I?
Yes.
Okay. What am I referring to when I say markings related to Ghost?
So he had given me a tattoo on my hand that it was supposed to say, this is that I'm a part of it. I ended up covering it up. Okay. But I just, yeah.
In October of 2022, did you have a marking on your body related to Ghost?
Yes.
Okay. And who gave that to you?
Isaac.
All right. What, Kiara, Ms. McCauley, why did you believe these things about Ghost that Isaac would tell you?
I'm not sure why at the time. I've been doing a lot of self-reflection. So really, I just wanted somewhere to belong.
All right. Did Isaac ever show you anything related to Ghost? And by that I mean messages with other individuals, or did he provide any physical proof to you that he was part of this organization or that the organization even existed?
The closest thing was when he got on the dark web. But that's it.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
He got onto some, I'm not sure how, but there was this part of the internet where he was finding like very inappropriate videos that I do not ever want to see again.
Okay. I want to talk about Grace again. In October of 2022, did you have any beliefs related to Grace and something that may have happened to you?
Yes.
All right. In October of 2022, what did you believe Grace had done or helped do to you?
I believed she was a part of a rape that I'm not even certain now is real.
How did that idea that Grace had been part of a rape come about? Where did that originate?
Isaac started telling me about a video that he found that looked like me.
And what did he say was happening in the video?
He said that there was a gang rape in that video and it looked like a girl like me, but he got it taken down and he never showed it to me, but I believed him.
Well, what role would Grace have had in that video?
He said that he saw her getting money out of the deal.
When did you start believing that Grace had essentially facilitated a gang rape for you? How far into your relationship with Isaac?
That was about 6 months.
When you started to believe that Grace had facilitated this rape, how did that make you feel?
It made me angry. It made me sad, depressed, all these different emotions, very confusing emotions, all hitting me like at a point where I'm like, someone I love could have done something that bad.
What specific feelings did you have about it as towards Grace at that point?
I was extremely angry with her and I wanted her to feel the pain I felt.
I want to talk very briefly about something on Halloween in 2021, so a year prior to everything that happened with Grace. Do you know what I'm referring to when I say Halloween of 2021?
I believe so.
Okay. Briefly and generally, what happened on Halloween in 2021?
I had thrown a party and no one showed up, so I got really upset. And I called one of my clients, and Isaac came along with, and then someone put something in my drink, and I was raped that night.
Did you get medical care for that assault?
Yes, there was a rape kit done.
After, you said it was with a client?
Yeah,
Okay.
he was a client turned to friend almost. I thought.
Did you or Isaac get paid for that night?
I'm not certain.
After that, did you do any more sex work?
I did.
Whose idea was it for you to continue doing sex work?
It was Isaac's.
And what do you mean by that?
I kept telling him I didn't want to do it anymore, but he kept setting people up so that I could just keep getting paid.
Okay.
This would be the only thing he wanted.
Do you recall how, for lack of a better word, you would advertise for the sex work?
Yes. There was an ad on Skip the Games, which Isaac put up for me.
And what is Skip the Games?
It's a website for escorts and prostitutes, I think.
Okay.
I was never personally on the site.
Other than creating the account or the profile, did Isaac do anything else as it related to you and images being on the site?
There were some photos that he took for specific clients.
All right. In October of 2022, Kiara, prior to the incident, at that point, what were your feelings towards Grace? How strong were they?
They were pretty strong. I just wanted her out of my life, but part of me still wanted her around. So I kept messaging her. And then I'm like, wait, what the hell am I doing? Because I felt almost hatred. It's on the thin line.
Who, if anyone, did you talk to about this hatred for Grace? Prior to October 28th?
Yeah. Well, Isaac, I've talked to him about it a lot. And then I know I talked to my friend Jeffrey and Brady, and I also talked to my friend Kiana at the time. I know I talked to a lot of people about it, but I didn't realize how serious it was.
Okay. Was there a part of you that wanted Grace dead?
A part of me.
All right, let's talk about the night before everything happened, okay? So we're going to talk about October 28th of 2022. Do you remember anything about that day?
Yes.
All right, what do you remember?
So that day, well, it was at night when everything started getting intense for me. It was, Isaac had straight up asked me, do you want to kill Grace? And I said yes, not realizing what he was about to do was bring her to the house. So I went to the park, told them to meet me there, and we'd just get it over with. By it, I mean the murder. I'd get it over with so he would stop being so pushy. And then he changed the plan completely.
Okay. Let's talk about this first part, and then we'll go on in a minute. Okay. Where were you when Isaac said, do you want to kill Grace?
I was in my room.
And what do you mean by your room?
The garage.
Garage, okay. And after he asked, do you want to kill Grace, what did you say?
I said, duh.
Okay. All right.
All I said was, duh.
And what happened next?
He told me that he's going to bring her over. I said, no, that's not a good idea. You know how I feel about this. And then he started saying, well, you could rank up and ghost and all kinds of stuff.
So you told him you did not want Grace to come over after all?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I said.
And then you said you went to the park to get it over with?
Yeah.
What were you wearing when you went to the park?
I was wearing LARP clothing, which was like armor and a cloak.
Were you carrying anything with you?
I had my sword with me and a few knives.
Did you have any electronics with you?
My phone.
And what was your plan once you got to the park in terms of if Grace had come to the park?
If she had actually gone to the park, I would have just attacked her, was my plan. And then, well, first we were going to try and take her to the tunnel system, but try and convince her.
Is there a tunnel
I hate
system?
thinking about it.
Let me stop you there. What do you mean that you were going to take her to a tunnel system?
There's just a bunch of tunnels around my house.
What do you mean?
They're like drain tunnels.
Like storm drains?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you said that, or did you actually make it to the park?
I made it to the park. They did not.
You stated that Isaac changed the plan. What changed?
He texted me saying, let's just come back to the house. We'll figure it out from there.
Did you go back to the house?
I did.
And when you walked, did you walk into the garage?
Yes.
When you walked into the garage, what did you see?
I saw Grace sitting on my bed.
Okay. How'd that make you feel?
A lot of anger all at once. And Isaac was just doing his thing.
What do you mean by that?
He was like sitting there acting like it was nothing.
Okay. What happened next?
They started smoking weed and I was drinking a little bit. And throughout the night, it was just my anger kept growing.
At some point in this early part of the night, not the next day, did Isaac leave?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it when it was just you and Grace in the garage?
At that point, I started feeling really bad for her because she had just gone through a breakup herself.
Okay.
That's why she needed a place to stay that night. And I did try to set my feelings aside and just be somewhat supportive. It was really hard, but I tried.
Did Isaac come back?
He did.
Okay. After Isaac came back, how did the rest of the evening go in terms of how everyone interacted?
Well, Grace started trying to sleep. I don't know if she actually ended up sleeping or not, but she was acting like she was. Isaac was at the foot of the bed, and I was in Isaac's usual spot, which is on the left side of the bed.
Okay. When you say Isaac was at the foot of the bed, what do you mean?
I mean, he was, so Grace was in my spot on the right side of the bed. I was on the left, just laying down, and Isaac was laying at the foot of the bed where, horizontally in perspective.
Okay. And when you say the right versus the left side of the bed, which side of the bed would be the side that had the refrigerator next to it? Do you recall a
That
small?
would be the left side.
The left side. And is that the side you were laying on?
Yes.
Okay. And so the side closer to the large garage door would be the right side?
Yes.
Okay. And who was laying there?
Grace.
How did it feel having Grace in your spot?
I did not like it. Very much did not like that.
Okay. So while Grace was either sleeping or maybe not sleeping, and you were all three in the bed, what were you and Isaac doing as the night went on?
We were texting and trying to figure out what to do. And he kept handing me knives and stuff too, and I couldn't pull myself to actually do it at that time.
Kiara, were you dragging a dagger or a knife across Isaac's face at any point?
No.
Were you poking Isaac in the back with a knife or a dagger at any point?
No.
I have a hard time imagining that this witness went from being easily manipulated, which I believe she was, to being an expert
What,
liar.
if anything, were you doing with a dagger or a knife as it relates to Isaac's back that night?
Nothing. I was kicking him, but that's it.
Okay.
This seems truthful to me.
And when you were communicating with Isaac, while you guys were both in the bed, I think you just said texting, what device or devices were you using?
I was using my phone.
Did you use any other device or devices that evening?
Just the TV.
Okay. For purposes of communication, what, if any, devices did you use?
Just my phone.
You stated that Isaac handed you a dagger or knives. Is that what you stated?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall kind of where in the evening that started to happen?
That was after Grace had seemed to have fallen asleep. But I do remember holding the dagger above her, and he put his hand on the pommel of the back of the knife and tried to push it, but I jerked back.
Why?
It didn't feel like it was right.
We've seen the messages between you and Isaac. Do you recall messaging back and forth?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use Isaac's phone at any, what, if any, action did you take using Isaac's phone throughout the course of the evening?
I didn't use his phone at all.
Okay. What, if any, action did you take using a cell phone that was on the refrigerator next to the bed?
I didn't use that either. I honestly forgot that was there.
Do you recall what your Facebook username or handle was?
Froggy with 3 G's and an IE and McCullough.
Do you recall what Isaac's Facebook username was?
I believe it was null void.
There's a portion in the night where you send probably about 100 times like a little like dog or corgi or sticker or cartoon.
72.
Do you recall doing that?
Yeah, I was trying to annoy him.
Okay.
Get his attention.
What, if any, conversation do you recall having about cleaning up a mess?
I remember some of it.
Okay. What mess would you be planning to clean up?
Grace's death.
Did your sword have a name?
Yes.
What was it?
Zera.
Can you spell that?
How did I spell it? I don't think I remember how I spelled it.
Okay, but it was Zera?
Yeah.
So you said that at one point you had the dagger up and Isaac was pushing on it behind your hand?
Yes.
Okay. Why not just kill her then?
I couldn't bring myself to do it at that point.
Okay. What do you recall about what Isaac was telling you throughout the night?
Could I get some water?
Yes.
Take just a second.
Thank you.
If this is an act, she's very good.
He was telling me a
think it
lot
is.
of like. One that I remember him telling me is dull cuts like butter. That is something I remember him telling me because the dagger wasn't very sharp. Thank you.
Sign language. So thank you.
I'll wait. What, if any, messages do you recall as it relates to Ghost and murdering Grace from that evening?
He mentioned some place called the barn. Said, well, if you don't do it now, we'll do it there. And I don't know what exactly he was talking about.
Had you ever been to the barn with him?
No.
Did you have a butterfly knife with you that night?
Not that night, no.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
I had one at one point, but I lost it.
When did you lose it?
About a week prior.
Let's talk about the sword for a moment, okay? What do you recall about the sword?
It was extremely sharp. And it was a beautiful sword. If you look at it in the view of art, that's how I like to view it. It was art. That
during the night, as you and Isaac are messaging, where was the sword?
it was on the floor next to the door, just to the right of the door.
Okay. So I guess I should ask you this. When you came in from being at the park, you stated that you had some armor and the sword with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you do with the sword when you walked into the garage after being at the park?
I took it off my belt and set it down. I set it right next to me, which was right to the left of the door.
Okay.
Right next to a bunch of cubbies.
Okay. And what did you do with your armor?
I just took it off and set it there.
Do you recall what you were wearing other than the armor?
Yeah, it was a blue sweater and pleather pants.
Pleather, like fake leather?
Yes.
All right. So throughout the night, as you and Isaac are messaging, did the sword stay in that same spot where you had put it down when you'd come in from the park?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the dagger throughout the night?
Multiple different places. At one point he was holding onto it. At one point it was next to me on the floor. And then there were a couple points where it was on our hands and we're trying to figure out what to do.
How much sleep did you get that night?
None.
Why?
At the time when I fell asleep angry, Isaac always told me that I was grumpy. He didn't like how I would act, so I wouldn't sleep when I was angry. And I was awake for a very long time.
I want to go now to the mid-morning hours, okay? Did you and Isaac make a plan referred to as Operation Fake Kickout?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
I was pretending to kick Isaac out so I could get Grace to leave, because I was trying to back out.
Okay. And do you recall the final messages Isaac sent to you before everything happened?
Not completely, but I do remember him saying that she had admitted to doing something to him.
What did you take him saying she admitted to doing something? What did you think that was referring to?
That was referring to the rape. That's what thought it was meaning.
How'd that make you feel to hear Isaac, or to see Isaac message that Grace had admitted it to him?
I was hurt, I was angry, I had so many mixed emotions. It's like, to the point I actually cried a little bit.
Once Isaac sent you that message, or those final messages, what happened next?
We were getting up and trying to just act like everything was normal for a moment.
Where was Grace at this point?
She was sitting next to Isaac at the foot of the bed.
Okay. Where were you?
I was standing in front of them.
When you say standing in front of them, what would have been, say, to your back?
The door, the front door. Small.
What happened next?
Isaac handed me the sword.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
It's time to do it, and I had no choice.
At that point, how were you feeling emotionally?
Overwhelmed.
What happened next?
He told me he would hurt my mom if I didn't do it. Because I was standing there like, what the fuck are you trying to make me do?
Okay. Then what happened?
Then Grace started laughing at me like it was some big joke.
How'd that make you feel?
It brought all of my anger out in one spot.
What happened next?
I closed my eyes and swung the sword.
When you made that first swing, where was Isaac?
He was right next to her, on her right.
When you swung the first time, what did Isaac do?
And he got up and he started saying, "Come on, finish it, finish it, finish it." And then he ended up leaving for a little bit, and I finished the job, as he would reference it. And then he came back, told me, go take a shower.
Let me stop you there.
Sorry.
While you were murdering Grace, were you saying anything to Grace that you recall?
Just say, "I'm sorry." I just kept telling her, "Please just apologize and I'll let you go."
Where on the bed or in the room did Grace die?
She was on the bed.
You stated that Isaac then came back?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you in the garage when Isaac came back?
I was standing next to the door.
Okay. And where was the sword?
It was on the bed at the time.
What, if anything, did Isaac say when he came back?
He told me to go take a shower.
Okay. Did you?
Yes.
All right. How long do you think it took you to shower?
About 15 minutes.
When you came back, or after you left the shower, what did you do?
I got dressed, grabbed a couple towels, and started heading towards the garage. Because Isaac had told me that he was going to clean it up.
What was your plan for once you got to the garage?
I was just going to give him a hand.
When you got to the garage, what did you observe?
I saw her body on the floor, the sword on the table, and I freaked out.
Okay. What did you do?
I locked the door, ran back into the house and the main house, and realized what had just happened.
When you were exiting the garage and headed into the main house, did you see anyone?
I heard the cops.
Was Isaac present at any point from when you, or well, let me ask this, when was the last time you saw Isaac?
When he came to tell me to take a shower.
When you went back to the garage, where was Grace?
She was on the floor.
Is that where you had left her?
She was on the bed when I left.
Do you remember any injuries to your hand or hands?
I got a couple cuts on my hands from the sword. Exhibit.
I'm curious if there were additional injuries to Grace that Kira didn't.
Ms. McCauley, you're testifying today pursuant to a plea agreement you've accepted, is that correct?
Yes.
And what are the consequences, without saying any numbers, if you do not testify truthfully today? What is your understanding of the consequences of lying?
I could get more time.
Could you also face additional charges?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. McCauley, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91, okay? I'm going to hand this to you and just ask that you review it, and if you tell me if you recognize what it is, okay? You can look through the rest of the document if you need to.
Yeah, I recognize this.
And I'll just have you look through all of it really quickly.
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit 91?
My plea agreement.
Your plea agreement?
Yes.
And is this the plea agreement that you signed and accepted and was filed into court last January?
Yes.
And did you plead guilty to aggravated murder in the second degree?
I did.
Did you plead guilty to conspiracy to commit first degree murder under willful and deliberate?
I did.
And in exchange for that plea, are you agreeing to fully cooperate in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 91.
Any objection to 91?
No objection from defense.
91 is admitted without objection.
And I don't intend to publish this time.
This reminds me of the Rose Petal murder. piano or player.
Kiara, you stated today that the injuries to your hands were from the sword. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall doing a police interview with now Sergeant, but Detective Javier Vigil back on the day of the murder?
A little bit, yes.
How were you feeling during that interview with then Detective Vigil?
I had a lot of adrenaline at the time. I was freaking out a lot, so I was having a hard time communicating clearly. Like, I was saying crazy shit because I was also kind of excited to talk to someone who wasn't Isaac.
Okay. Do you recall what you told Sergeant Vigil as it relates to how you'd gotten the injuries on your hands?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Did you tell Sergeant Vigil that it happened from dropping a knife a day prior?
I don't think so.
This witness will be sentenced after she finishes participating in this trial. So she's agreed to a plea agreement. Her cooperation has to happen first, and then she'll be sentenced. She might get lighter consideration for her cooperation.
Kiara, were you fully honest with Detective Vigil during your police interview?
No.
What do you mean by that?
I lied about what I thought happened. So I said I don't remember, but I remembered a lot more than I wanted to.
Why'd you lie?
I was scared.
Talking about the messages between you and Isaac, there are times that you ask him to commit the murder of Grace. Do you recall saying that?
I remember telling him to do something, anything. Whether it was kill her or get her the fuck out. Sorry. I didn't care if it was to get rid of her, just get her to leave somehow, or kill her, get it over with, just do something. Get her out of my space.
What did you think would happen for you as it relates to Ghost if you had killed Grace?
I would have ranked up and been officially a part of it. And
Can we approach her?
I would...
Skip ahead a little bit. Trying to get to the end of this sidebar.
If
there we go.
Ask that, Kiara, what did you think would happen as it relates to you and Ghost if and when you murdered Grace?
I believed I would rank up in Ghost and that I would get paid as well.
Is there an amount of money that you thought you would get paid?
He didn't tell me the exact amount.
You've had two other interviews. Do you recall those? Another one here at the courthouse with Detective Vigil?
Yes.
And then another one with some of Isaac's attorneys?
Yes.
And were you fully honest in those interviews?
Not fully.
What do you mean by that?
I was scared to say that. I said that Isaac had swung first, but in reality, he just handed me the sword.
So did Isaac Apodaca take any swings using the sword at Grace's body?
As far as I'm aware, no.
Should have clarified. In your presence?
In my presence, no.
That was what my question was.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Kiara, have you been truthful today about your role in the murder of Grace Jennings?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
All right, buckle up. Defense takes this to a next level, so I hear. Haven't rewatched any of this, but everybody behave. That's all I'm asking.
Good morning, Kiara.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Good. Okay. Kiara, you did multiple interviews in this case, as you discussed with Ms. Haley, the prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one was initially with Detective Javier Beal on October 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
The date of the incident? You had no attorney present then, correct?
Correct.
And you were charged with murder after that interview?
Yeah.
Okay. The other interview was with your attorney and the prosecutors in this case on October 1st, 2024, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Based on your cooperation in that interview, you entered the plea agreement that Ms. Murphy showed you on February 11th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay. After your plea agreement, you did a pretrial interview with your attorneys, Mr. Rule and Mr. Clark, the prosecutor, and members of Isaac's defense team, which would include myself and Mr. David Meek, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, as part of your agreement, you entered a guilty plea,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Second-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay. And your cooperation with the prosecution is part of that plea agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that your testimony here today could affect whether the state actually recommends that sentence in the plea, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have every reason to minimize your own responsibility here today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have every reason to maximize Isaac's responsibility, correct?
I understand that.
Yes or no?
Yes.
The more blame you place on Isaac, the better it is for you, correct? Kiara?
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on up.
I think he was trying to be confrontational, and she's like, I understand that. Didn't work very well. All right. Skip ahead. I don't know how long this sidebar is going to be. They're all about a minute at least. Still going on.
Okay, please continue, counsel.
Thank you. Now, your story has evolved or changed between the three different interviews that you did, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You became more accusatory of Isaac as time progressed, correct, Kara?
Seeing what happened, yes.
Okay. And in fact, in your first interview, when you didn't have attorneys and you were just meeting with Detective Ehill, you never said anything about Isaac handling a sword, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the interview, again, was done without an attorney present, correct?
That was correct.
Okay. Your second interview was done shortly before you took the plea in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That interview, again, was done with your attorneys present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How far is your mom's house from the detached garage you were staying in?
It was about 15 feet.
15?
15 feet-ish.
Okay, so maybe, no, I guess we'd speculate, but 15 feet, so it wasn't very far, right?
Yeah, it's not
You,
too far.
you could hear what was going on in her house
Not really.
sometimes? If somebody was screaming?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would
And-
think so, but
Okay. And if she was in her house, she could hear somebody screaming in your detached garage?
she usually has the TV on loud enough that she wouldn't be able to hear anything.
Okay. Now, you have stated that, you stated that you had strong feelings for Grace, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't believe that Grace ever showed any real feelings back towards you?
When we were younger, she had feelings back for me, but as we grew, I don't think she had any feelings anymore.
Okay. And that was a source of discomfort for you?
A bit.
That bothered you? Okay. And Grace was cheating on you a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, another issue. How much were you drinking that day?
I had a pint. I'm not sure exactly how much I drank.
Okay.
It was within that.
Were you drinking a little? Were you drinking a lot? Drinking
I
a few?
wasn't drinking all that much. It was just a lack of sleep that was like not helping.
Okay. Would you have drank a whole bottle and a half of Jack? Jack Daniels? Tennessee whiskey?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Would you have said that at some point?
I think I did.
Did you in fact say that in the interview you had with prosecutors, your attorneys, Mr. Clark and Mr. Rule, right before you took the plea agreement?
I don't remember.
Okay. But that is something you could have said?
Possibly.
Okay. Now, in your initial interview with Detective Vijo, you had stated that you only had a few sips of alcohol, correct?
I don't remember, honestly.
Would it help if I refreshed your memory?
Yes, please.
Okay.
He's attacking her and she's still being polite and giving quick, clear, what appear to be truthful answers. Demeanor staying the same between prosecution and defense. It's a good sign for truthfulness in my book. I don't think she could handle 1.5 bottles of Jack Daniels. What was she, $1.11? Is that what they said? I just don't buy that. See, she suddenly became like spy level effective at interrogation and court questioning. I just can't see that she changed that much from where she was buying swords and acting out these somewhat fantasy ideas to suddenly she's, you know, on par with the investigator we just saw and the witness before. I can't see that.
May I approach the
Yes.
witness to refresh, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Does look like she's had some treatment, some therapy of some sort, which they're earbuds.
I've seen this guy before.
He hands her a pair of AirPods. She doesn't know how to use them because she's not familiar with how to put them in. can't fake that sort of thing.
I don't hear anything yet.
Prosecutor puts one in his ear. Is this his personal pair? He borrowed it from his kids? What? Now he's relinking the earbuds. Sorry, they didn't work, ma'am. They're actually really cool. Try the other one. They existed. I mean, it's not like she's been in custody the whole time these have existed, but I think her life was those weren't something she had. It's an item of affluence generally. You know, wireless Bluetooth earbuds.
Does that refresh your memory, Ms. McCulley?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated in that interview that you had a couple of sips?
Yes.
Okay. And so, safe to say that your story then changed, and you said you had a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So is it safe to say you were pretty out of it that day?
I was.
And you didn't have any real recollection of what was going on that day, correct?
It was fuzzy, but I remember.
That's all? Yes or no? You didn't have any, don't have any real recollection of what happened that day, yes or no?
No, I remember a lot.
You remember a lot after drinking a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels?
Yes.
Stated that you stooped over Grace with a sword and asked her to apologize?
Yes.
Okay. She wouldn't, and you kept stabbing her?
Yes.
Okay. You also believe you were drugged by Grace previously?
Before the incident, yes.
Okay. Move your approach, Turner.
Yes.
Long sidebar. Looks like they're still trying to impeach her. Still going on. Very long sidebar. Now this record's going to be something else to read. It's gone like 10 minutes now. Get a view of the defendant who's watching the witness during the sidebar as well.
Continue.
And now they're done. She's not cuffed up there.
Over what period of time did you drink the bottle and a half of Jack that day?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay. Do you remember roughly how much you weighed back then?
It was about 160 at the time.
Okay. So you don't remember how long you've been drinking for that day, correct?
Correct.
But it was that day.
It was a mix of that day and the night before.
Okay. So you're drinking into the night and into the day.
Yes.
Okay. You had stated that Grace had pulled a knife out at you because you have a big mouth and always say what you think, correct?
Not exactly, but I just said a joke and that she didn't like.
Okay. So you're not necessarily a very passive person, correct, Kiara?
I am a very passive person, actually.
Okay. But you do like to say what you think?
Not so much anymore.
Okay. But previously,
When I was younger, yes.
you would say what you think to Isaac?
To Isaac, yes. I
Okay.
trusted him.
You also stated that Grace always had a knife with her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your pretrial interview, you had stated that Isaac handed you the sword and started swinging at Kiara, correct?
Kiara?
Or at Grace.
He handed me the sword, and that's when I got the cuts on my hands. And then I swung.
Okay. So this is the same sword that you had ordered on Amazon, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted the sword, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you had an infatuation towards swords, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom was part of some sort of medieval sword club, correct?
It was LARPing, live action role play.
I'm sorry?
Live action role play.
Okay. And you grew up around swords, correct?
Well, not with one in the house, but she taught me how to fight with one, but we used sticks at the time.
So your mom taught you how to fight with swords.
Yeah, just for LARPing, and it's fun to LARP.
So at some point, did you kind of want to live out this fantasy of actually using a sword?
I bought it because I thought the end of the world was coming.
Okay. Now, you stated in the pretrial interview that Isaac had touched a sword and moved the sword, correct?
Yes.
And you state that was your testimony here today, that Isaac had, or your testimony here today is that Isaac handed you the sword, correct?
Yes, he handed me the sword.
Okay. Now, in the interview prior to taking the plea agreement with your attorneys and the state, you had stated something completely different, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. You would have stated that Isaac had swung at Kiara, correct?
Used the wrong name again.
I'm sorry?
Yes, you used my name.
Or Grace, excuse me.
Yes.
I don't like it. You said that Isaac had swung at Grace, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the police interview, you didn't say that Isaac handled the sword at all, correct?
I don't recall.
In the pretrial interview, you stated that Isaac had did this while you were in the shower, correct?
Well, there was something that happened while I was in the shower. I'm not sure exactly what, because her body moved and so did the sword.
But you have no way of actually knowing this, correct?
Just that it moved because I
Okay.
saw it.
Now, you had no coaching before the interview you initially did with Detective Vio, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you were prepped by your defense attorneys before doing the interview with the state before you took the plea agreement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
All right. Skip ahead. This whole you had no coaching is insinuating that she was
So you were
coached.
prepped for the interview that you had with the state, with the prosecutors, and your defense attorneys before you took the plea agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what exactly did you want Grace to say sorry for when you were over her?
For the rape that I believed happened at the time.
Okay.
Okay, they're going to go into detail here.
Now, you didn't have to stay with Isaac Apodaca to have a place to stay, correct?
No.
Okay. You, in fact, stayed in your mom's detached garage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But Isaac needed a place to stay when he was staying with you, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you would kick him out frequently, correct?
No.
Okay. Isaac wasn't wearing a bodysuit or anything that day, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, you had also previously stated that you hadn't slept for 4 days prior, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How do you stay awake for 4 days?
Red Bull?
It's a lot of Red Bull.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you just have been imagining things?
No.
Okay.
Four days is a long time.
Now, after all of this happened, you took a shower, correct?
Yes.
You didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't call 911?
No, I did not.
So if Isaac had planned any of this, I mean, he totally missed the part of not calling 911, correct?
Correct.
Because he did call 911. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also stated that you've been seeing Isaac everywhere, correct?
When I first got arrested, yes.
Just as a foundation.
Yeah, clarify what you mean.
Okay. Again, do you remember doing the pretrial interview in this case with myself, my investigator, your attorneys, and the state's attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. And you have stated that you've been seeing Isaac everywhere, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Even in the jail?
He was very far in my head. And I would see him in the mirror from time to time. But I believe that may also be part of my spiritual beliefs.
Okay. Even in the mirror in the jail?
Yes.
Basically in places that Isaac wouldn't be?
Yes, and I knew it wasn't him.
Okay.
I knew he wasn't there.
Okay. Just answer what I asked you, okay, Kara?
Sorry.
Okay. Now, this has been going on for a very long time, correct?
It stopped.
Okay, but previously it was going on for a very long time, correct?
It happened for about 2 months.
Okay. And you were seeing Grace as well, correct?
Her ghost.
Okay. Now, you also love weaponry, correct?
I think it's beautiful art.
Okay. And you said that the sword was beautiful in direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you brought the sword with you, correct, that day?
Can you clarify?
You brought the sword with you to the detached garage when Grace was there?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't want Grace in your house, correct?
Correct.
So anything Isaac could have done could have been a figment of your imagination, correct?
No.
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You wanted the sharpest thing to hurt her that day, correct? Grace?
I just wanted to get it over with.
You really wanted to hurt her?
I just wanted to hear her say I'm sorry.
Okay. And you did hurt her, correct?
Trying to get it out of her, yes.
And you had wanted to kill Grace in the tunnel initially and leave the body there so it wouldn't be discovered as quickly, correct?
Yes, that was the idea.
Now, you have previously catfished Grace, correct?
to message her and, in my case, annoy the crap out of her.
Okay. And how did you do this to Grace?
I created a fake account with a fake name, fake picture, and tried to get under her skin.
So you were trying to coerce her?
I was trying to annoy her,
No.
bug her, upset her.
You were being vindictive?
Yeah.
You've also said, back to the stuff about the what you've been seeing or observing or feeling in the jail. You would feel you say that you would feel Isaac's energy in the jail, correct?
I don't see how that counts. Can you explain what you mean?
It's my question, Kiara. So all I'm asking you is, you have stated that you would feel Isaac's energy in the jail, correct?
Well, he was there in the jail as well, so yes.
Maybe approach her.
You elicited it. You opened the door. You can't complain. You asked her to explain. Yep, now the jury knows Isaac's been in the jail. You can yell mistrial all you want, but this was your question. You asked a bad question of a witness. I love it. I love it. This is wild. Let's see how long this one goes. Don't think we have a jury out, do we? Let's see if we get a jury out. Almost done.
Lunch recess, we've got
Okay. Here we go. End of the sidebar.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We've got more with this witness on the stand, so we'll continue with Ms. McCauley on the stand when we come back for lunch. Same instructions, don't have any conversations with anyone, don't seek out any information, leave your notes with the bailiff. It is 12 o'clock. If you would be back at 1:15, and we'll try and get started as early as we can this afternoon.
All rise.
All rise. Let's see if they have any discussion here before we go to lunch. We're gonna zoom through lunch. You guys don't be thinking you can eat. Don't be thinking you're getting a break, a stretch break. Maybe you can do a little bit of yoga in place, but that's about it.
Okay. Ms. McCauley, you may step down. You'll be back on the stand when we come back after the lunch hour. Did you bring a lunch for them?
I believe they yelled.
Okay.
They get lunch, not together.
So we'll take her out and down first. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen, for just a moment.
They're going to be taken in separately, not at the same time.
There you go. Push it.
Bailiffs ask for the door to be unlocked because it's centrally controlled.
Okay. Council, about an hour for lunch. If you'd be back at 1:15, we'll start. Before we bring the jury in, see if there's anything else on the last set of questions and response, and then we'll continue with Ms. McCauley's cross.
All right. So lunch.
All right. We're in recess and off the record.
We're in recess. Hold on. We're going to skip lunch. Zoom. Already halfway through yesterday. Just finishing lunch. And we're back. Lunch is over. This witness, for those that are just joining us, this witness is the confessed killer in this case. She is the one who swung the sword and killed Grace. This is Kiara, the girlfriend of the defendant, testifying against the defendant as part of a plea deal where she is pled guilty but will be sentenced once this part of her participation is over. And this is a sad case of manipulation and delusion. It sounds like a little bit of drugs and alcohol came in the mix, and I don't know. Let me just say these people needed a lot of help before this point as well. Kurt, we're trying really hard not to talk about that. We're trying to focus on the testimony. We did not see any of her. We didn't see much of her being brought into the police station. I didn't see her interrogation or anything. This courtroom has a lot of squeaky doors. We did hear that the mother of the defendant has anointed the doors with oil in the shape of a cross. Many doors and surfaces in the courthouse. It appears she did not anoint the hinges yet. We were hoping that that was just a slight oversight, and those will be treated appropriately. And I'm not joking. Unfortunately, I'm not joking. The judge says, yeah, we've seen worse. We've seen sage burned out in the hallway and cornmeal poured on the floor and everything else. No, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Trust me. Chat, back me up. If you've been here every day, you've heard this. Vanasheen says, I'm having a hard time being sympathetic to her, and I'm normally pretty gracious. I think a part of her enjoys shocking people. Kurt, we're trying not to talk about appearances. We're trying to focus on the testimony. Making the mods work overtime. Waiting for the jury to come in. Please hold for the jury. Okay, here we go. See if we can get everyone to stand. They're not standing yet. There we go. All right.
May be seated in the courtroom. We continue with cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. All right. Good afternoon, Kiara. You have stated that you have a crazy side that comes out when you're drunk, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you stated that you would call this personality Abby?
Isaac started calling her that, so I started calling her that.
Okay. And you also stated that you have several different personalities, correct? Yes or no?
I do not have several personalities. I thought I did at
Okay.
the time, but
I just said yes or no, but you believed previously that you had several different personalities, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that Isaac had the dagger, correct, multiple times?
Yes.
Okay. So his hands and fingers touched the dagger, according to you?
Yes.
Okay. You also stated that Isaac pushed down on the dagger with his palm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also stated that Isaac handed you the sword, correct?
Yes.
So Isaac picked up the sword with his hands, correct?
Yes.
So Isaac's hands and fingers were on the sword, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that you saw the sword on the table, correct?
When I came back, yes.
Okay. So you didn't leave the sword on the table, correct?
No, I did not.
Grace was not moving when you left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So someone put that sword on the table, yes or no?
Yes.
According to you? And so you believe Isaac had put that sword on the table?
Yes.
Okay. And there was only one shower in the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you stab Grace?
I don't remember how many times.
Several times?
Yes.
You stabbed her in the neck?
I was stabbing her everywhere.
Okay. You have previously stated that you did not stab her in the neck?
I don't remember if I stabbed her in the neck or not.
Okay. And previously you had stated that decapitation wounds were the result of Isaac, correct?
Yes.
And today your testimony is different, correct?
How so?
You're basically saying something completely different, that Isaac just handed the sword to you, correct?
He handed it to me, but when I left and came back...
Okay, I'm just asking you, you're saying that Isaac handed you the sword.
Your Honor, can the witness be allowed to finish an answer that's responsive?
Ask your question, counsel. You can address it on redirect.
Okay. Yes or no, Isaac handed the sword to you?
Yes.
Correct, okay.
I think the judge chickened out there.
And then afterwards you saw the sword on the table, correct?
On the table when I came back.
Okay. 1 second. You had stated that Isaac had kept all the money from the sex work, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How were you able to afford the sword?
He let me get a Amazon gift card for one.
I'm sorry?
He gave me an Amazon gift card. He rarely let me keep the money, but when he did, he would let me.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor.
You were just answered a question.
Kiara, when opposing counsel was questioning you, they were asking you about your plea agreement. Do you remember some of that discussion? Okay. Does your plea agreement require you to help get a conviction for Isaac Apodaca?
No.
What is your number one job as a result of your plea agreement?
To testify honestly.
I want to clarify the alcohol that you consumed, okay? As you sit here today, how much alcohol did you consume during the night of October 28th into the 29th of 2022?
I honestly don't remember very well how much there was.
By the time that you murdered Grace in the mid-afternoon, were you sober?
I was mostly sober, yes.
Did you murder Grace Jennings on purpose?
I believed I was doing it for a reason.
Moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And that reason or reasons you had for killing Grace that you believed in were what?
That she deserved it because she was part of the individuals that were considered bad people for Ghost. And then a little bit more of encouragement, you could say, was the rape from when I was with her.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We'll reserve this witness out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. You're being reserved, which means you may be recalled later in the trial. The attorneys will stay in touch with you to let you know if you're going to be brought back in to testify. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to take a quick recess of probably 5 minutes. But ask you to go with the bailiff quickly, and then we'll bring you right back in.
Judge says run. I can't hold it any longer. I'm not a camel. All right, we're going to skip ahead at least 5 minutes while the judge is out for just a bit. Okay, we've got a new witness coming in. Hold it. All right, there we go.
You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, if you'll remain standing, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Again, a reminder to everyone in the gallery to turn off your electronic devices. If you'd begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for our record, please.
Yes. I'm turning off my electronic device.
Yes.
Thank you.
Following the judge's orders. All 6 phones. Give me a second. He doesn't know how. Maybe he needs tech support.
My name is Dr. Michael Wellner, W-E-L-N-E-R.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'll see you, Kurt.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a psychiatrist and forensic psychiatrist.
Let's talk about your educational background that led to you being a forensic psychiatrist. I assume you graduated high school?
Yes.
Okay. After high school, what did you do?
I went to the University of Miami in Coral Gables and was a biology and chemistry major. And from there, I went to medical school at the University of Miami in Florida and finished my medical degree in 1988.
Okay.
And from there, I went to New York City, and I did a rotating internship between 88 and 89 in psychiatry, emergency medicine, and internal medicine. And then I completed a residency in psychiatry at Beth Israel Medical Center in 1992. I also completed fellowship training at the University of Pennsylvania in forensic psychiatry in 1992 as well. And then I entered practice.
What is the field of psychiatry?
Psychiatry is the study of the mind and emotions and behavior.
What's forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is where those aspects of behavior and emotions and personality intersect with different legal questions. Sometimes they're criminal legal questions, sometimes they're in courts that are unrelated to criminal law.
Are you board certified?
I am.
In what fields or field?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, and I'm board certified in forensic psychiatry.
And how long have you been certified in those fields?
I've been certified since the early 1990s when I started my career in psychiatry. I board certified in 1996, and I recertified most recently in 2016.
After completing your fellowship, where did your professional experience proceed?
I began a practice of treating patients as a psychiatrist and a psychopharmacologist.
I'm sorry, what's a psychopharmacologist?
Psychopharmacology is the treatment of clinical conditions with psychiatric-related medications, like antidepressants, anti-anxiety medicines, antipsychotics. And I had a full-time position as what they call an attending physician, where you treat patients and you provide psychiatry services at Bellevue Hospital in New York City on the corrections psychiatry unit.
And you had direct patient care responsibilities there at Bellevue?
I did.
After your time at Bellevue Hospital and the correctional psychiatry unit, what did you do?
I entered full-time practice in 1995 and have been in full-time practice since.
What's the scope of your practice over the years?
I had a treatment practice from 1995 until COVID. In COVID, when people started going remote, that's not how I was trained to treat people. And so that was when I moved into forensic practice full-time. But my treatment practice involved working with patients who had repeatedly violent behavior, people who didn't respond to other psychiatrists' care. And so I was referred patients by other psychiatrists who had particularly complex conditions. And then the other part of my practice was forensic evaluation and forensic consultation in various cases.
Sure. In terms of the variety of those cases, what types of cases have you consulted on or personally treated or participated in?
My treatment practice was very different from my forensic practice, but my forensic practice has been very much involved in a variety of criminal court cases, cases that relate in a non-criminal perspective. I guess I'll break down the criminal in a moment, but in a non-criminal context, employment-related context of people having experiences with hostile work environment and emotional experiences and distress as a result. In securities law relating to investment, competency to invest, competency to make transactions, competency to draft a will, as well as the criminal cases. And in the criminal context, really across I would say, the life cycle of a case, from the whodunit questions of death investigation, where it's uncertain as to whether how a person died. A person may have committed suicide, a person may have been murdered, a person may have died accidentally, may have died of natural causes. And so those are questions that implicate psychiatry in a matter what's typically referred to as a psychological autopsy. And then once a person is in custody, essentially why done it, ranging a variety of why done it questions, from pretrial questions that may relate to disputed confessions, to questions of whether someone is competent to stand trial or competent to be their own attorney, to issues of criminal responsibility of a person who may be raising the insanity defense or who may be raising other issues where they felt that they were extremely emotionally disturbed, depending on the state, when something happened, or whether if someone was really quite intellectually limited or very impaired, whether they actually had the ability to form intent. So the law defines the nature of the case, and in different states there are different laws that bring different cases up for consideration. And included among those are questions of battered women cases where there are female defendants and they raise battered women defenses. So there are various that relate to criminal responsibility questions. And then in a sentencing context, there are various aspects of a person's psychosocial history, of biological history, neurological history that may impact sentencing after a person may have been found guilty. So pre-sentencing considerations as well.
With respect to your private practice of forensic psychiatry, are you able to provide the jury with a rough estimate as to the number of murder cases that you've consulted on in your professional career?
I would say in over 30 years, I've consulted on over a few hundred murder cases at this point.
What is the forensic panel?
The forensic panel is a practice that I started in 1998 and have been chairman of since then. It's a multidisciplinary practice of psychiatry, the behavioral sciences, forensic pathology, forensic nursing, radiology, and other medical sciences that evaluates a range of cases and involving prospective, collaborative peer oversight.
Sure. What do your current practice activities consist of? What do you do?
Well, in addition to being as chairman of the forensic panel, which is really my primary activity, probably my activities involve actually working on cases, which is what brings me to here here to you all today. I supervise other physicians in the course of their conducting evaluations. I conduct research, and I teach, and I write. So it depends on the month, but that's the breakdown of my practice time.
Okay. You said that you engage in research. What are you published in any areas?
I've published in a number of different areas and continue to contribute to the psychiatric and medical literature. The areas of my principal research have been, I've researched and developed a method for peer review to promote the integrity of forensic science that's applicable across forensic sciences. I've researched and optimized and published on something called the depravity standard, which is an evidence-based way for determining the most blameworthy of crimes for application in a criminal court. I've also researched disputed confessions and published on that. I've researched mass and spectacle homicide, have researched and published on drug-facilitated sex assault, have researched on cult leaders and their vectors of influence, as well as the assessment of homicide and the maturity of those young people who commit homicide, as well as fetal abduction.
Okay. Wow, thank you. That is a broad range. Let's talk about a few other things.
Wow, he could probably tell a few stories.
What is the New York Supreme Court's highly qualified independent psychiatrists list or panel?
The New York State Supreme Court maintains a list of individuals who it deems has the qualification to work on certain cases within the New York court system where an independent psychiatrist that has no that's not brought in by a prosecutor, not brought in by defense attorneys, but a question may come up, a psychiatric legal question may come up, the court wants to be informed by it, so they maintain a list of people that they may reach out to and involve in those particular cases.
Do you have any association to the Mount Sinai School of Medicine?
Yes.
What is that?
I'm a clinical professor of psychiatry at Mount Sinai School of Medicine.
Can you explain the difference between clinical psychiatry and forensic psychiatry? Clinical
is a treatment context. So clinical is the psychiatrist that you see for a given condition, and a psychiatrist hears things and is supposed to be hearing things exactly as you would say them to be. So if you were to come to me and give me a variety of symptoms relating to anxiety, I would take what you have to say at face value because you're coming to a psychiatrist to get well. In the forensic context, and so you operate under the presumption of trust, and everything you're hearing is everything as it is. And the forensic role, you operate under the presumption of caution because someone's a litigant, they're involved in a case. And so they're hearing things the way they want you to hear them because you may one day be in court and be asked to give testimony. So by virtue of that, you're relying upon evidence and you're relying upon other sources that can give you a sense of confidence that what you're hearing is exactly as it is. And those kinds of responsibilities and challenges don't exist in the clinical world. It's much more linear. I don't feel well, just as it is when you see any doctor. I don't feel well, I'm coming to you to get me well. Please get me well. End of story.
So when you're operating in the forensic psychiatric realm, what types, just kind of broad categories of corroborative evidence might you review or rely on?
Well, it depends on the question that's being asked. So if it's a question of competency, if there's a question of competency to stand trial, well, we're in mid-July. And so I would rely upon information that would inform someone's mental state in the middle of July. A person may have a history of psychiatric problems or may not have a history of psychiatric problems. They may have changed. There may be certain circumstances that impact that individual's competency. So I would be looking at a range of objective information, sometimes subjective, but objective information, whatever one can gather either from documents or sources who are witnesses, who've observed things, that can help to converge all of that data, give me some sense of confidence that I have the ability to address those particular questions. Can a person maintain his behavior in court? Does he have a sense of reality? Can he conduct his emotions properly? Are his thoughts organized? Is he rational right in the here and now to participate in this court proceeding? But that may be totally different from the nature of the demands that I might have in a disputed confession case, in which case I would be focusing on...
And let me just stop you for a moment. It's okay, Dr. Holder. Let me just stop you for a moment and ask more specifically, in cases where you may be asked to answer questions related to interpersonal relationships or in a murder case or a case that is in a criminal trial that you may be consulting on, just what broad categories generally would you rely on for evidence for your review?
Well, in those kinds of questions, you really want to know, the best way to boil them down is to appreciate them is what was the person's mental state at the time of the offense. So you're looking at that moment in time. or right before it and right afterward. So any kind of documentary evidence, any evidence of the person's function, any evidence of the person's communication, how they were relating and what they were saying, the kind of data that one can extract from a smartphone or one can extract from a phone, or sometimes digital evidence that shows a person's movements or transactions or decision-making or communications. So anything that informs a person's function and a person's decisions around the time of the offense, and how that may answer the psychiatric questions in particular that are posed.
Okay. Thank you. You've obviously been called during the state's case. Do you exclusively consult with prosecution, or have you consulted with defense in cases as well?
I consult to both prosecution and defense.
Okay. Have you ever testified as a witness on behalf of the defense in cases? I
have testified as a witness on behalf of the defense.
Have you ever consulted on cases involving a perpetrator or alleged perpetrators who are intimate partners themselves?
I have.
How many times have you testified as an expert witness?
Well, I probably testify about twice a year. Most of the cases that I consult on never get to court. And I believe this is the only case that I've testified on this entire year. So you multiply that by 30 odd. I think earlier in my career, I probably testified a little bit more frequently. So I would say probably in the neighborhood of 100 times at this point.
Have you ever been qualified in the realm of psychiatry?
I have.
Have you ever been qualified in the realm of forensic psychiatry?
I have.
Okay. Have you ever not been qualified when tendered as an expert in psychiatry or forensic psychiatry?
I have not.
Okay. All right. In the course of your professional activities, have you ever consulted on cases where allegations of domestic violence were included in the history?
Yes.
Okay. Have you followed or do you maintain or stay up on the research that has surfaced regarding interpersonal violence and its relation to complex crimes?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender Dr. Wellner as an expert in psychiatry and forensic psychiatry.
Any objection?
No further objection, Judge.
Dr. Wagner is admitted in those two areas and allowed to express his opinion in those limited areas. Ms. Murphy.
Thank you. Let's turn to this case. Very generally, what general questions have you consulted on to try and answer in this case?
I was asked to offer an opinion on the dynamics between Kira McCulley and Isaac Apodaca. I was asked to offer input about the forensic behavioral science constructs and areas of study that were illustrated in the records of their relationship. And I was asked to offer an opinion about the qualities that are documented about Kira and Isaac that would have expressed themselves in this event that we're here about today.
In consulting on this case, I won't ask you to bullet point each individual document, but what categories of evidence did you review?
I reviewed the criminal complaint. I reviewed the police investigative reports. I reviewed the 911 call of Linda Montoya, the 911 call of Isaac Apodaca. I reviewed the approximately 15 hours of Facebook messaging between Isaac Apodaca and Kira McCulley. I reviewed the body-worn camera by police officers when they encountered and interacted with Isaac Apodaca in arrest and also in the transport. I reviewed the autopsy report, the autopsy photographs, crime scene photographs. I reviewed Grace Jennings' social media data that was available. I reviewed Isaac Apodaca's Facebook information that was available. I reviewed Isaac Apodaca's criminal history.
Your Honor, let me just stop you there. And when you say that, you mean as it relates to the charges in this case specifically. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't know that it did relate, but I reviewed it because you don't know whether it relates unless you actually review the history. That's how you know whether things are or are not relevant.
So
Your Honor, can we approach?
Come on up.
Okay, I missed exactly what that objection was about, but he misspoke. The prosecution caught it, tried to clarify it, and it didn't fix it, and now we have a sidebar. Looks like defense.
Just to clarify, when you just mentioned the words criminal history, you meant that as it related to the April 2022 incident and then this case as well.
That's correct.
I'm happy about
Thank you.
that.
Did you?
I haven't finished my answer.
Yes, let me just get there. I'll ask a couple just more pointed questions. Did you review the actual phone extractions in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review some recorded conversations, phone conversations?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Are there any other categories of evidence that you reviewed that I've missed?
Yes. I reviewed the law enforcement interviews of Isaac Apodaca, of Kira McCulley, of Ms. Montoya, Ms. McCulley, Ms. Montoya with, I believe, her husband, Jimmy, Roma Resendez, the interactions with Roma Resendez and Arlo, Catherine, and I believe it was Eliana. I reviewed pretrial interviews of Kira McCulley, pretrial interviews of Ms. Montoya, and also Kira's mother. And I conducted a number of interviews of witnesses myself. Oh, I also reviewed a psychological evaluation conducted of Kira McCulley, and just remembering, and web searches that had been done by Isaac Apodaca around the time of the event.
Right. Thank you. Is it customary for you to review, or for a forensic psychiatrist to review communications of people that are made close in time to an event?
Yes, it's very important to do so.
And why, generally speaking, are those communications between two people who may be involved in an event important to you?
Well, because there are various ways to explain an event, and if you have that information, then you're able to inform what happened immediately preceding an event, and you can identify any kind of triggers potentially to the event. You have an opportunity to understand how people relate, especially if they were both involved, whether there was a leader, whether there was a follower, what the nature of that is. You can gain understanding about the motive of the offenders. You can get an understanding of the victim's involvement in what transpired. So that's an example of what you can inform by the communication, and you don't know what you're going to learn until you actually study it.
What, if any, general information, and just being very general and short in your response, have you obtained regarding sex work as it relates to Kiara and Isaac?
Well, that there was an extended period during which Isaac was compelling Kira into sex work, and that continued even after Kira's mother found out about it and directed her to stop and directed him to stop.
Is there any research on intimate partners where one is drawn into sex work by the other?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a professional term used for that dynamic?
Yes. It's called coercive control.
How is coercive control understood in the forensic psychiatric community in terms of sex work being facilitated by an intimate partner?
Well, the person who's compelled into sex work is dependent in the relationship to the point that they lose what we call agency, and that is they really assert their choice. So that the person has essentially a loss of personal agency, and they're pulled to be responsible for the economic betterment of somebody who is otherwise able-bodied, but they're essentially supporting that individual. Within that relationship, the person doing the sex work relates to it and relates to what's going on as this is just an extension of love and intimacy. This is just something I'm doing for the relationship. And that by virtue of the dominance of the other individual, the person compelling that, and the power, and in some instances the economic situation, in other instances the secrecy of what's going on, and in other instances traumatic experiences, that's what keeps that person from leaving the situation, and it maintains the situation as it is. And it's appreciated under the broader heading of domestic violence because it involves the degree of control and the expression of it that it does.
And without going into detail, understanding well into the case, but is that history or that element of coercive control present in the case through your review of it?
I think the records and the evidence demonstrates that was present here.
Right, thank you. And you referenced a concept of economic control. Is that a concept that you, in your opinion, have seen reflected in this case?
Sure. And if insofar as the money that Kira was earning was basically going to Isaac for his disposition and his making choices, then he essentially had economic control over the situation.
You talked about traumatic events being reflected and sometimes in the coercive control dynamic. Do you see that element present in this case, in your opinion?
Well, one instance that I know about was that she was raped in the course of doing this sex work. And that happened in October 2021.
And what concept would that lead you to consider as an element in this case?
Well, I think that it's in the context of this coercive control, it's these kinds of traumatic experiences that contribute to just the nature of the connection, the nature of the bond. So I think that it's just consistent with the other aspects of the coercive control that were present within this relationship.
And so you mentioned trauma bonding as a concept. Then, what does that refer to in the context of intimate partners where one is inducing the other to participate in sex work?
Well, trauma bonding has a relationship to this in the sense that it involves a relationship between an abuser and a victim, and there's a power differential. One person has much more power within the relationship than the other. The distinctive features of trauma bonding that make it sort of its own entity is that within the relationship, the dominant individual uses positive experiences and negative experiences to reinforce control within the relationship. But the person who's more submissive and follows interprets all of the good experiences with gratitude, but interprets the bad experiences and the experiences that are reflective of abuse as something that she deserves. And they react to it as a matter of self-blame. And what distinguishes trauma bonding is that the submissive person internalizes the perspective of the dominant person as opposed to advocating her own.
So I'd like to turn for a second and talk about the relationship through your review of the records and the things that you've heard in this case about the relationship between Kiara and Grace as it existed in October of 2022.
Yes.
Fair to say that you would categorize this as antagonistic?
Yes, hateful.
In your review of this case, did you see evidence or observe information that indicated the presence of violent fantasies in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and why is that relevant to you?
Well, this ended in a murder. And so going back to the notion of mental state at the time of offense, one of the things that I have to consider is whether this is something spontaneous that just erupted and happened unexpectedly, or whether it was something that could have been otherwise anticipated.
I'm going to go with the latter.
Do the records reflect, or the things that you've reviewed, reflect an understanding that Kiara was emotionally volatile?
Yes.
And let me ask you to define a term. What's gaslighting mean?
Gaslighting it's a term that actually gets a lot of use in
and misuse
popular communication, but it's actually also a clinical term that's attracted study within the behavioral sciences of domestic violence and intimate violence and intimate abuse. And what gaslighting on the clinical level refers to is the mental manipulation by a dominant person over an intimate partner in such a way that they question their sense of reality, and that they question a sense of whether something actually happened that did not, as a result of someone else's manipulation. That were it not for that individual, they would not have any reason to question how they think about things in their own sense of what's true or what's not true. And that the person is applying a gaslight to essentially instigate those kinds of feelings and ideas that a person would never otherwise have contemplated as true or wasn't considering.
Just started raining.
Just started raining.
Applying the term gaslighting to this case, can you generally speak to some elements that you may have observed that indicate the presence of a gaslighting dynamic?
Well, I think the evidence demonstrates that Isaac Apodaca was gaslighting Kira McCulley over the idea that she had been gang raped by Grace Jennings a number of years earlier, and that over time she came to believe it or somewhat believe it, and he reinforced it by suggesting to her that he had seen videos on the dark web and that he thought resembled her, the victim resembling her, but would reinforce this idea that Grace Jennings was responsible for having orchestrated a gang rape of her some years earlier.
You reviewed the social media messages between the Null Void and the Froggy McCullough accounts. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. And by your count, how many hours did those messages go on?
I suppose over 15 hours.
And in those communications, what did you observe Isaac Apodaca via the null void account do regarding Kiara and Grace?
Over the course of 15 hours, Isaac Apodaca was offering various approaches of persuasion or inducement to get Kiara to kill Grace. Persistently so, relentlessly so.
Can you give some examples to the jury, please?
I'm going in even order of sequence because she responded, she resisted, and then he would respond. Use a dull knife, it cuts like butter. She'll die instantly. I'll burn all the mess and I'll go out and buy a new bed and new blankets. You always told me, communicating to Kiara, don't be a pussy. You have to start and then I'll help. Just aim. Why are you holding back? I can't help you. I can only coach you. She's the one who sold you into sex trade. She made you feel horrible about the color of your skin and your beliefs. Just swing and don't regret your aim. I can get Christian to help. We can go to the barn. Nobody will hear her screaming because the walls are soundproofed. Those are some examples of persuasion. You wanted to kill her since 2020. What's holding you back? And others. These are some examples of the persuasions, but the inducements were, that's different. I would draw a distinction between the two.
I was just about to ask, so you mentioned the persuasions. What would the inducements to commit the murder be?
Well,
I guess, first of all, what does it mean what is an inducement?
Well, what do I get out of this? Okay? What do I get out of beyond just satisfying revenge because she gang raped me and she made me feel bad and all of these things? Well, what do you materially offer? So what he materially offered was for her to advance in this group Ghost, that she'd be admitted and she would grow in Ghost, that she would get extra points, that she would get perks on the dark web because this was her first murder, and that she would get a rush of adrenaline from doing it. Those are ones that I can think of.
Thank you. Was there anything notable about the way that Null Void or Isaac Apodaca's account was communicating with Kiara?
Well, he clearly knew her areas of sensitivity. You know, he knew about the relationship with Grace. He knew that she was that she believed that she had been gang raped. He knew that she had violent fantasies. He knew that she wanted to join this group Ghost, and he had claimed that he had killed 40 people and that he was a vigilante and that he was killing sex traffickers and that this was her opportunity to be part of something, and knew that she wanted to be close to him and knew that she felt that she needed to be close to him and that translated into various aspects of their relationship and her dependence, her psychological dependence otherwise. So somebody who didn't have a sensitivity to her at a deep and emotional level would not have been able to be so targeted in responding to some of her resistance, because these suggestions that he was offering were in response to her resisting or saying, I can't do this, or I give up, or I'm tired, and then he would come back and he would say something else.
You just spoke to some to evidence of resistance. Can you give, I'm not going to ask you to list everyone, but can you give some of the elements of resistance that you observed from Kiara in those messages?
Well, over 15 hours, I can't remember everyone, but again, she said, well, what about the mess? What about the mess that I'm going to, so he said, well, I'll burn the mess and I'll change the bedding and I'll buy new blankets. And so can you help? And of course he says, well, I can't help because this is a ghost thing. So I can't help. I can only coach, getting guidance about how to do it. And her saying that again, there were times that she said, I give up. I'm tired. And at one point she said, I physically can't do it and you won't do it. And she said, once this happens, there's no undoing it. So these are various examples of at some point she suggested, well, why don't you grab the knife and then try to stab me and then miss? These are, there are many more within 15 hours, but this is an example of how she would come back and then he would respond with something and then back and forth.
Sure. What is the significance to you from a forensic psychiatric perspective of Kiara asking, make me angry or make me mad, provoke me to be enraged? That those sorts of statements. Why is that?
I mean, she said at some point, she said, remind me of what she's done to me. So if the experience with Grace was that traumatic, then she wouldn't need to be reminded, especially in the context of her being persuaded to carry out this killing. So she actually asked him that, and it also reflected that she wanted to be roused to anger to bring herself to a point that she could carry out a murder.
We see in the messages at some point that Isaac seems to suggest waking Grace up and throwing her out kind of as an alternative to killing her. Do you recall that kind of line of discussion?
I experienced it as a discussion that Isaac came up with an idea of saying, you're throwing both of us out.
Operation Fake Kick Out. Do you remember those words?
Operation Fake Kick Out. And so this wasn't to as an alternative to the murder. This was in order to in some way create a conflict or a confrontation during which there would be an encounter, because there was no confrontation the whole evening. There was no confrontation between Grace and Kiara before they went to sleep, notwithstanding the relationship. That during the evening she was there, they talked. Kiara's recollection was that she tried to make her feel better because she found out that she had just broken up with a fiance, and then she was able to feel some sense of compassion. So this was transpiring after all of that, and so she couldn't bring herself otherwise. So then they were talking about, well, exactly how could this be orchestrated? And in this context, Isaac came up with the idea of saying, just say you're kicking us both out.
Isaac, he's got your number.
Did Kiara seemingly start to go along with the notion of a kick out?
Isaac left, and so she followed his suggestion.
Okay. What was the final message that you reviewed in the Facebook messages?
Isaac told Kiara that Grace had admitted to all of this traumatic activity, to having orchestrated the gang rape, had admitted it to him.
Is that relevant to you from a forensic psychiatric standpoint?
Well, it is, because it really was the kernel of her homicidal fantasy. That the rage that she generated toward Grace, or that she was able to maintain, because they hadn't had contact for a long time. But the nature of that rage had been cultivated through this false story of a gang rape, and that was the source. So it went right to the source of what would be the hot button of her rage.
So, Dr. Wellner, based on Kiara and Isaac's personal history, the evidence you reviewed in this case, what is your ultimate opinion on how that relationship or those relationship dynamics played a role in the murder of Grace Jennings?
Well, in various respects. First of all, he was dominant and controlling. She was very dependent. He had various homicidal fantasies, was saying that he was running a vigilante gang, had killed 40 people, and making those representations that Kiara believed. She had extreme rage towards Grace that he had cultivated in her. Isaac, who's aware of the intensity of all these feelings, brings Grace over to where they live without getting her permission, and just says she's coming over and puts her right there in that situation. Notwithstanding that, even though she objected to it when, in the course of their correspondence, their recorded messaging, she went along with it, and they had an uneventful evening before they ostensibly all went to bed. But Isaac and Kiara continued to message one another. He had the demonstrated capacity to persuade her to do anything. He not only was able to persuade her to participate in the sex trade to the point of exposing her to risk. She was raped, but he was able to persuade her to continue even after she was raped in the sex trade. So he had the capacity to persuade her to do anything, as well as go along with his plan of him being in the home, living there, when clearly her mother objected to it. And so extreme was that emotional dependence that she had that even after the April 22 incident, and he was able to manipulate her into dropping charges because she didn't want to endanger the relationship. And he was asked to leave the home, and she allowed him to come back. And she was so intense in that level of dependence that when there was any consideration of him leaving that home, leaving the McCulley home, she told her mother, I'll go live out on the street with him. So you have those things playing themselves out, and I think that that's how they converged that evening.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Judge, can we approach?
Come on up.
Of course. Where would we be without another sidebar? All right, let's zip ahead. As we are trying to get all the way caught up, let me tell you where the trial is in real time. They're deliberating, but they also had a power outage. So the power's out in the courthouse right now.
Terms not necessarily about the individuals
Hang on
involved.
1 second. Okay, there we go.
Just a couple questions, Dr. Wellner. And I want to speak in general terms, not necessarily about the individuals involved in this case when I ask these two questions.
Okay.
In a relationship such as you've described from a theoretical point of view, coercive control and these dominant and submissive power dynamics, why does someone take the dominant stance and want to engage in these types of dominant behaviors?
Well, the way you phrase the question, I'm going to try to answer it as concisely as I can.
Okay.
But please understand, if I can't, it's because I'm just trying. All right.
Get paid
Now,
by
that
the
said,
hour.
it's not theoretical. This stuff has been researched. So I'm not talking about theoretical construct. The notion of coercive control has been studied and researched. So you ask the question of why does the person who is a dominant individual do what they do? That's unique to the individual. So in other words, the fact that the history of Mr. Apodaca's homicidal fantasy is not something that you find in every dominant individual. So how it expresses itself is different, and it converges with the expression of the dominance. Not every individual who's involved in this kind of intimate partner relationship is going to compel their partner into sex trade. That happened here. In other instances, other things happen.
Let's stay to the general construct of individuals who have a dominant coercive control aspect. What benefit do they derive, generally speaking, not necessarily specific to Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCauley's case? What are the general types of benefits one might derive?
The psychological benefit is the satisfaction of control over another individual and the absolute nature of that. The more control one has, then the more one feels a sense of satisfaction and comfort.
Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor, and I'll hand this to the court order.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Nice to see you again.
Fly in from Palm Beach?
I've actually I flew in from Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I'm going to ask you just some general questions. A lot of what you're testifying to is based on generalities, correct?
No, it's based on the evidence of this case and the scientific study of the constructs that I'm referring to.
Okay. But those scientific constructs are somewhat generally applied in different cases, correct?
No, they're applied based on the specificity of the evidence and whether it fits. If there's no applicability to the components of the coercive control that I discussed or the trauma bonding, then these are very specific qualities that I'm referring to as they approximate here.
Okay. And you have been retained by the prosecution to provide analysis in this matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you are a licensed practicing forensics psychiatrist?
I'm a licensed psychiatrist, yes.
Okay. And one of the pillars of reliable psychiatric evaluation is direct face-to-face evaluations of the individuals in question, correct?
It's certainly a pillar for a diagnostic evaluation. If one wants to give a diagnosis, then it's a pillar to evaluate someone face-to-face.
You have never sat in a room with the defendant, Isaac Apodaca, correct?
I have not examined him.
You have not sat in a room with Kiara McCulley, correct?
I have not.
Okay. So you have never administered any sort of psychological diagnostic testing or assessments directly to Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCulley, correct?
I have not.
Okay. Because you have never examined Mr. Apodaca, you're unable to provide a formal diagnosis regarding his mental state, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And to be clear, you can't testify with any degree of medical or psychiatric certainty regarding the specific individualized mental health or psychiatric conditions of Mr. Apodaca.
I can testify to what I've testified to, but I can't testify to a diagnosis.
Okay.
In certain instances, you can testify to a diagnosis if an evaluation is not possible, and it was not possible in this case. However, the reason that I'm not testifying to diagnosis is because in addition to not having access to Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCulley, I don't have a complete medical record of their history, and so I don't have anything to otherwise inform it.
Okay. And if I could just ask you, if I was going to ask you this in the beginning, but if you could just answer.
Sure.
When it calls for a yes or no answer, if you could just answer as such. And then
I'll do the best I can. Yes, sir.
If you could, that'd be great. Okay. And then, so basically, your entire perspective on this case is based on secondary documents, third-party materials provided to you, correct?
It's based on, yes, it's based on the historical evidence record.
Okay. And you basically relied on materials that were specifically curated for your review, correct?
I don't know that they were curated. I asked for the complete set of documents that would inform an understanding of the time of the offense.
Okay. Now, you've never observed Mr. Apodaca interact with anyone, correct?
He was buffered.
Other than anything involved in the file of this case?
Yeah. With respect to the file of this case, I observed what I observed, whether it be the body camera, whether it be the interviews with law enforcement. Those are things that I did watch video of. But otherwise, it's limited to that.
Okay. So you're basically offering opinions about the psychological dynamic between Mr. Apodaca and Ms. McCulley?
Correct.
Okay. But you never sat face-to-face with Ms. McCulley to get her perspective directly?
I did not. I was relying upon...
Yes or no?
I did not.
Okay. Thank you. And you never got Mr. Apodaca's?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah.
We're going to get caught up super fast. We're almost done with this day.
Reading her pretrial interview and the other interviews.
Backed up. Did a bad thing again.
And you've also previously stated when we did a pretrial interview that the allegations in the April 22 case were different from the actions in this particular case. Correct, Doctor?
That's correct.
Okay.
Do we hear this part already?
And when it was me who asked you in that interview whether it was character evidence, you didn't deny it, did you?
You'd have to show me the transcript in the context of that, because we did talk about quite a number of things.
Okay.
I'd want to see that what I actually said.
Okay. So you are basing your opinion based on maybe a prior charge that was filed and dismissed, correct?
I'm basing my opinion on her psychological dependence, on various aspects of her psychological dependence, including how that case was handled, and including her not moving forward with the complaint, which is how it came to be dismissed.
But you don't have any knowledge of whether she didn't move forward with the charges or whether the charges were bogus, correct?
I have knowledge that when police called her to speak to her about it, that Isaac was in the room. She declined to speak to them without telling them that he was in the room when they called her.
Doctor, can you answer my question, yes or no? You did not speak, you did not get a first-hand account from Mr. Apodaca or Ms. McCulley about what actually happened there in that April 2022 incident?
I didn't get access to speak to either of them about it.
Okay. You stated stuff like Mr. Apodaca had invited Grace without getting permission from Kiara, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All of this information that you provided in making your assessment were, again, based on your review of documents and videos, correct?
The materials of this case, yes.
Okay. So you're claiming to know Mr. Apodaca's intent based on your review of a file without speaking to him directly?
I don't believe I've testified about his intent.
Okay.
I've testified about the dynamics between the two of them, the constructs implicated by the forensic literature, the behavioral science literature, and the qualities of each of them that related directly to this event. In terms of his motivation, I haven't offered testimony about it.
Okay. And you...
The clock is our like counter. It shows how many likes we have on the channel. So if you like the channel, it goes up by 1.
1 second. Dr. Wellner, based on your review of this case, there is no DNA evidence linking Mr. Apodaca to Ms. Jennings' death, is there? Yes or no?
Based on my understanding of the case, that's correct.
Okay. And there is no physical evidence that Mr. Apodaca touched Ms. Jennings, correct?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. Could you answer yes or no? It'd probably be better for the record, too.
Well, you asked me, there's no evidence that he touched her. And I don't believe that that's what you're getting at. No, there's no evidence that there's no DNA, there's no physical evidence that he issued an assaultive or lethal blow.
Yes or no, doctor? There is no blood spatter, from what you understand, on Mr. Apodaca's clothing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes or no? There is no forensic evidence placing Mr. Apodaca at the scene during the actual stabbing, killing, correct, doctor?
Well,
yes or no, doctor?
That's not true.
Yes or
Because,
no?
well, the answer is no. There is forensic evidence. There's no physical evidence, but there's forensic evidence.
Okay. Placing him at the scene while the stabbing is occurring?
While the stabbing is occurring, no.
Okay.
Only around the time.
Okay.
Yes or no? Yes or no, sir? Yes or no? Just yes or no. That's funny.
Dr. Bellner, you don't actually know what Mr. Apodaca expected would happen when Grace was invited over, correct? Yes or no?
It's an interesting question.
But I asked for, I mean,
I have to think about it before I answer it, because I think only he knows what he was capable of persuading her to do. But I don't know what his objectives or anticipated outcome of that night when he invited her over. That's correct.
Yeah, okay. That answers it well. Thank you.
That answers it well. This doctor's getting paid by the word or by the hour. He's gonna say a lot of things. He's gonna say a lot of things when he could answer with one word. He's gonna answer with a lot of them.
You know, Dr. Wellner, a major part of your opinion rests on the review of possibly some text messages.
You mean the Facebook messaging?
Yeah, Facebook messages.
It certainly contributes to my opinion, and it was borne out from various aspects of what I got from the documentation and the interviews and my own interviews.
Okay. So basically what you've been reviewing is what we've been going over here this week, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I can move on.
Yes,
Understood.
yep, move on.
Okay.
I got 4 more bags of these today. I've had one of them so far. Being really good not opening a second bag today, I think.
Okay. Dr. Wellner, I'm now going to shift over towards interrogation tactics, coercion. In regards to interrogation, you had stated that that's an area that you have expertise in, correct?
Yes, I've published in that area and I've researched some.
Okay. And in regard to that, you did review the interrogation in this case?
I did.
Okay. And what specific interrogation techniques did you identify as having been used during the interrogation?
I think that the detective, after giving him an opportunity to elaborate, confronted him with the Facebook messaging and the contradictions of his account.
Okay.
And that was essentially a principal technique that I observed, that he was asked to explain and to reconcile the contradictions in his account from what was showing up in the Facebook messaging.
Okay. And you are familiar with the read technique, correct?
I am.
Of interrogation?
Yes.
You're also familiar with the piece model?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain the read technique of interrogation?
Well, the read technique is an approach in which various techniques are employed in order to bring a suspect from denial to confession. The peace technique offers all of the qualities of the read technique, but does not employ confrontation.
Okay. And then are you familiar within these methods in regards to minimization tactics?
Yes.
Okay. Minimization tactics were employed, were utilized in this interrogation, correct?
I can't say that they were. Minimization refers to the diminishing the seriousness of what happened. I don't recall the detective diminishing the seriousness of Grace Jennings' murder. Minimization is diminishing the consequences of what's going to happen to somebody. And I do recall that at the beginning of the interrogation that Mr. Apodaca was told that he wasn't a suspect. And I believe that at the beginning of the interrogation, he may not have been.
Okay.
But I think that when everything came down and he was being actually presented with what was in the Facebook messaging, which then became accessible through the fortuitous access to his phone, then I don't think that he was told that he would not be held criminally responsible in exchange for, or that he would be treated in a diminished way, which is what legal minimization refers to.
Okay. So I'm going to go through some of the exact parts of the interrogation.
Sure.
In the beginning, where the detective discusses Halloween and what he's going to be doing for Halloween. Do you remember that part?
Sure.
Okay. That could be an implied promise tactic, correct?
Can you show it to me? Because in my own mind, I'm inclined not to agree with you, but you may be right, and I want to see what you're referring to.
Okay.
I almost want that soundbite. I'm inclined not to agree with you. No, he says no.
Let's do this instead of having to. If the detective were to talk about Halloween plans.
Yes.
Okay. Would that early on in the interrogation? What are your plans for Halloween? Are you going to dress up? All that. Would that be indicative of a false promise?
No, that's referred to as rapport building.
Okay.
And that's an interrogation technique.
But that is an interrogation tactic.
Yes. You build rapport with someone because if they're comfortable, they'll talk to you. You hope.
Okay.
But they're less likely to talk to you if no rapport is built.
Can you discuss maximization tactics?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what that is?
Maximization is one amplifies the seriousness of an offense. And I can hardly imagine how the murder of Grace Jennings, such as it was, could be maximized. I mean, it was what it was.
Okay.
And I meant to say over amplification.
There's no question. Wait for the next question.
Thank you, Judge. Now, a long interrogation, would that be concerning in regards to a possible coercion?
It depends what happens during the long interrogation. It depends on the conditions of an interrogation. If a detective or police officer creates coercive conditions within an interrogation, it doesn't have to take too long. And length of interrogation can be affected by any range of factors, but it doesn't create coercion. It creates a lot of boredom, may contribute to a suspect falling asleep because they have to wait a long time.
Okay.
But no.
And generally, is lying a tactic in interrogations?
You mean when officers lie to a suspect?
Yes.
Some officers will lie during interrogation. It's not as commonly used if you look at surveys of police officers, but it's some officers will lie and see where it goes and what it elicits.
Okay. Creating a narrative of guilt that they want the suspect to adhere to?
It's not an interrogation tactic because
It happens in interrogations?
it may at some point, that there are various theories that may get tested out, but it's not so much a tactic as it is something that happens in interrogation. In the read technique that you speak of, they're not taught to create narratives, they're taught to elicit input. So if it's something that a detective does or law enforcement does, if anything, it's not necessarily encouraged because it may prevent other information from coming to light. But it's not something that contributes to a coercive atmosphere. It's just a qualitative technique issue.
Okay. Psychological vulnerabilities of a subject. Again, that's something that you would have to interact directly with the subject to know about, correct?
You can get a lot of historical data about someone's psychological vulnerability in an interrogation. The opportunity to examine somebody doesn't reflect on how they were at that time. As someone that you see at a point in time after they've been arrested and been in custody may be very affected in various ways and may not have had the vulnerabilities that they had at the time of interrogation. And that's also to include strengths and the ability to resist somebody's questioning. So an assessment of vulnerability, it refers to the assessment of a person's vulnerability to give a false confession to a crime that they did not commit. But it also encompasses looking at the strengths that a person has to be in an interrogation, whether they're guilty or innocent, and to parry away any efforts from a detective or an officer to get information from them.
If a verdict comes in before we catch up, we're going live to the verdict, just so you heads up. So they're deliberating right now, but they also have the power out in the courthouse.
Did you interview any of the interrogating officers?
Not sure
I
what's
did
up.
not.
Okay. 1 second, Judge.
Got some strategic coffers in the courtroom. Real life, I think they've been deliberating for over an hour. We've got a lot of catch up still. Nothing further.
Correct.
Dr. Wellner, let's start where defense left off and asking about interrogation techniques and false confessions.
Yes.
Okay. What is a false confession?
A false confession is a confession that somebody makes to a crime that they could not possibly have committed. Because, for example, let's say that you confess to a murder, but that murder happened when you weren't in Santa Fe, but you were in Fort Lauderdale. Well, that would be a false confession. Or you confess to a murder.
Doctor, don't refer to specific jurors in your examples.
Okay. Let's say that someone else can confess to a murder or a sex assault. And the physical evidence of that sex assault demonstrated another person's bodily fluids inside someone. And so the nature of what was physically described could not possibly have taken place.
What?
So it's a confession to an event for which the physical evidence, and actually not just the physical evidence, but the digital evidence, and that was the testimony I gave earlier about forensic evidence, many kinds of forensic evidence, wholly makes it just impossible that the person could have participated at all.
That goes to my next question then. You did differentiate between forensic evidence and physical evidence. Can you just explain that difference?
There are many kinds of forensic evidence. There's the evidence that we rely on in behavioral sciences is human evidence. When I interview someone, it's human evidence, and I take it in. There's physical evidence from the DNA that's been referred to. There's digital evidence where there's camera, there's photography, and you can prove that someone was where they were in a particular place. There's documentary evidence, which is it is what it is, and it was created when it was created, and it was said what was said. So these are various forms of evidence that converge to inform our understanding of what it is that we're supposed to evaluate.
To you, from a forensic psychiatric perspective, is the lack of physical evidence that implicates Isaac Apodaca, in other words, the fact that his DNA isn't on the sword or his fingerprints aren't on the sword, is that forensically, psychiatrically relevant to you in your assessment of the relationship between Kiara and Isaac?
No, I was asked to evaluate the dynamics between them. I was asked to evaluate the the psychiatric and psychological constructs that might have relevance, and I was asked to evaluate the qualities of each and how they culminated in this event.
You were asked on cross, and then you wanted to clarify something. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to do so. You were asked about the concept of maximization in a interview of a suspect, and you said something about amplification versus over-amplification. Can you just clarify what you were talking about?
Well, I did not want to misspeak. If you, an example that I can refer to is if someone is being questioned about an alleged physically or sexually inappropriate act that exposes itself to certain charges. Maximization would be, you're going to go to prison forever. You know, you're going to get life for this, or you're going to get 50 years for this. And so you're amplifying the significance of the legal significance of the event in order to impact the suspect to think that the potential consequences are greater than they are. So you've over-amplified it. So my point is, you can't over-amplify this murder. It is what it is. It's not, you know, it doesn't have relevance to the context in which maximization is studied and applied.
Yes.
I think the judge is getting frustrated with the verboseness of this witness, because he tends to answer the question that he thinks that you're getting at instead of the one that was asked. And the judge has had to correct him, including saying, don't point at our jurors and say they were murderers, please. We want them to not be mad at us. But let's see how long this continues. A little sidebar here. Quick view of the defendant as he's had his whole MO diagnosed and laid bare for all to see by this witness. Moving on. There we go.
Just to be clear, you're not making any diagnoses in this case?
No.
And you had the opportunity to observe Kiara McCauley's testimony today?
I did.
And just generally speaking, did those observations factor into your opinion, the opinions you've already testified to in this case?
Yes, the information that she provided and my observations, yes.
A brief moment, Your Honor. And just finally, in terms of the defense questioning about coercion and the source of the interview, in your review of Isaac Apodaca's interview, were coercive techniques utilized?
No.
Thank you. May we just approach on that, Your Honor?
Come on up.
May we approach on that? Sure, why not? Come on up.
Dr. Wellner, is it unusual for you to make determinations or offer opinions in a case without talking to the individuals involved?
There are many areas across the spectrum of forensic psychiatry where interviews are not done, and in certain instances, they're not even possible. And in certain instances, you're actually allowed to give a diagnosis even without an interview when you are not given access to someone, but you have a complete record. The objective is for you to make an evidence-based determination that's inclusive of all the evidence that can be made available to you. If you don't have enough information, you don't offer an opinion. But if you have enough information and it's inclusive of all the information that's possible, then there are various areas in the forensic psychiatry arena where you do.
You're beyond the scope of the question. You want to ask him the question again directly?
It was yes or no.
Moving into other areas.
Is offering an opinion in a case where you have not personally interviewed the individuals involved something that you do regularly?
It's something that forensic psychiatrists do as a matter of commonplace practice.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We will reserve the witness.
Reserve, because we're going to call him back.
I think we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time. Doctor, you're being reserved. The attorneys will stay in contact with you and let you know if you're going to be recalled, but you're free to step down as soon as the jury reports.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All rise. They go to their break. We skip through the break. And now it's over. There we go. Break time's over. Wait for it. People are moving.
It is 3:55. Let's spend a moment before we bring the jury back in and organize the rest of the day.
Judge, use your
Ms.
mic,
Murphy, on behalf
please.
of the state, who's your next witness?
Your Honor, we will rest our case in chief, and we'd ask to be able to do so in front of the jury.
Okay. We need to do directed verdict motions after that.
The directed verdict is not going to fly in this
I think
case.
I'm going to, once you rest, I'm going to send the jury home for the evening.
Good.
We'll do directed verdict motions, and then all I took, this system is not functioning. I can't bring things up. I was trying to bring up the instructions, and they just wouldn't load. File and serve is also down right now, so I don't know what's going on with the Odyssey system.
I think it may be partially the courthouse internet, too. I've
Yeah,
had
no,
issues all
all of
day.
it seems to be either lagging or just not working.
What's wrong with New Mexico?
Before I let you go, I'd like to take a first glance at the instructions, even though we're not done with the case, just to see if there's anything there that we need to work on over the evening. But I'll hear directed verdict motions first and make decisions on those motions, and then we'll use the rest of whatever we have left until about 5 o'clock to do whatever else we can get done this afternoon.
All right. So with that, the state has rested in this case. They don't have any more witnesses. The jury is sent out. We discussed the. They discussed the.
What I'm thinking about is don't know counsel, and you don't have to make it.
We discuss the jury instructions, and then we get to. I think we're on to today, right? We need to hear directed verdict. The DV's a snoozer. Yeah, we're zipping ahead. I don't think we need to hear anything there. Just 1 second. Let me just make sure. This puts us on today's date. So now we're live. We need to go to defense. Thanks for clicking the likes. That's the like counter right there. That's the live representation of how many people clicked like on the stream. We'd like to have that be 1,000 by the end of the day. So your YouTube says 904. It does update about every 30 seconds because I'm only allowed to ask YouTube, how many likes do I have now? About 10,000 times a day. And I don't want to go over that. So now we're up to 908. So see how it goes. Takes just a minute. Okay, waiting for them to come in. Everyone's seated. Waiting for the judge. Everyone's still sitting there. Oh, here we go. We have some action. Defense looks defeated, a little tired. Oh, pay attention. Judge walks in.
The defense wanting to bring a couple of wooden swords in the building.
Whoa, back. Stop.
Yeah. Your Honor, we were going to use it as a demonstration.
Sorry, we were waiting for this to. I had hit the mute button. I want to hear this whole thing. Okay, he's just chilling. Here's the squeaky door by the judge's bench. Eyes closed. Just thinking things over, pondering life decisions. Wait for it. Wait for it. I might have backed up another extra minute. He gets like a whole minute of sleep here. There's a squeaky door. Oh, that is the judge. Everyone front and center.
We are back on the record outside the hearing in presence of the jury. Let's talk about a couple of housekeeping matters. The first one, I received a message from my administrative assistant that the corporal in charge of security on the first floor was approached by someone identified themselves as an assistant for the defense, wanting to bring a couple of wooden swords into the building.
Good, yeah. Your Honor, we were going to use it as a demonstrative, Judge, for the closing statement. Originally, I was thinking about just holding up the box to the evidence, since we can't access the evidence directly. As a demonstrative, we were considering using that in our closing, Your Honor, just for the DNA demonstration.
Have you seen the items, Counsel?
I brought it up last, Murphy.
I haven't seen them, Your Honor. He did mention it to me a minute ago.
They're at security right now.
We'll need to arrange for you to see them and then see if there's any objection. In terms of scheduling, I'll have you rest in front of the jury.
Okay.
And then I'll instruct, and then State's Counsel will make her closing,
Okay.
and then we'll recess. And that'll be their bathroom break, because when we come back from that, defense will do its closing, and then the state will do its reply, and then we'll give them the case. I also alerted the bailiff to be ready. It takes about an hour and a half to have anything delivered to the courthouse for their lunch, so they probably will place their order during the
I've got it. You
during
guys have
the
got
first
it.
recess. You have packets?
I would like to go through them very quickly.
Okay, let's do this. Let's take another recess, let you and counsel look through those. Ms. Murphy, if you'd like to go with Mr. Nair down to the first floor to look at whatever they want to bring up. He hasn't let them through. He won't let them through. He wouldn't let somebody through with a baseball bat, so he wasn't going to let anybody through with a wooden sword either.
Okay.
So go take a look at them and see if there's any objection.
Judge, one more item we do have the list of exhibits with the numbers. Defense has seen it agreed, so.
So we'll send it back as an
sword
aid.
fight closings.
Just like right up here.
Okay. Is it? Okay.
All right.
Go ahead and we'll go off the record and let you collate.
You can collate in peace. Where we are right now in real time is right here. I told you if we didn't get caught up in time, we would jump right to real time. And we have word that a verdict has been reached in this case. We haven't even got the closings yet. But apparently the jury can do this one in the dark. We're going to keep a poll going right here so you guys can weigh in on it. But in this case, which was a little bit crazy. No, I won't say a little bit. It's a lot bit crazy. We have not had this level of crazy all together in one case in many a day. But in this case, the defendant is charged with murder for a murder he didn't commit but might have driven someone else to do, using manipulation, using control, using the dark web and black market level up. Bitcoin. What are we missing here? What are we missing here? This is a crazy one. Give me a second. Let me put the poll together. This case has gone everywhere and beyond. Even went to the areas we didn't think we were going to touch and probably never will again. But here we go. Has the state proven the case against Isaac Apodaca? Two answers, no or yes. The first answer is no. Answer carefully. We're not going to do redo. Verdict is in. Just waiting for the jury to come back right now. This one is seems to be a simple one for many of you. We might have to go back and watch the live action role play where the attorneys fight out with swords in front of the jury. They literally reenact this whole situation. Live action role play on closings. That's crazy. We'll watch the closings after. But we're not gonna take any more testimony. We're just gonna go straight to closings. Oh man. We have not got the LARPs. We're gonna add the LARPs in.
Can you see if you can hear me and see me on the Google Meet?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Hello? Okay, I'm gonna get out. It's because I didn't want there to be any problems for that 3 o'clock.
That was in the courthouse, not my house. Just for the record, that was not a little RA.
Hello.
Procedural matters, and unfortunately, you have not.
What is a LARP? Live action role play.
Hello.
It's the term that's given to reenacting battles, typically
Hello.
medieval time period. That was in the courthouse. That was in the courthouse. Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, we hear you. We hear you all. Yes, that was also in the courthouse, but not this one. Let's see.
In front of the Walmart.
We're going to end the day listening to the we have the closings queued up. We're reading right now just for a verdict. This is a wild one.
About to catch a whooping.
What was deliberation time? About 2 hours. I think it was about 2 hours. Linda Lou, you should have heard the directed verdict. Defense said there wasn't enough evidence. That's what directed verdict is. It's when they say there's not enough evidence. Sometimes it's very humorous. Sometimes you think, hey, there's a
I'm
chance.
trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
Less than 2 hours, says Momo. That was Tisha.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I don't have Canada working yet. I could probably do that. Here's Canada.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
Thoughts and prayers with Ian, who's been dealing with, I believe, a flood. I'll just say a flood of some type. It did prompt me to have Grok create an image of a white-haired man in a top hat in his underwear and Wellingtons holding a knife. If you're on X and you follow Ian, you know. If you know, you know. His basement flooded. And it was not the good kind of flood. There's never a good kind of flood. But, yeah, he's been... the poor guy. He's had more than his share of things happening. I will tell, he shared it. He shared the information. He said, because of this, I'm literally working in my underwear and a top hat. And I'm carrying a knife, cutting things away for flooding, trying to clean up. Yeah, it was... There's a mental image which Grok built for me. And no, I cannot share it with you, but it was spot on. It was spot on. Why the top hat? Because it's Ian. Because he has a top hat. He doesn't want it to get in the muck. For an elf, Ian has very bad luck. Yeah. He needs a good run of good luck now. Trial TV says the deliberation time was just under 2 hours at 1 hour and 43 minutes. That's quick. That's quick for a murder trial. But you have to consider that they also, I think, had lunch during that time and had a power outage. So it might have been much less than that. Firearms were harmed in the process. Yes, I saw some of his pew-pews were used as benchmarks for how high the water got. What goes with underwear better than the top hat? Flowing white locks, I say. We have a poll in. We're going to close this one. We're not going to do a poll on deliberation time because that's already happened. But closing out the poll on, has the state proven the case against Isaac Apodaca? Yes, a 94%, and no at 6%. That's 331 votes, or about a third of us who are here right now. Did Judge just walk in? We've got some court staff that have been walking in and out of the shot from the courtroom right now. Did defense put up a defense? Not much of one if they did. I think they just rested, right? I think it was just resting and go to the... We know that I can tell you that he did not. The defendant did not get up and testify, even though they bluffed. They bluff charged a couple times and said, "Yeah, we're seriously gonna call him to the stand." That was never going to happen. I'll take things that never would ever happen in any dimension for $100, Alex. That was never going to happen. It was bad. That would have been terrible, terrible, terrible. No defense witnesses were called, so you did hear all the evidence. The only thing we didn't get to hear was the closings, which we will watch after the verdict. We'll put this all together. What sentence is he facing? New Mexico is just life in prison without parole, right? Do they have death penalty? I don't think it's death penalty. I think it's life without parole is the max. It'll be interesting to see if after this, Kiara gets special treatment or lesser treatment. She did admit to it. I mean, she killed Grace, and I mean, with a sword. It was her. She did all the killing blows. There may have been, well, she did sufficient killing blows to have killed her. There may have been additional blows that the defense objected to, but the state insinuated may have occurred between when she went in to take a shower and when she came back out, because the body had moved and the sword had moved. So that's something. I think they may have an appeal with ineffective counsel. I think they have an appeal for terrible client. Their clients really set them up to fail. He planned this out with everything except for hiding the evidence and getting rid of the body. Are you also following the Kiana Davis case? Is that one out of Georgia, Joey? Do you think the postmortem injuries could be from Isaac? I think the state thinks some of the postmortem injuries, specifically the beheading ones, may have been from Isaac. Yes. I've got my eye on it. It's doing this right now, but I've followed it from the beginning. We're not following it on the channel. You guys know that a lot of times I'm looking down or looking away when I'm listening to court. I literally do follow 2 or 3 court cases simultaneously. Sometimes I'm following some of the judges we jump around to on court hopping. Sometimes I'm following another case, like the state of Georgia case, the shaken baby case. I follow a bunch at the same time. Sometimes if we're behind, I'm following real time as well, so I know what's going on, so I know what words to watch for in chats. It's to keep the spoilers out. That's why I have the 16 windows that we do. So it's I generally hear about it before you. Yeah, I cheat 100%. If cheating is watching other courts at the same time. I like to think it's multitasking. But there has...
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
There has seldom been a verdict that comes in when we're on rewatch that I don't know about before we go there. Does that make sense? Must be tired. No, I like what I'm doing. I love it. This is... Well, we wait. This is... I've got 16 windows up there. And I guess I could put another 16 windows right here. And another 5 screens there. I call it producing, yeah. We're so close to having 1,000 likes on the stream, by the way. You could be one of the last 27 people needed to get us to that benchmark. There are 1,153 of you here. I figure a couple of you could do that. Let's jump now to court where we're waiting for the defendant to be brought in. That may be the holdup. Is 16 enough? No, DMB, thanks for mentioning it. I'm looking to enhance the setup. I'm thinking I've got a lot of real estate up there. It's out of view for you guys, but I think we could do it. Was it as bad as I feared? No. As a matter of fact, it was better. I did not sleep well last night. I went to bed at 4 a.m. I was worried sick about what was going to happen today. I didn't want to watch the testimony in advance. I don't cheat like that. But I was worried it was going to be much worse than it was. There we are. Oh, we hit 1,000. Look at that. Bang. 1,001. Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all. Anyone know if defense is a public defender? I'm willing to bet they are. I think I'm going to try to set up my counter in a different location so I can have it on the screen as an overlay. And we can keep it, you know, it might be like underneath me or something. Don, we did play the music. We are waiting. We're going to watch the closing after the verdict. That's the only part we've missed. Apparently there's a sword fight in the closing on the wall behind you. It doesn't work. My wall's a green screen. It's not actually there. I mean, the wall's there, but it doesn't look like the one that's behind me. How long did the jury deliberate? According to Trial TV, who are good friends and always right, 1 hour, 43 minutes, roughly. I could virtually put it behind me. Think how to do this. Awesome. Love that you're over there on Trial TV. They're great friends. We like to collaborate and work together. I'm sure there are going to be some cases coming up where we work together as well. What does my counter only read? 901. Your YouTube's just hasn't refreshed. Barb, we have tried very hard to fast forward real time, but for some reason no one has yet invented a time machine that would allow us to go forward in time, so we have to sit here in current time and you've got mail and watch. This is real time, so hold on. Here we got something. What's happening? Whoa, super loud. We will watch the sword fight or the whatever sword demonstration. I'm guessing.
Looks like Antonio Leyba was reset for the 22nd at 2:30 in the afternoon.
This fun fact.
Okay, I'll update my calendar.
Yeah, the state should have let you know. I apologize.
Judge just giving random updates. Defendant is here. Attorneys are here. Let's see if the prosecution is here. Well, 2 of the 3 are here. Look over the prosecution. Look around the courtroom. The fast forward in real time. If I can get that figured out, we will do more than just go viral. We will win the lottery. That's what we're going to do if I learn how to do that. Not going to cover Lindsay Clancy. Like 0% chance, unfortunately. That's a tough one with children as victims. Which
in D101 CR 2023-25 with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present, we've been informed that we have verdicts in the case. Is there anything preliminary to taking the verdicts?
Nothing from the state judge.
Nothing for defense, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. A couple of procedural things just so that everybody's aware before we get started. I'll ask counsel after we take verdicts if they want the jury polled. and then I'll release the jury. We all stay in the courtroom until the jury is outside past the guard station on the first floor.
Oh, we give them a head start.
We'll
We
be
chase them
sitting
down.
for a while after we take those verdicts. Okay, let's have our jury, and we'll be off the record until they come in.
Okay, the jury's coming in. They deliberated for 1 hour and 43 minutes in this case. Mr. Apodaca charged with murder in a case where the state admits that he did not. Well, we don't have any evidence to show that he swung the sword, used a dagger, butterfly knife, anything in this case. But we do have text message evidence that seems to show strong connection to the planning, the premeditation side, the encouragement, the direction of the how-to, and we've even got some pretty strong testimony from the sword wielder herself that implicates him as handing her the sword to proceed with the act. And if nothing else, I think we've proven that the defendant is a habitual liar, with telling all sorts of fake stories about himself, including one where he was the leader of a group called Ghost, this shadow organization which goes out and eliminates people of ill repute, say like people who pimp out their girlfriends, which is something he also did. Yeah, and that he had killed 40 people already. And now it was time for his girlfriend to get into the organization, and she would level up by committing this murder by killing his ex-girlfriend, who was causing problems in their relationship somehow by existing. Here we go. Jury's here. And oh yeah, and he's an angel. In case you didn't notice, that would explain the halo. You've been wondering what about the halo. He's an angel. Like he thinks he's the archangel Gabriel or something.
You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record with the jury, counsel, and Mr. Apodaca all present.
Molly, thank you so
Mr.
much.
Foreperson, my understanding is the jury has reached verdicts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you would give the instructions and the verdicts to the bailiff, please. I need to review them, make sure we've got everything back, and then I'll read the verdicts into the record.
Allie B, welcome back just in time. OG, 38 months. Thank you, Allie. Judge is reviewing the jury forms to make sure everything's done properly, the signatures are in the right spots, and that the boxes have been checked appropriately. Squeaky door still has not been oiled.
The court has received, returned the verdict forms as well as the 22 jury instructions that were sent back to deliberations with the jury. Mr. Apodaca, counsel, would you please rise? In the state of New Mexico versus Isaac Sampson Apodaca, cause D101CR 2023-25, we find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree as charged in count 1, signed by the foreperson, the corresponding not guilty verdict form for count 1, and the two guilty and not guilty verdict forms for, for second degree murder have been left unsigned. With respect to count number 2, we find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree is charged in count 2. The corresponding not guilty verdict form is left unsigned.
This is as expected.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Had a little peek in from the
Parties wish
bailiff.
the jury to be polled.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, either party has the right under our rules to ask that the jury be polled. So what that means is I'm going to start and ask each of you as to each count if the verdicts that I have received represent your verdict. So I'll start in the back row, and then I'll come around the back row, and Mr. Foreperson, I'll speak to you last. Okay. Juror number one, with respect to count number one, the jury has returned a verdict of guilty. Is this your verdict, and was this your verdict at the time the vote was taken?
Yes.
Juror number two, as to count number one, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number three, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number four, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number five, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number six, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number seven,
No surprises
was this
yet.
your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number eight, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number nine, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Mr. Foreperson, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
The jury has been properly polled with respect to count number one. With respect to count number two, the verdict returned by the jury was guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Juror number one, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number two, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number three, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number four, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict? Juror number five, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number six, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number seven, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict? Juror number eight, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number nine, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Mr. Foreperson, was this your verdict, and is this your verdict?
Yes.
The jury has been properly polled with respect to count number two. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, having completed and returned verdicts, I'm going to discharge you as the jury in this case. So a couple of quick instructions and I'll let you go. First of all the restrictions that were placed on you at the beginning of the trial are now lifted. You can talk to anyone you want to about the case. You can look up the names or any information about the case.
You can visit
all
the
of those
scene.
restrictions are lifted. You control all communications. So you can pick and choose if you want to talk to someone about the case and not to. Sometimes the attorneys want to speak to jurors. The way that happens, we have a special way of doing it. They have to notify the clerk of the court downstairs on the first floor. She would get the information and she would contact you and give you their contact information, and then you decide whether or not you want to return the call or the text message or the email. So you control all communications. No one should, none of the attorneys or their staffs or investigators or anybody should, come to your home or your work or anything like that to talk to you. If someone does approach you and you don't want to speak to them, simply let them know. And if anyone persists beyond that point, let me know, and we'll put a stop to it very, very quickly. With respect to your service, since you've sat through an entire trial, I give you the option if you want to be taken out of the larger pool for the rest of your service. All you need to do is let Angel know, and he'll let the jury clerk downstairs know. If you want to remain in the larger pool, you can. You may or may not be called back during your term of service. And if you remain in the pool, you'd be contacted in exactly the same way that you were contacted to be present for jury selection and to come back for the trial. Any questions about any of those issues?
We're just going to stick around for a minute to see
The other
when
thing I need to make
sentencing
sure you
is.
leave your notes with the bailiff. Your notes, along with the notes of the alternates, will all be destroyed. Have you retrieved all of the exhibits? Okay. So that was the other thing I needed to check on. We need to have all the original exhibits back in the court's custody. The last thing I want to talk to you about is this experience. It is not normal for most of us to sit through a trial or a hearing or any kind of a forum where you've heard testimony from the Office of the Medical Investigator, you've seen crime scene photos, you've seen autopsy photos, you've heard the testimony in the courtroom. We've come to know over time that this process can inflict a type of trauma to individuals. So Angel will give you a pamphlet that's been prepared by the Administrative Office of the Court that just discusses that. I've been talking to juries now for over 10 years about this issue because I had a situation where a couple of years after a trial, I ran into, just by happenstance in the community, a former juror, and part of that conversation was how they were still had a problem, were kind of upset, disturbed by their experience. After that conversation, I asked them, what they had done to kind of process the whole experience, and the response I got was, well, nothing. I would suggest to you that you take some time in the next couple of weeks in whatever you normally do in your life to deal with complex emotional situations and things that you've been exposed to, that you take some time and actively process what you've been through. And again, whether that's having a conversation with a friend over a cup of coffee or going for a walk up at Aspen Vista up in the mountains.
Not a sponsor.
Whatever you normally do, I encourage you to take some time to do this in the next few weeks so that you can kind of put this in context with the other things that have occurred in your life and hopefully help you to heal and move on. Do any of you have any questions for me about any of that? So what we're going to do is I'm going to discharge you in just a moment. Angel will walk you out. The rest of us will remain in the courtroom. Once you're past the guard station at the front of the building, then I'll release everyone else in the courtroom. Last thing I'd like to say on behalf of the court, all of my staff and the parties, we'd like to thank you for your patience. Didn't know we were going to have a power outage today, but thank you for your patience during the trial, your attention, your commitment to the process, and all the work that you've done. I discharge you as the jury for this case. Would all rise while the jury departs? All rise. Thank you all. If you go with the bailiff, please.
Well, now you know nobody believed you, sir. Follow the angel towards the light.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Let's talk about pre-sentence investigation, and we're going to go watch the closings with the sword fight.
We'll set sentencing probably about 30 days out.
That's all we need to know.
We'll send you a notice of the hearing and give you ample time to make whatever information you want the court to receive and to review before the hearing. Anything that you send to the court, you need to share with opposing counsel and send a cover letter indicating that you've done that.
All right.
Okay.
That's all we need.
Is there anything else before we go off the record in this case from the state? Ms. Murphy?
No, Your Honor, nothing from the state of New Mexico.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca?
A few issues, Judge. First of all, I just want to inquire of the court, was the jury deliberating, if the jury was deliberating under the power outage, were they adequately supplied with technology and different things?
They had their own lights back there. We provided them lights. They had verdicts. I was informed about not long after the power went out. And so they were sequestered in the back without anyone having an access to them until they were called into the courtroom now.
So they had a generator or something back there?
They were using cell phones and flashlights to light up the jury deliberation room.
Okay. And this is one case, Judge, where I think we'll need a mitigation report from a qualified expert in regards to Mr.
Can you see the evidence? Yeah.
History of trauma and various different issues.
Hold up that sword again.
I don't know if the court wants a formal motion to continue the 30, or if we...
Yes, we'll give you a date, and then they'll need to file a motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything else, counsel?
Nothing for defense. Thank you.
Mr. Apodaca?
The order for ad seg.
I'm sorry?
The ad seg order.
Oh, yeah. Can we have him removed from SEG?
Yes.
And phone.
I need an order. My administrative assistant, we have a video hearing, so she's back there dealing with that. So I'm not sure she's listening to us to prepare the order, but he'll be released from administrative segregation and his phone privileges are restored.
Okay.
That's the big thing.
Mr. Apodaca, you've been convicted by a jury of your peers. We're going to set sentencing out for about 35 days. It may be a little bit longer than that based on what your attorney just told me. But at this time, I'm remanding you into the custody of the sheriff of Santa Fe County to be held in safe and secure care until further order of the court. He's in your custody, Sergeant. Do you need to speak to him, counsel?
No, we're done.
Before they take him back?
Yeah.
Sergeant, if you'd give him about 5 minutes in the back before you take him down.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, we're off the record.
All right, and now we get to go back because we missed the closings. We're gonna jump over there and watch how these went.
Before she begins, just to kind of give you a heads up on the schedule, Ms. Murphy's going to make her closing statement to you. Then we're going to take a recess while the defense prepares, and then we'll bring you back in.
We're going to skip that
and we'll hear
recess.
the defense's closing statement and then the state's reply. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We are sped up a little bit.
My PowerPoint published onto the screen.
Yes.
PowerPoint's one of the worst ways to get a point across.
Are the monitors up in the jury box?
Very seldom effective.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me begin by thanking you again. This has been a long several days. You've seen a lot of evidence. I think there's 91 exhibits, some of them with many, many photos on those discs. You've reviewed hundreds of pages of records, and you've been very attentive throughout, and we thank you for your time and attention in this case. Let's talk about what this case is about and what the state has done to prove its burden beyond a reasonable doubt. This case is about caused, helped, encouraged. Kiara McCauley killed Grace Jennings around 1:30 in the afternoon on October 29th, 2022. After Isaac handed her the sword, it was Kiara that slashed and stabbed Grace on the bed in that garage until Grace was dead. Kiara is the principal in this case, the principal actor, but her accomplice, the partner that she was dependent on, was the long-standing architect of this murder. We know Kiara killed Grace Jennings. One, because she told us. We know that it was Kiara's DNA that could be recovered on the sword handle, and that the minor profile, the DNA that wasn't Kiara's, was also present, but it was too insufficient for further testing or conclusions. We know that Kiara's latent prints or fingerprints were the only ones that could be matched, and others were not sufficient for comparison. And we have been very clear about this position throughout the trial. Kiara killed Grace Jennings. But it is not required in this case that Isaac Apodaca inflicted any injuries on Grace for him to be guilty of first-degree murder under an aided and abetted theory. Isaac Apodaca is not accused of being the one that wielded the sword. But as I said, he aided and abetted, or was the accomplice or the helper in this crime, and he therefore can be held to be guilty of first-degree murder. And you will have two charges in front of you with a step down as to count one. You heard the judge talk about a second-degree murder option. Today this morning in this first portion of my discussion with you, I'm going to focus on the first-degree murder, as from the state's perspective, that is the appropriate charge for you to return a guilty verdict on. The state is asking you to convict on that first-degree murder because the deliberate intention or the willful and deliberate planning, premeditation that is evident throughout this case shows that there was planning, conversations, forethought, all put into the murder of Grace Jennings. So let's start with a quick timeline of kind of where people are and how their bodies are moving through this case. At 11:52, we have a message from Kiara to Isaac saying, "Did y'all just get to the garage?" From Kiara to Isaac, referencing Isaac and Grace. We know that Mr. Apodaca stated to Sergeant V. Hill that he thought that Grace arrived around, I think he said 11:42 or maybe it was 11:47 in the evening. At 12:04, we have the response of "I'm here." And that was Kiara after she'd left the park where she was initially waiting to initially commit this murder or maybe take Grace into the tunnels to do it. And after the defendant changed his plan, as Kiara spoke about, she then returned back to the house. And you'll see the messages in between when you review the evidence, if you'd like, about the back and forth, about just come back here. But in terms of where Kiara was at 12:04 a.m., she had moved back to the location at 5941 Jaguar from the park. At 2 a.m., there's a message telling Isaac to go in the house for a bit, that Grace and Kiara talk for a while. We know that Kiara was really working through some mixed feelings on Grace, and in some ways felt bad for her, and in some ways was very much pulled into this homicidal delusion that Grace had somehow facilitated a gang rape of her years prior. At about 3 a.m., Isaac asks to come back in, so we know that he returns back into the garage. And then for the next several hours, as we know, they message back and forth about how they are going to kill Grace. The final message that we know is right before the murder is from Isaac Apodaca to Kiara on Facebook. And that's the one where he talks about she admitted it. And we know that it is the gang rape. This is kind of the final psychological blow that helps Kiara become enraged enough to finally push forward and kill Grace Jennings. At 1:34 p.m. on Isaac Apodaca's phone, that we see in the Celebrate extraction from his actual physical device, the one that was taken off of him at AP Wireless, the one that Sergeant V. Hill reviewed with him, there's a search of how to dispose of a body. At 1:42 in the afternoon, just shortly after that, that's when Isaac first calls his mom for help. He'd called her earlier about asking for a ride as part of Operation Fake Kickout, but at this point, he calls his mom for help. Now, it's been a bit of a misnomer in this case that Isaac called 911, and let's be very clear, Isaac Apodaca never called 911. called his mommy. And then his mom called 911. And then dispatch called Isaac and he didn't answer. And then eventually, after several minutes, he called them back. But Isaac did not go and run and ask for help from paramedics or first responders or law enforcement. His mom did. His mom is the one that kicked off the law enforcement response. Now, you're going to have a series of jury instructions. You just heard the court read them to you. And they're about as much fun to read as dishwasher assembly instructions and about as important to this case as the nuclear codes.
So, I've done one of those.
You know, have fun digging into those, but those are your roadmap. Those are the rules handed down to you from the court on what you have to find in this case and the rules that you have to follow. After count 1 in the instructions, we call those the element instructions, and we'll look at them in a minute, you'll see the definition of aided and abetted. And again, I think you're picking up on this and have throughout this case, that is what the defendant is being charged with. And that instruction states that the defendant may be found guilty of a crime even though he did not do the acts constituting the crime if the state proves to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt, a doubt based upon reason and common sense, that each of the following elements. Let's look at the murder instruction. Or I'm sorry, the aided and abetted. 1, the defendant intended that another person commit the crime. Well, that is plainly evident in this case. Do it, just swing and don't regret the aim. Hours and hours of texting or messaging, handing her the sword, bringing Grace over. Of course this was intentional and that was his goal all along. 2, another person committed the crime. Well, yep, that happened. Kiara McCauley killed Grace Jennings. And 3, the defendant helped, encouraged, or caused the crime to be committed. Caused, helped, encouraged, caused. So what crime are we talking about? What underlying offense do we have to prove happened? Well, we have to prove that there was a murder, that it was a first-degree murder. Murder in the first degree, this is called the elements instruction. You'll see the 1, 2, and 3. The defendant killed Grace Jennings. Now, because of the aided and abetted instruction, this refers to the person who committed the actual crime, Kiara. But then the defendant, Mr. Apodaca, kind of stands in the shoes of Kiara under the aided and abetted theory. Kiara killed Grace Jennings. Yep. The killing was with the deliberate intention to take away the life of Grace Jennings or any other human being. We absolutely know that this was deliberate. This was intentional. This was a long, prolonged, planned event. And this happened in New Mexico on or about October 29th, 2022. I think this is probably the most undisputed element between myself and defense. We know it happened at 5941 Jaguar Drive on October 9th of 2022. We know that because of the police response, because of the autopsy, because of the messages, because of all of the evidence in this case. This happened here in the state of New Mexico on that date. Now, this deliberate intention, now this is what sets first-degree murder apart from second-degree murder. And this is what's so important that you understand that a first-degree murder was committed in this case. So a deliberate intention refers to the state of the mind of the defendant, Kiara, in this case, because she's the actual murderer. The deliberate intention may be inferred from all of the facts and circumstances around the killing. And the word deliberate means arrived at or determined upon as a result of careful thought, such as weighing out the pros and cons, maybe thinking about which weapons to use, weighing the consideration for and against the proposed course of action. Things like, how are we going to clean up the mess? Once this happens, it cannot be undone. These are all quotes from the messages and the exchanges between Mr. Apodaca and Kiara McCauley. And all of this information reflects that deliberate intention. This was not a rash, impulsive decision. This was a calculated judgment and a decision that can be arrived at in a short period of time, but in this case, wasn't. Why do we know that? We know that Kiara had homicidal fantasies fueled by the defendant, not for days, not for weeks, not for months, but for years. She had started believing this gang rape notion and started harboring hate in her heart for Grace for a very prolonged period. And one of the ways we know that is Kiana Aguilar. Kiana Aguilar stated that she was hanging out with Kiara 6 months to a year prior to the actual murder, and that Kiara talked about a plan for her and Isaac to lure Grace over and to kill her using a sharp-bladed instrument. So this was not some unconsidered rash impulse. This was an intent to kill, and it had been building and in the works for a very, very long time. It just so happened that the night that Grace needed somewhere to stay and reached out to someone that she thought was a friend or would be helpful is the final thing that made it all possible. And as I said, there has to be this weighing or this consideration of killing and the reasons for and against such a choice. Kiara acknowledged, I thought I had reasons. I felt I had reasons to kill Grace. And those reasons had been continually supplied and pushed and nudged by Isaac Apodaca. Count 2 is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant and another, in this case Kiara, by words or acts agreed together to commit murder in the first degree. And the defendant and the other person intended to commit murder in the first degree, and again, this happened in New Mexico. Now, this part of the crime this crime is complete very, very early on in the evening. As they have formulated the plan, as they are continuing to work out the details, as they have brought Grace or had Grace procured, that conspiracy, that crime is complete very early on, and that's why it stands alone from the aided and abetted of the actual murder. the murder itself is not complete until Grace is dead. I think that's pretty common sense. So the conspiracy count 2 is actually kind of first in time, and then the murder, which is a long, aided and abetted process, caused, helped, or encouraged. You're going to hear me say that a painful number of times this morning, is from the beginning throughout until Grace is no longer with us. How do we know Grace died, and how do we know that Grace was murdered? We do have to prove that a murder occurred. Well, we talked to OMI, or Office of the Medical Investigator, Dr. Emily Helmrich. She performed the autopsy, and she located significant and devastating injuries all over Grace's body. There was over a dozen stab wounds and incised wounds, incised being the slice, stabs being kind of a poke or a penetrating wound. There were some that went in Grace's back, exited out her front. These wounds, once inflicted, which would take time to inflict, given the number and the direction and the range of these different types of wounds, once the fatal wounds were inflicted, it would have taken minutes to kill Grace. And we're not able to say, is minutes more than 1 minute? Is it more than 5 or is it more than 10? We don't know. And science and medicine have limits, but we know that it would have been minutes. We know that her lungs and liver and other organs were severely damaged and that she died as a result of sharp force injuries. The cause and manner of death was the sharp force injuries and homicide. Now, also of note are that some of the injuries, many of them, the ones to the head and neck, the carotid injury, the slicing injuries kind of above the ears, a lot of those were post-mortem. So we heard throughout the case, I don't want to go through every witness. I know you've taken notes, you've paid attention, but throughout the case, we have heard about our case agent, Sergeant Javier Vigil. Sergeant Vigil was on his way home or about to head home after a SWAT call on October 29th, and he was the either lucky or unlucky individual to get tapped to take on this case for the Violent Crimes Unit. He responded to the scene, did a quick assessment. The scene was sealed, and then he began his interviews. He interviewed, as we know, Isaac Apodaca, Kiara McCauley, and in the days, weeks, months, and years that have followed, he has progressively built a case that you all have seen. He executed over 15 search warrants, some for the devices that he already had consent to search, but he decided to take a belt and suspenders approach to make sure that that information could get to all of us. He executed DNA warrants, which does help us understand that Kiara was the primary individual utilizing that sword. He interviewed witnesses that didn't end up having any relevance just to rule them out. Even though Isaac Apodaca's confession and all of the evidence that Kiara McCauley was the killer could have potentially been a stopping point for him, he knew better and proceeded to build out a very full and very extensive case. That is why we have 91 plus exhibits to hand to you, because this was a complete and thorough investigation. As part of that investigation, he interviewed the defendant. Now, the defendant's interview, he had already been Mirandized by Cesar Ornelas at AP Wireless. But again, belt and suspenders, Sergeant Vigil Mirandized him, even though at that point, Isaac wasn't really a suspect. They thought that this could maybe just all be Kiara. They didn't have all the information because the investigation was developing. He read him his rights. He reviewed that form with him, as he does any other witness that is in a custodial interview, or an interview where he just is concerned that maybe it'll lead to a custodial interview, one where that they may not be able to leave by the end of the interview. And over about the 2.5-ish hours of the interview, right before, Isaac was given the opportunity to go get some water, bathroom breaks were allowed, the handcuffs were removed. Isaac initially gave a very lengthy version of events that placed the blame solely on Kiara, implied he had no idea that the murder was going to take place. He got teary. He breathed heavily. He seemed scared and nervous, which could just be that you're interviewing with the police, and sometimes the police are intimidating. But he really drew out a lot of details about how creepy and violent Kiara was being, details that really don't play out in the rest of the evidence in this case. For example, he said that he had a butterfly knife drug across his face. No such butterfly knife was recovered. In fact, Kiara talked about that butterfly knife and said, oh no, I had lost that before that night. After his lengthy version of events that fully distance himself from the crime, that fully play into this notion that he had no idea that it was going to happen, he's just a boyfriend in this house trying to navigate a complex dynamic between these two ladies, and poor him, he's so traumatized. He ultimately agrees to go through his phone. And that decision was his to make. And whether that ultimately ended up being unwise is probably pretty evident. Maybe he just thought that they were only going to look at the messages between him and Grace. We don't know, and we can't speculate why he agreed. But he did. He gave a consent to search the phone. And we see as Sergeant Vigil sits down with him with the phone in hand as he kind of scrolls through it, and they begin talking about the messages. The messages between Kiara and Isaac, or the null void, and the Froggy McCullough account, he starts reviewing them kind of about 2/3 of the way through. It appears that he starts reviewing more after the series of little dog emojis that Kiara sent about 50 pages with. But somewhere in that range, Isaac Apodaca says, everything after this isn't me. She says, okay. They go back to the beginning. Well, at the very beginning, our messages that immediately began to trouble, and I think weird out, it may be the term that Sergeant Vigil uses, things that implicate Isaac very, very early on. From the early text about bringing Grace to the park versus the apartment, to the final messages of she admitted it to me. He reviewed them with him. He gave him the opportunity to explain them. He went back through from that midpoint where he started at the beginning, and then ran back through. And then eventually, he confronted him with the inconsistencies that he was seeing. The defendant lied a lot in his interview. He lied about the reason for bringing Grace over, that he thought he could keep her safe. We know that the murder plot had long been in development and shifted on and off in terms of how throughout the evening. Because Kiara was already at the park when Grace was brought over. She was already dressed like a monster dude. She already had her sword with her. This plot had long been in place, and the defendant tried to lie and say that it was just to keep a friend safe. He said the conversations about cleaning up a mess were related to someone pooping in the bed that they were all laying in, and that if crime scene technicians looked through all the bedding, they would see human feces. One, those messages are plainly about cleaning up the murder. Hydrogen peroxide and cold water washes to get blood and other evidence out. Two, I asked the crime scene technician about every piece of bedding that was in that garage, and none of it, thankfully, had human feces on it. You do have that evidence here if it is bloody and you would need to use your gloves and follow procedures to open it up. But if you want to inspect those items yourself, ladies and gentlemen, they've all been admitted as evidence for you. There's no poop in the bed. Isaac said that he didn't want anything to happen to Grace. But then he ultimately admitted that he did. It took a while for him to get there, but it was not the result of any coercion or threats or intimidation. It was just after being confronted with his lies over and over and over, and the nonsense that he was using to try and explain the text messages that he was clearly putting in a different context, not based on the reality of this case, he makes an admission.
Messages, I just meant what I said.
So did you want Grace dead kind of because of all that?
I did.
Okay.
Did you want Grace dead because of all of that? Isaac responds, I did. He intended for the murder to happen. He's acknowledged in this case, in his statements and the messages, that he knew that Kiara had wanted to kill Grace for a very, very long time. As I mentioned, this was not a secret. Kiara said that she told multiple people and that she'd had lots of conversations with Isaac about it. This was not some shocking development. This was something that he had put into the works, that he was aware of, that he was facilitating. You heard some clips from some recorded conversations of the defendant while we're talking about his statements. He acknowledges in those calls that Null Void was one of his accounts. He tries to say that it was hacked, and there's no evidence of that. He tries to lay out a narrative that he didn't think anything was going to happen to Grace, which we know is contradicted. He said that Kiara had Russian KGB-style powers over him to trigger him, which seems nonsensical based on Kiara's testimony and appearance. It's your job to weigh the credibility of witnesses, and one of the things that you can consider is how they appear when they're testifying to you. I'm doubtful that she possesses KGB Russian spy-style skills of manipulation over someone. He insists he wasn't actually part of the planning. So this change in narrative from what he admits to in this police interview is reflective. And what does that reflect? It reflects that he's trying to shift the narrative and how that shows how manipulative Isaac Apodaca attempts to be. He tried to manipulate, and he did manipulate Kiara. He tried to manipulate Sergeant Vigil, and maybe it worked for a little while until the text messages were discovered, and he attempts to manipulate his mom in these recorded calls. So this case has a lot of messages, Facebook and text messages or SMS messages, ones that are sent from a phone number to a phone number, as opposed from a Facebook account to another Facebook account. Who sent them? Well, when you look, you will see that all
what?
Isaac's phone. We know that because we see Sergeant Vigil scrolling through the conversation as it's housed on Isaac's actual physical device. We know from the Celebrate extraction that Facebook Messenger was being used during that entire time frame on Isaac Apodaca's phone to send Facebook messages, the ones that Sergeant Vigil had received. So we know that there wasn't some other device that had hacked into that account. It was his phone accessing that account throughout that entire conversation. We know from the Facebook search warrant of the records, as they're housed at Meta in California or wherever their servers are, that those are the conversations with identifying features that show that it was Isaac Apodaca communicating with Kiara McCauley. including that the null void account was discovered as it was linked or attached to Isaac Apodaca's other account, which was labeled Isaac Apodaca, as Sergeant Vigil stated. And I've referenced common sense. You are individuals that we assume possess reason and the ability to utilize common sense. It would be nonsensical to believe that Kiara McCauley spent 14 hours in possession of Isaac Apodaca's phone or accessing his accounts and his phone and was sitting there texting herself back and forth about a murder plot over the period of 15 hours with some of those messages seconds or milliseconds apart. That's nonsense. Common sense dictates that there are two individuals having those conversations, and that those two individuals are Kiara McCauley and Isaac Apodaca. And then, of course, we have Isaac's own admissions. He admitted ultimately to Sergeant Vigil that he, in fact, was the sender. Now, this picture is on page 66 of the Facebook message return. It was sent about 5:44 a.m. In his police interview, Isaac Apodaca identifies that as himself as he's laying across the foot of the bed. And when I reference page 66, it's, if you choose to review those records, it'll be as it's notated in the top right corner of the records return, not page 66 of the PDF itself. This was sent at 5:44 a.m. from Kiara to Isaac. As we know, Isaac identified himself. And what you can see in this picture, although it's blurry, you can see Isaac Apodaca's face at about, if this was a clock face, about the 3 o'clock on the image. And what's interesting about this is that you can see there's a light coming up from below and lighting kind of the underside of his left cheek. And why is there a light there, ladies and gentlemen? Because he possessed his own cell phone during this time frame. This is one other piece of cross-corroboration that these individuals are the ones who are plotting and planning, that Isaac Apodaca is actively participating, he's encouraging, he's causing, he's helping. Let's talk about Kiara McCauley. I believe I told you in my opening statement that Kiara would come across as strange, as potentially kind of a broken or troubled person, and maybe as someone who would do anything for love. We know that she was 19 years old at the time of the murder. We know that they were residing in the garage because Isaac wanted her away from her mom. We know that she believed Isaac for a whole slew of reasons, including a belief that he could potentially be the Archangel Gabriel or a voice box for the Archangel Gabriel, because he knew things about her that nobody else knew. Her deepest, darkest secrets, she believed he knew. We know that his nickname for her was Puggle or Puggy, you see that throughout the messages, and that she called him Otter. Kiara came pursuant to her plea agreement, and she testified before you. As I said, the credibility of every single witness is for you to decide. And I would assert that Kiara, for all of her flaws, for all of her difficult to understand personality traits, was credible. Now, she took a plea. Kiara McCauley, and you have that plea paperwork in the exhibits, has previously pleaded guilty to aggravated second-degree murder, which is a lesser offense of count 1, and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And I want to be really clear here. Just because she took a plea to aggravated second-degree murder, that doesn't mean that that's the only level of crime that she committed. Kiara McCauley absolutely committed first-degree murder. But in exchange, as a bargain for exchange for her cooperation, she was allowed to plead to a lesser, a step-down charge. So that does not necessarily mean that she only committed aggravated second-degree murder. She didn't. She acknowledged that she committed willful and deliberate first-degree murder by talking about her reasons to do so, the planning, and all of the steps she took. This is a bargain for exchange. She also, as I said, pleaded to the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder due to the words and acts that she and Isaac engaged in to plot things. We heard from Dr. Michael Wellner, and boy, is he a talker. He's an expert in forensic psychiatry, and he loves to talk about his job and all of the conclusions that he has drawn. And he gave us 3 psychiatric or psychological themes to consider. And the first one is coercive control. And this relates to the research on people who are drawn into sex work by their partners. He said that as that happens, much like happened here, that Kiara was drawn into prostituting herself on Skip the Games and escort website, with Isaac Apodaca keeping the money, that a dependence forms, that the female, in this case, loses personal agency or their ability to make choices and determinations for themselves. They get pulled into the financial support of their partner because their partner takes the money and keeps it. It leads to dominance, a theme throughout this case. It leads to secrecy, like we see in Kiara keeping the ongoing sex work a secret from Lanny after Lanny told both her and Isaac that the sex work had to stop. And the lead up to this coercive control dynamic, is that it leads to further traumatic events. And as this goes on, the benefit throughout all of this, there's evident throughout this case, is there's a benefit to the dominant person. And there can be a economic or financial benefit, right? You your girlfriend goes and has sex for money and you take the money and are able to buy Gundam models or whatever you want with it and control the financial aspects of the relationship. But there's also a psychological benefit, and that's power and that's control. Now, as I said, this coercive control dynamic leads to traumatic events, and we see that in this case. We know that Kiara McCauley was sexually assaulted in the course of her sex work on Halloween of 2021. We know that because Lanny took her for her rape kit. We know that because of other statements in this case. Now, forensic psychiatry understands the notion of the idea of staying together even after a sexual assault, such as in the course of prostitution that one's partner has encouraged, or getting back together even after a violent domestic violence episode where maybe someone has their thumb broken or is beaten very badly. These encounters can lead to trauma bonding. And one of the hallmarks is that the submissive person begins to internalize or take on in their own mind, heart, body, what have you, the dominant person's perspective. Things like not agreeing to continue on with a criminal case because you don't want it to hurt your partner. And you think about the benefits or the challenges that that could pose for them as opposed to your own safety, your own security, your own health. We also heard about the term gaslighting, which is, I think, a pretty trendy term we hear a lot. I accuse my husband of it every time he leaves the toilet seat up and tells me he didn't. Apparently, I'm misusing that. Gaslighting is a much deeper psychological concept, and that involves convincing an individual of things that lead them to questioning their own reality, such as telling someone that you saw a video of them on the dark web of them being gang raped and an ex accepting money for it. And you begin to take on that absolutely distorted reality over the process of being gaslighted for a period of time. And we know that this coercive control dynamic, the elements of trauma bonding, and the gaslighting that went on is what fueled so much of Kiara's rage, her hatred for Grace, her conflicted feelings about Grace, because on the one hand, she still kind of loved her. And on the other hand, she's grown to believe that this person is a monster who pimped her out to a bunch of men for money and is a sex trafficker. The gaslighting can lead to the belief that your individual is essentially a vigilante sex trafficking serial killer who's founded a group called Ghost. All of these distorted realities derive from the coercion, the trauma bonding, the control, the very toxic, I think is how Kiana Aguilar described the relationship dynamic, the dynamic that was present on October 28th into the 29th between Kiara and Isaac. So the domestic violence and the sex work are being offered to you for a very limited purpose, and you have an instruction on this. It's important that you follow that instruction and only consider this evidence for the purpose that the judge has allowed you to consider it in those instructions. It's permitted to show the defendant's intent on October 28th, 2022. So we're not saying because he beat her up in April of 2022, on that date in April, he thought, 6 months from now, I'm going to be able to get her to murder someone. It's the intent on the date of the incident. Based on their past interactions, he knew what he could push Kiara to do, things that are...
Hold on a second, Counsel.
All right, who has their
Again,
phone?
everyone, before we continue, please check and make sure your phones are off.
We knew that he could push Kiara to do things that an average person would not do. An average person does not hear that their partner has formed a Ghost and has a kill count of 40 and there are kill lists made for them without any sort of other corroboration or evidence and just believes them.
It's a 5-minute break.
He knew,
specs, but welcome.
based on these prior
You should be able to
experiences,
speak just
what
fine.
he could get Kiara to do. Things that aren't smart or
Just a
in her
5-minute
best
timer
interest
after you
or
click
safe.
subscribe.
He could compel her. It's also relevant for you to consider for their
Thank you.
relationship dynamic
Please.
and how it led to this. Now, Dr. Wellner talked about a series of inducements or benefits and a series of persuasions that are absolutely visible throughout the Facebook messages and the SMS messages. I'm not going to talk about every single one. You have those messages. We've heard them at times, or at length, excuse me. The first one is that, in terms of a benefit that she would derive, is that she would move up the ranks in Ghost, and she would get perks on the black market. That was sent about 3:38 p.m., and that's on page 37 of the Facebook records. At 5:55 a.m., on page 68, is, I just want you to do it so you can feel that rush of adrenaline. Adrenaline makes you feel good. He was trying to say, kill Grace and you'll feel better. We see that even more. So these are two of the inducements or the benefits, the power, the money, the sense of belonging in this organization that she could derive. And she believed in this organization so much that she let Isaac Apodaca tattoo her with some sort of insignia or ranking symbol on her body. Persuasions. He told her to use the dagger because it's blunt, and blunt cuts like butter. A little bit confusing, but it's what he said at 3:10 a.m. on page 35. The death will be instant. And this is after she said, well, will it be instant? He said, yeah. Just aim. At 3:52 a.m. on page 55 of the records, he goes into a bit hitting on the Grace gang rape fantasy delusion. She sold you into the sex trade. Just swing and don't regret the aim. This is a short list. There are dozens of examples throughout these messages of him engaging in persuasions. And what's another word for persuasions? Encouragement. Again, ladies and gentlemen, helped, caused, and encouraged. We know he helped Grace Jennings. We know he did not help Grace Jennings. We know that he helped Kiara McCauley. We know through the lens of Dr. Michael Wellner how he's able to get her to do this, how he's able to cause this murder to ultimately happen. And we know he encouraged over and over and over again. And you can see in those messages times where Kiara backs off or says, can you do it? Or what about this? She ultimately was agreeing to Operation Kickout when he sends that final message to really try and push her and then hands her the sword. Over and over again, he aids and abets the first-degree murder. And that's why he's guilty of first-degree murder. One of the ones from the text messages on the phone itself, and this is right around the time in the Facebook messages, one of them tells the other one to switch to text. You may remember that I had Sergeant B. Hill point that out. You'll see around 6 a.m. in the messages, which unfortunately you're going to have to work on converting from UTC to local time. There's a message that says text, like switch to text. And around that time, he states, Isaac Apodaca from his cell phone, with a dagger, bring it up, turn flat, south to north, and with hilt east to west. She says something in response, and then he says, then turn it blade east to west, hilt north to south, and voila, she dead. This reflects, again, the intentionality behind these acts. There is no doubt that they were plotting all of the different ways that they could kill Grace Jennings and all the ways that they could ultimately clean up for it. Puggle, I'm wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy. This is an explicit reference to the suffering that Kiara felt that she had suffered from Grace. At times in the messages, Kiara talks about, I'm hurting, babe. Can you please get rid of her? This is too much for me. And then at times, of course, she does actively participate because she's so tied into this delusion and the fantasy and the inducements and the persuasions. But at 6:06 a.m., Puggle, I'm wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy. There is no other way to read that message. As I said, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, we know that the defendant's intent was for Kiara to murder Grace because he told her to do it repeatedly. And he kept trying to push her buttons over and over. It's a little bit like if someone has a key ring with a bunch of keys and they're trying to undo a lock and they try the first key and it doesn't work, so they shift to the second key and it doesn't work, and they keep trying and trying and trying until they find the key and the lock catches and the door opens. He knew which keys to use, and that's because he knew her particularized psychological weak points. This was because of he was her intimate partner, and it was someone over whom he had tremendous influence, tremendous control. We know that Kiara committed the murder willfully and deliberately. It was not an accident. It was not a rash impulse. It was not heat of passion. This was a pre-planned event, and it just took the right key in the lock to finally push them through the door. We know that she had these homicidal intentions, as I stated, not for minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years. And she had begun believing that gang rape story years in advance of this. I believe she said about 6 months into dating Isaac. That's when he began planting these seeds. We know that, as I said, she was vocal with others about it. She may have pleaded to aggravated second-degree murder, but Kiara McCauley absolutely committed first-degree murder willfully and deliberately. She premeditated it, and she had a lot of help and encouragement in getting there. Every time she resisted, every time she asked questions, every time she asked for him to help, he backs off momentarily, and then he comes back with a new key, a new approach. Isaac Apodaca brought Grace Jennings to that apartment where he resided with his homicidal, delusional girlfriend. Isaac Apodaca repeatedly urged for that murder to happen. He promised to be helpful in the charge of cleaning up. He handed Kiara the sword. He did not need to be present in the room for him to be guilty of first-degree murder. There is no requirement in the uniform jury instructions, the rules that you've been handed, that he swing that sword, that he be present in the room at the exact instance of the murder. It is about him and the ways he communicated the cause, the help, the encouragement. Ladies and gentlemen, your job is to apply the facts of this case, not to judge Kiara McCauley's culpability and try and weigh out some sort of apples to apples decision as to, well, if she took a plea. No, her bargain for exchange stands on its own. Your job in this case is to look at Isaac Apodaca and his role in this case, to look at Isaac Apodaca and look at all of the causation, the encouragement, the help that he performed that led to Grace Jennings dying in that disgusting garage on October 29th of 2022. And as you apply those facts, these facts, this evidence to the law in this case, you will find that he is guilty of first-degree murder under an aided and abetted theory. and you will find that he is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. I thank you for your time and attention, and I'll get the opportunity to speak to you again soon.
She did a great job on her opening close, the first
Ladies and
part.
gentlemen, as I mentioned in between the closing statements, we're going to take a quick recess. This will be our bathroom break for the morning. We'll come back and continue.
We're going to skip that recess.
All right.
We're going to jump straight to the defense closing, where we understand a sword fight is going to take place. So buckle up. A little bit of a break there. Oh, wait. They need to argue something? What's that?
It looked like he may have repeated jury instruction number twice. I think he said 10. The instruction that says, for you to find the defendant guilty of murder.
We don't need the jury instruction
it's
parts.
14 is the elements instruction for second-degree murder.
Element instructions. Yeah. Still a break. Waiting for the jury to come back. All right, I want to watch the sword fight. Two wooden swords have been
kick back, taking it easy.
been brought in through security downstairs. The bailiffs wanted to have none of it, but defense said it's important for our exhibit. So we're going to do a little LARPing. First time in court, to my understanding. I'm not familiar with any other cases where LARPing was done during closing. I think we're waiting for the jury. Still waiting for the jury. Apparently someone's still in the bathroom.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Here we go.
Be seated in the courtroom.
We're back.
We are back on the record. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, the defense, on behalf of Mr. Apodaca, has the right to make a closing statement to you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Buckle up.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you. We've been together now for a little over 2 weeks, if we include the initial jury selection. I do appreciate you. I've been noticing that all of you have been paying careful attention and taking notes. Last week, in opening statements, I told you that you would hear some testimony and see some evidence, but what you would not see is anything directly linking Isaac Apodaca to the crimes charged in this particular case. I do want to say one thing before I start with my presentation. Normally, I do like to kind of get up close and personal, walk around and talk to you and kind of look you more directly in the eye, but because of the circumstances of this case and media involved and different things, I am limited to the podium. But the good thing about that for me is that I can kind of stay on script, and I have my script here. So I'm going to try not to go into too many asides and really just go into the important details of this particular case. This is, of course, a serious case. And you heard Ms. Murphy state that there were homicidal fantasies fueled by Isaac. That's what the state told you in their opening statement. Well, closing statement. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence shows something totally different. The evidence shows that Kiara acted alone, and the government has not proven that Mr. Apodaca in any way was a knowing participant. And I'm going to go into that, and I'm going to outline that. Isaac did not cause, aid, or encourage this killing by Kiara McCulley to take place, as the state would like you to believe, and as Ms. Murphy pointed out that you're going to hear a lot about cause, aid, or encourage. Well, that's not what happened here. The burden and presumption is that Isaac is presumed innocent, and the burden remains on the state at all times. Reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense, and I'm sure you will employ your common sense when making your determinations here today. Attorney statements alone are not evidence. The evidence is testimony, exhibits, and stipulations. Isaac is presumed innocent until the government proves every required element of the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And Isaac has no burden to prove his innocence. It's on the state, and the state has to prove every element. Reasonable doubt may arise from what the evidence shows and from what the evidence does not show on material points. And as you'll see here, there are a lot of material points that does not point towards Isaac's guilt. The absence of DNA, fingerprints, blood, injuries, planning evidence, and conduct consistent with guilt is significant here. And it is reasonable doubt, clearly. You know, kind of made that cheesy line in opening statement about I'm not going to stand up here like a used car salesman. The reason I brought that up was only to prove to you that I don't have to sell you on reasonable doubt in this case. It's clear. So I'm going to show you some jury instructions that you're going to go back into the jury room to go over. This will be jury instruction 3. You are the sole judges of the facts in this case. It is your duty to determine the facts from the evidence produced here in court. Your verdict should not be based on speculation, guess, or conjecture. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence your verdict. You are to apply the law as stated in these instructions to the facts as you find them, and in this way decide the case. Speculation, guess, or conjecture. You heard Ms. Murphy recap the state's case and discuss a lot of stuff about Isaac, but you also heard the testimony. And everything here is based on speculation, guess, conjecture in regards to some messages and perhaps some statements that Mr. Apodaca was coerced into adopting when a talented detective, Detective Vigil, cleverly framed a narrative for him to adopt. Another instruction you're going to have is instruction number 6.
Do we watch the same
You alone
thing?
are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony of each item. You able to see that clearly? Okay. In determining the credit to be given any witness, you should take into account his or her truthfulness or untruthfulness, his or her ability and opportunity to observe, his or her memory, his or her manner while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice he or she may have, and the reasonableness of his or her testimony considered in the light of all of the evidence in the case. Now, us attorneys like to use the word reasonable and reasonableness, but you heard, I mean, there were several witnesses who came here. There were some people who clearly had a bias. Lainey McCauley, and we're going to get into Ms. McCauley's testimony and what she said when I recap and get into the specifics, the potatoes, so to speak, of what was going on. But Lainey McCauley certainly was here to protect her daughter. She loved her daughter and was concerned about her daughter and said what would suit her. And then you had other witnesses, certainly Kiara McCauley, and I'm sure you paid attention to that, the direct examination of the state of Ms. McCauley and my cross-examination, but there were several inconsistencies, and I'll get into the details, and she was prepped and had many different interviews, both with the state as well as police and her attorneys. But you have to look at the credibility, including opinions by experts. Dr. Waldner, will get into him, certainly a character, but you really have to look at what he testified to and what the weight of his testimony, whether it really is legitimate. Instruction number 10. You should consider each opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you think it deserves. If you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or for any other reason an opinion is not correct, you may disregard the opinion entirely. I think that's important when we're looking at all of the witnesses, and there were several opinions that were presented. Now, the state has to prove all of the elements of the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt, as we discussed in jury instructions. The first charge is for you to find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, as charged in count 1. The state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. Defendant killed Grace Jennings. I'll acknowledge the state is trying to proceed here on accomplice liability. All right, but the defendant, as is agreed between us, one thing we'll agree with the state on, the defendant did not physically stab Grace Jennings to death. That was Kiara McCauley. So now we're basing everything on some messages, maybe a statement he made to the detective, Detective Vigil, and just various other circumstances and testimony, and then this grand old narrative by Dr. Wellner, who I'll get into more later, but Dr. Wellner didn't even sit down and discuss this with Mr. Apodaca or with Ms. McCauley. And the importance of that is that when you're trying to form an opinion, don't you have to form that opinion, especially when you're doing an expert opinion on matters such as coercion and control between two different individuals? Don't you have to sit down and talk to them up close and personal, know what's going on, know their, different quirks or different things that might make them susceptible or maybe not prone to coercion and control, or vice versa? How do we know that Kiara McCauley was not coercive and controlling over Isaac Apodaca? what evidence do we have one way or the other what was going on? Actually, we have evidence through testimony and different things that Kiara was kind of running the ship. And Lainey McCulley, her mom, somewhat controlling and kind of her mentor, raised her around swords and was a mentor to her. And Kiara actually lived out her fantasy, had a dream. She described the sword as being this beautiful sword. Element 2, the killing was with the deliberate intention to take away the life of Grace Jennings or any other human being. There's nothing here showing that Isaac Apodaca had any sort of deliberate intent, and I will get into the accomplice liability instruction here shortly. And then this happened in New Mexico on or about October 29th, 2022. We're not denying that the killing took place on October 29th, 2022. Now, the accomplice liability instruction, again, it says that the defendant intended that another person commit the crime. Did this defendant intend for Kiara McCulley to commit this crime? There's been absolutely no evidence beyond some crazy text messages that I'm going to get into and break down here that Isaac Apodaca intended
evidence
for Kiara McCulley to commit this crime. Another person did commit this crime. We're acknowledging that Kiara McCulley committed this crime. And then the defendant helped, encouraged, or caused the crime to be committed. There's absolutely nothing. And I want you to carefully look over those messages. And I'm going to go over some of the messages, some of the specific messages, and explain to you why there's nothing showing that the defendant helped, encouraged, or in any way certainly caused this crime to be committed. Now, one thing that's important for you for me to discuss is if you find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, then there's his instruction as to second-degree murder. We don't believe defense, and I think it will be pretty clear when you start deliberating that Mr. Apodaca is not guilty of murder at all here. But you do have to consider, and I do have to show you this, the instructions for second-degree murder. And this takes out the deliberate intent portion of the analysis. So the defendant killed Grace Jennings. The defendant knew that his acts created a strong probability of death or great bodily harm to Grace Jennings. Now, I do have the plea up here. I'm going to show that to you in a bit, but Miss McCulley's plea was to second-degree murder. And certainly she knew that there was a strong probability of death or great bodily harm to Grace Jennings. But nothing here shows that the defendant in any way had anything to do with wanting Grace Jennings dead and intending for this to happen. And then we would, of course, go back to the accomplice liability jury instructions in regards to encouraging and causing. And then there's also a charge of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, willful and deliberate, as charged in count 2. The state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. The defendant and another person, by words or acts, agreed together to commit murder in the first degree. The defendant and another person intended to commit murder in the first degree, and this happened in New Mexico on or about October 29, 2022. Absolutely nothing showing that the defendant intended to commit murder in the first degree and that there were words and acts as far as any sort of legitimate agreement. Okay, so I wanted to just go over those jury instructions with you because I think it's important for you to kind of understand when you're doing your analysis. But it's going to be pretty straightforward, as I'm pretty sure you will realize when you get to the deliberation room. Now,
they did.
I do think it's important to show you this because there's a jury instruction in regards to how intent can be formed and different things. And then Dr. Wellner and the state has harped on this April 2022 dismissed charge. And I did introduce this, and this clearly shows that that was dismissed. And I think it's also important for you to understand that when you're evaluating Dr. Wellner's testimony. Because Dr. Wellner has no idea of the context of what was going on in April of 2022 other than his file review and testimony. I mean, pretty much he's regurgitating what was said, and he was, of course, paid, flew in here from Palm Beach, Florida, by the state, travels the country to testify when he's paid. And then he wants to make this grand analysis. The case in April 2022 was dismissed, and there is nothing anywhere in Dr. Wellner's analysis that can demonstrate that he actually knew what the context of that dismissal was and what was going on there. And then there's, of course, Kiara's plea, and she pled to second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and she had an incentive here to testify against Mr. Apodaca. Now, in regards to the conspiracy and the actual charge of murder, there was no proof, absolutely no proof, that Isaac was present for the killing. The case agent admitted no evidence that Isaac was in the garage when Grace was killed, and there was no evidence presented through any other witness. Isaac had no blood on him, no cuts on his hand. Sergeant Vigil couldn't remember any cuts on his hand, and there were no evidence of that. And there were no blood.
said he was.
There was no blood on Mr. Apodaca's clothes. I think this is very important. I mean, don't you think with all that bloodshed and everything going on in there, that there would be some blood on Mr. Apodaca? No, absolutely none. Lainey McCauley didn't witness the garage events, did not see anyone being harmed by Isaac, had no personal knowledge of what happened in that garage. Lainey did not know whether the garage door was locked that morning. Kiara and Grace had a deteriorated relationship. Lainey agreed on the stand that Grace could easily provoke Kiara. The sword was associated with Kiara's Amazon account, and Kiara opened it in front of her mom. Everyone touching the sword when it arrived, but there's no fingerprints or any DNA linking Mr. Apodaca to the sword. Kiara McCauley's credibility before you here yesterday, it was like a lot longer than that, but here yesterday, her credibility is next to nil. She attributed extraordinary beliefs to Isaac, including that he was the archangel Gabriel, and made wild statements that Isaac discussed a group called Ghost and described Ghost as a vigilante group that killed people they considered to be bad. This, ladies and gentlemen, was absolutely ridiculous. Those claims may explain Kiara's current narrative, but they do not eliminate any sort of reasonable doubt as to Mr. Apodaca's involvement. Messages here do not equal proof beyond a reasonable doubt. State will rely on Facebook Messenger communications. Even if some of the messages were sent from Mr. Apodaca's account, the legal question here remains intent, assistance in any sort of agreement in regards to both counts. Isaac told police that some messages were sent by Kiara using his account from a second phone. They located a second phone, but nothing was removed from that extraction. Sergeant Vigil testified that the state later relied on Facebook records and phone logs to connect messages to Isaac's phone. You may consider that, but it's still not proof that every element was met beyond a reasonable doubt. In regards to investigation gaps, there were blood on the door. I asked Mr. Vigil about that, Detective Vigil, excuse me, if the blood on the door to the house was DNA tested, and it was not. The garage was messy, and it was basically an investigative decision not to leave every stone unturned. I mean, no stone should be unturned in an investigation like this, but a lot of evidence was not tested or even looked at. In a case like this, it's very important that all of the evidence is properly looked at. Ms. McCauley stated in her testimony that she could not hear screaming from the garage because it was 27 feet away.
Sir, I need you to sit down.
Who's standing? We got a tape measure. I'm gonna laugh if it's not. It's 27 feet long.
Okay. This tape measure is about 8.5 feet long. So we would be talking about...
It's too short. Apparently size matters when you're trying to do this demonstration.
From this door, from the door over here, to right about here, we're talking 8.5 feet. If you multiply that by 3, I am pretty decent at math, even though I'm a lawyer, but 8.5 by 3, that would be about 25.5 feet. You need about another 1.5 feet. So you're talking here, times 2 would be up to there, times 3 would be probably where y'all are sitting.
You bring out a
and
tape
then maybe
measure.
another foot or 2 would be the next row back there. So we're supposed to believe that Lady McCauley could not hear her daughter, Kiara McCauley, stabbing Grace to death with a sword which has her DNA on it. Right middle finger, DNA right here, palm right here, on the left-hand side, holding it like this, at the very least, and then certainly she was stabbing Miss Jennings to death for 2 minutes. Let's take 2 minutes off the clock. It's 11:55.
Oh,
Stay
please.
silent until 11:57.
Let's meditate for 2 minutes. Okay, I'm not going to stay silent. You bring a tape measure to demonstrate to a jury what a measurement is, and then you don't bring a long enough one to make the demonstration effective, and then you make them do math in their head and imagine what it would actually be. You, sir, are the loser. And now he tried to do this in court to run 30 seconds off the clock, was rejected by the judge, and now he's running 2 minutes off the clock.
Hey.
Probably just to get back at the
I'm trying to
judge.
have court. Don't raise your voice.
Because no one knows what 2 minutes is. 2 minutes is how long I'm late, how long it is between when I say I'm going to go live and when I actually do, right? That's 2 minutes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
And what's with the holding of the sword, like in praying position? Has he ever LARPed? Has his client taught him nothing?
All right, 11:57. 2 minutes. That was a long 2 minutes. Someone you didn't fall asleep there. But imagine those 2 minutes. 27 feet away. So we're talking basically from that door, roughly to the top row where you're sitting. And Kiara is actively stabbing Grace to death. You don't think that there was screaming, that there were loud noises. And during all this time, Miss Lainey McCulley, who clearly has a reason to protect her daughter, says she didn't hear anything. I remember Isaac called his mom, who called 911, and Isaac waited at the AP wireless store and was extremely cooperative with authorities. These gaps matter, ladies and gentlemen, because the state is asking you to reconstruct,
logic?
Essentially, circumstantially saying whether Mr. Apodaca somehow had intent or timing, presence, and participation, none of which is present here. Sergeant Vigil, in regards to the interrogation reliability, I'm not picking on Detective Vigil, excuse me. I mean, I think he's very talented at what he does. But these interrogations are not reliable. Common tactics. I asked Dr. Wellner. He did provide some decent insight maybe into coerced interrogations, coerced confessions. I don't know necessarily Mr. Apodaca confessed, but he may have adapted to some of the stuff that Detective Vigil was talking about.
My client didn't confess.
Because he was basically told to accept this narrative. And he didn't really feel like he had any other choice but to accept that narrative. Isaac cooperated, he answered questions, did not ask for counsel, he did not become confrontational. Sergeant Vigil had also told Isaac that he was going to go to jail before interviewing Kiara and before completing the investigation. Sergeant Vigil used pressure statements. You can hear you can play that when you're in the deliberation room. Probably heard it when it was played before you. But Sergeant Vigil used pressure statements such as, "Dude, I'm not dumb, and it's over, own it."
Prove you love me.
Sergeant Vigil at that time did not know whether Isaac was sleep deprived. He did not ask about medications or medical diagnosis. He was not trained to recognize psychological stress. He did not ask about education or reading difficulty or disabilities for that matter. Interrogation may show pressure and confusion, but nothing there properly states that Mr. Apodaca was in any way accepting anything in regards to responsibility in this case. He was just pressured into accepting a narrative.
Sleep deprivation does
and
not
the
make
state
for
also
text for days
wants to make this
like that.
whole argument about coercion and control. You saw him on that interview. Did he seem coercive and controlling at all? I mean, I hate to say this, but I think we're in the middle of July. I know it's a little cooler here in Santa Fe than other parts of the country, but Isaac couldn't sell me a free air conditioner in the middle of July. I mean, he is not coercive or controlling. He does not demonstrate any of those traits. I mean, if anything, he was just scared and didn't know what to do, and was just kind of agreeing with this narrative that Detective Vigil was shoving down his throat. Now, as far as the forensics, Dr. Helmer did prove that there was a homicide. She did explain that. She didn't say anything about Isaac's guilt.
Gotta open these.
Grace had more than 20 sharp force injuries, but pathology did not identify Isaac as a killer. Dr. Helmer could not determine the exact time of death scientifically, but stated that it took around 2 minutes. The pronounced time of death, I mean, it was not the actual time of death, she wasn't sure, but Sergeant Vigil admitted that he didn't do any independent forensic analysis to determine how long the attack took, and he kind of just told Isaac, oh, it wasn't 30 seconds to 2 minutes, and Isaac just was mean to anything, basically mean to anything that Detective Vigil was telling him. But Emily Helmer, the witness, clearly testified that it did take about 2 minutes. This case, ladies and gentlemen, is about proof. It's not about suspicion. Again, guess, conjecture, speculation. That's not what it's about. It's not about suspicion. The case is not about whether something terrible happened to Grace. It did. The case is about whether the government proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaac knowingly took part in it. The evidence points towards Kiara, her sword, her jealousy, as we'll get into, her planning, her hands, her DNA, her fingerprints, her flight, her cleanup, and her ultimate rage that had been building up for many, many months and years. Evidence does not point to Isaac Apodaca. This is a tragedy, but it's not proof of anything involving Mr. Apodaca. State proved, we'll acknowledge, and I told you this in opening, that some of our arguments kind of overlap. The state did prove that Grace Jennings died by homicide. It did not prove, the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaac Apodaca is legally guilty of first-degree murder or an accessory to any sort of murder or guilty of any sort of conspiracy. The case agent admitted no evidence, Detective Vigil, no evidence has been presented that Isaac was in the garage when Grace was killed. Isaac had no blood on him, no cuts on his hands that Sergeant Vigil could remember, and no blood on his clothes. Laney McCulley did not witness the garage events, did not see Isaac harm anybody, and had no personal knowledge of what happened in that garage. Laney did not know whether the garage door was locked that morning. Now, Kiara and Grace had a deteriorated relationship. Laney agreed. She testified that Grace could easily provoke Kiara. The sword was associated with Kiara's Amazon account, and Kiara opened it in front of her mom, Laney. As far as Kiara's credibility is concerned, I mean, you heard her testify. She had, again, the Archangel Gabriel, the vigilante group. I mean, this is all ridiculous. Absolutely no evidence was presented of any sort of group, let alone ghost group, or any of that, let alone any of this being discussed between Isaac and Grace. I mean, those claims may explain Kiara's current narrative, convenient narrative, whatever you want to call it, but they do not eliminate reasonable doubt when it comes to Mr. Apodaca. Kiara had always liked swords. Kiara's mother was a member of a medieval sword club. Kiara grew up around a strong woman. Laney, I think we can agree that her mom, a strong person, saw how she testified. Isaac, on the other hand, needed a place to crash, needed a place to stay, and he was at their mercy. Needed to agree with anything that Laney and Kiara wanted. Needed to acquiesce. And again, now they use the word acquiesce. Mere presence, and you can't prove accomplice liability merely by presence or acquiescing. It has to be based on the elements that are presented to you. So it's important to ask, where is Mr. Apodaca in all this? Again, the weapon, Kiara's DNA and fingerprints clearly present on the sword, as Emily Helmer testified to, Dr. Helmer. Isaac's DNA and fingerprints were completely absent. He was calm, cooperative, somewhat, until, I mean, certainly he was nervous and disturbed about what happened, but he was certainly shaken up about what happened around him. But there was absolutely no blood on Mr. Apodaca. There were no cuts, no scratch. I mean, there was the little scratch that Mr. Apodaca described was a product of Ms. McCulley poking him with the sword, but there were no significant injuries indicative of any sort of bloodshed that would be, or a byproduct of anything that would be a result of a stabbing of that nature. Now, again, DNA, as I showed you, was present on the sword handle. Kiara's fingerprints were present on the sword handle. Grace's DNA was present on bloodstains from the actual blade of the sword. Isaac's DNA was not present on the sword. Isaac's fingerprints were not present on the sword. And based on fingerprints and DNA results, Kiara would have had to have handled the sword with both hands, as I demonstrated to you when they're showing the right middle finger and the left palm.
Did you just flip us off?
I mean, Isaac's DNA and fingerprints were virtually absent from all critical evidence in this case. His fingerprints were not found on the sword sheet, dagger, or dagger sheet. His DNA was eliminated from the sword blade, Grace's blood, sword handle, the blue sweater with Grace's blood on the cuff, the tissue with Kiara's blood, all of the wall and bedding swabs with Grace's blood, and most critically, from both of Grace's fingernail clippings, including the DNA under the fingernails. So there was nothing linking Isaac Apodaca. And I think it's also important to note that Kiara had all these conflicting, crazy stories, right? She's talking about how Isaac had handed her the sword at once. I mean, she had a more trimmed down testimony here when she testified before you, but then I talked to her about her previous interviews and different wild accusations she made about Isaac handling the sword or swinging the sword or different things. But as the evidence played out and as she was prepared either for trial or for interviews as they progressed, she changed. I mean, initially she talked to the officers or Detective Vijo without her attorney present. She didn't have an attorney at that time. And she didn't really say anything about Isaac. Then she was charged, and all of a sudden she has these wild allegations against Mr. Apodaca. Wild stories. And then, of course, she conveniently took a plea right after that. And she had her attorneys present with her during that interview. And then the third time, in the third interview, with myself present here in actually this very courtroom, I believe, and Mr. Meek, my investigator, present, she toned that back a little bit. And then, before you here yesterday, she had another trim version after she was prepared to testify before you. And then the drinking. She had initially said that she had a few sips of alcohol. Then, actually, when she had her attorneys present and she was talking to the state right before she took a plea agreement, she said she drank a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels. Okay? I'm not an expert on alcohol use. I hope I'm not. But, I mean, I would think that a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels over the course of a day is an extreme amount of alcohol. How can we believe that she remembers anything? Oh, my doctor testified that Grace was underweight and was about 111 pounds, I think. 111 pounds, 5'9" inches. Bottle and a half of Jack, or initially she said a few pints right before she got arrested, or a few sips, excuse me, and then yesterday she said a pint. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, her testimony cannot be taken seriously at all. It's completely contradictory between every interview she did, and likelihood is she may just have been really, really drunk. I don't know. Maybe that would explain why she stabbed somebody to death several times. I mean, someone with a deep level of anger like that must have come with an extreme level of provocation. Now, CSS Tenna did a great job with the forensic report. You saw that with the forensic work, and did not put Isaac's DNA on the sword or anything that links him to this killing. As far as Kiara's, again, no blood on Isaac. As far as the bloodshed, there were no Band-Aids on Isaac. A Band-Aid box was found in the detached garage. Kiara had Band-Aids on her. That evidence is consistent with Kiara handling the weapon, not Isaac. State's trying to point and basically paint Isaac in the worst light possible, but there's absolutely no evidence of him having any sort of involvement in this case. Kiara's the one who discussed this big, or maybe she didn't say big, but she said beautiful sword. Stated that her mom taught her how to use swords. And then she lived out her fantasy after getting her own sword. Kiara's mom, again, was a part of these sword clubs, and Kiara testified that her mom was almost like a mentor to her. So basically, it comes down to this. I mean, the sword is the central object in this killing. Kiara's on the sword, Grace is on the blade. Isaac is nowhere to be found as far as any sort of DNA or anything. Motive and rage belong to Kiara here. Kiara was jealous of Grace and Isaac. Kiara acted out of rage and extreme provocation by Grace. Grace had provoked Kiara over the years. And Kiara told Grace to apologize, and she stabbed her to death. And that's also important to note. I mean, you're standing over, I'm not going to be dramatic with the sword in regards to this. I mean, this is serious stuff. But, I mean, Kiara is standing over Grace, asking her to apologize. I think you need to think about that for a second.
For what?
If they're saying that Isaac Apodaca somehow coerced and controlled or caused Ms. McCauley to do this, are we supposed to believe that when she's basically standing over her with the sword and telling her to please apologize?
Apologize
and then she'll stop?
for what?
I want you to think hard and deep about that.
Apologize for what? Isaac told her.
I mean, using a sword, as
she had done.
My co-counsel, Mr. Cameron, pointed out. I mean, using a sword in this case demonstrated that Kiara was up close and personal with Grace. It's not like somebody shooting a gun from a distance or anything like that. It's up close and personal with this sword. You're stabbing somebody in close range. I can't stab you from over here. I can throw a sword at you, but I can just stab you from over here like I could shoot you with a gun. Sword killing is an intimate, violent, and personal act. Post-mortem wounds. Mr. Cameron also got into that. According to OMI, all 7 wounds on the head and neck were post-mortem after death. OMI testified that the post-mortem wounds could have also killed Grace had she been alive. Ladies and gentlemen, this killing took place with so much rage, so much anger, so much passion by Ms. McCulley. And how are we to believe that Isaac somehow coerced and controlled her to do this?
Well, we have the text message
It's ridiculous.
conversation that leads up to
it. Doesn't add up. Kiara's contradictions and Laney McCulley's motive to protect her daughter. They were the ones who orchestrated, well, I'm sorry. I mean, Laney McCulley did not orchestrate this, but clearly they were the ones who were coercive and controlling over Mr. Apodaca. Mr. Apodaca may have just been maybe sending some messages in agreement or whatever because he just needed a place to crash. And of course, let's get to Dr. Wellner. Dr. Wellner is a red herring in this case, ladies and gentlemen. He's a red herring. The case, we believe, is a weak case for the state. The state is trying to make you believe that Isaac was somehow coerced and controlled. Or Isaac, I'm sorry, somehow coerced and controlled Ms. McCulley. So then they bring in Dr. Wellner. The government wants to explain all of this bloodshed, the state, through this coercion and control. The sword, the DNA, the fingerprints, the band-aids, the washer still running, the flight, the jealousy, the post-mortem wounds, point to Kiara acting alone. The physical evidence, again, does not put Isaac on the sword. Isaac had no blood on him. Isaac had no real cuts. Kiara ran while Isaac cooperated. Kiara had the sword, the motive, the planning, the DNA, the fingerprints, and the rage. Dr. Wellner's so-called expert testimony, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, should be taken with a grain of salt. And I don't know if he's an expert. I understand that. But as I told you earlier, he travels the country. He was flown in here from Palm Beach, Florida, to testify for the state. He was paid by the state to make this argument without interviewing the subjects of this situation, without looking into or finding out any real detail about that 2022 case that was dismissed. And then he also goes into this analysis about the stuff about all this stuff, the sex work and all this stuff. Those are all red herrings, ladies and gentlemen. None of that should be considered. I mean, it's not an instruction. Again, there's also an expert opinion jury instruction. And it's up to you to determine the weight that deserves. And I'll tell you this, Dr. Wellner's testimony deserves absolutely no weight. So, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the government did not prove that Isaac committed the crimes alleged here. Kiara ordered the sword. This was a result of jealousy. Suspicion is not proof. Association is not proof. Being near Kiara is not proof. Again, mere presence is not alone. Joking around is not proof. I don't want to use the term hyperbole, but I mean, there are certainly, we can't really take these messages. We got to take the messages in its proper context. I mean, Grace Jennings was Isaac's ex-girlfriend with whom he maintained a friendly relationship. Grace proactively contacted Isaac seeking a place to stay, welcomed her into their house. There was really no evidence of any real pre-existing conflict between Isaac. There was certainly pre-existing conflict between Kiara and Grace, but nothing between Isaac. So, I mean, I guess you can talk about real world intent and these text messages, text-based puffing. I mean, in the text stream at 12:54 a.m., Isaac explicitly told Kiara in the text stream to show compassion and reject violence. Then there's that bizarre message about, that the state wants to talk about with moving up the rank, the black market heads and Bitcoin payouts and all of this. I mean, that's just basically an echo chamber. It's not anything that's legitimate in regards to any sort of intent that Mr. Apodaca had in regards to do anything towards Ms. Jennings. Isaac explicitly texted at 5:59 a.m., yes, I want to help, but I cannot coach you to do. But then he backed out. He said, she has a volatile partner. She's going through delusions. It's basically telling her what she wants to hear. She's like, I cannot aid you. I don't want to, he doesn't want anything to do with this. Isaac generally tried to de-escalate the matters and discussed a nonviolent strategy. I mean, the text messages, I'm not going to sugarcoat them. They're certainly disturbing, especially considering what happened here. But there's nothing showing that these messages was any sort of legitimate acknowledgement by Mr. Apodaca that he was intending, encouraging, or causing. Ms. Murphy articulately said, articulated, there was nothing that he was intending, encouraging, or causing Kiara to commit the crime. And again, ladies and gentlemen, remember, mere presence or acquiescence alone is not enough to find somebody guilty of murder as an accomplice. This was about Kiara's beautiful sword. This was Kiara's plan, Kiara's jealousy, Kiara's rage, Kiara's flight, Kiara's cleanup, Kiara's DNA, Kiara's fingerprints. This had absolutely nothing to do with Isaac's knowing participation. No proof beyond a reasonable doubt was clearly presented here. So, the state, they did prove a tragedy here. They did prove suspicion, but they did not prove that Isaac Apodaca is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Only verdict here, ladies and gentlemen, is not guilty of first-degree murder, not guilty of second-degree murder, and not guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. The state is asking you to ignore essentially what is missing in this case and look away from what is present. For you to determine whether somebody is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to look at the evidence, but also the absence of evidence, which is very glaring in this case. Only verdict here, ladies and gentlemen, is, again, not guilty of all the counts. Thank you for your time. And on behalf of my defense team, Mr. Cameron, Mr. Apodaca, and Mr. Meek, we appreciate the work that you've done and you're putting into this case. Thank you.
Okay, he took 2 minutes off the clock. He should have used those 2 minutes to prepare
the state bears the burden
closing.
Of charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the opportunity to do a reply after the defense's closing statement to you. Ms. Murphy?
Defense says they presented no evidence to this.
If you want to stand up and stretch for a second, we're going to finish this before we take our next break.
This is the cleanup hitter coming in for the grand slam. Promise to sword fight.
All right, counsel, I think the jury's ready. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello again. Let me start with the first thing that I think defense and I agree on. Kiara committed first-degree murder. She willfully and deliberately killed Grace Jennings. That does not seem to be a point in contention in this trial, nor has it ever been. Kiara committed first-degree murder. And that is not your job to sort out. It's a fact. Your job is to sort out Isaac Apodaca's culpability. And that culpability is that he aided and abetted that first-degree murder. He's absolutely presumed innocent until proven guilty, and it is absolutely our burden to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, a doubt based upon reason and common sense. And we have given you ample evidence that exceeds that high burden. Defense continues, and I'm going to jump around a little bit. This is a direct response to the defense closing, so bear with me. But defense continually couched Isaac as being cooperative. And I would assert that that's extraordinarily incorrect. Isaac fled the scene. He called his mom and not law enforcement, and then he spent the next several hours lying repeatedly to law enforcement in a demonstrable way. That's not cooperation, that's manipulation. It was an attempt to remove himself from the spotlight once he realized that Googling how to dispose of a body wasn't going to give him the information he needed to, in fact, help dispose of the body, the thing that he'd agreed to do prior in the night. Once he realized that wasn't going to work out, Isaac put Isaac first, and he bounced. Defense talked about Lanny McCauley and said that she was only here to protect Kiara McCauley. Kiara McCauley's case is done. She has taken a plea. And as long as she cooperates and doesn't lie, her sentence is set. Lanny said, I'm here to protect myself, thank you very much. And Lanny didn't hear any evidence of the murder. Neither did the neighbors. The police checked. This was a decent amount of distance, an insulated garage. You can actually see the insulation rolls in some of the photos, an insulated home. And even if you could hear over the TV that was usually kept loud, Isaac was with her, other than when he went to go number one, I think is what he called it, to pee. So either Isaac's in the house also hearing someone get murdered and doing nothing, or no one could hear it inside the house, or at least Lanny couldn't. But Isaac still knew what was going on because he had put everything into play. Defense asserted that there is no evidence beyond the messages in this case, and the messages are absolutely damning and they're absolutely relevant. We also have the defendant's admissions, Kiara McCauley's testimony, which is evidence. Testimony of civilians or individuals is yours to weigh out, but it is evidence just like any other kind of evidence that you get to weigh and determine the strengths and weaknesses of it. And Dr. Wellner's perspective, and defense just spent some time kind of more or less asserting that Dr. Wellner might be a quack, when in reality, Dr. Wellner has spent the last 30 years in the field of forensic psychiatry, has testified nationally both for the prosecution and the defense, and that he followed the best practices in his field for doing a case review. He reviewed all of the underlying data, which included the April 4th, 2022 case file, which he had acknowledged that he had reviewed. He uses data to reach evidence-based conclusions. Research, he relied on research in talking about coercive control, trauma bonding, and gaslighting. Defense said that they're, in talking about the second-degree murder, talked about the actions that could create a strong probability of death. And it's important that we understand why this is a first-degree murder and not a second-degree murder. Someone picking up a gun and shooting in the general direction of another individual creates a strong probability of death. But it doesn't necessarily mean they've reached the deliberate intention to kill. They've weighed out all of the factors contained within forming that deliberate intention. Here we don't have that. We have a prolonged, and we felt what a 2-minute period could feel like, prolonged attack using a pre-planned weapon with the aid of a co-conspirator and a co-defendant. It took minutes to carry out, and that minutes is actually the amount of time it took her to die after the injuries were inflicted. So it's going to be a longer period because we know this wasn't a single shot fired. This is multiple slashes and stabs. It was not instant, like Isaac promised Kiara it would be. Defense stated that the interrogation that Sergeant V. Hill, who's been trained in some particularized techniques, was not reliable, and that's just not borne out in the evidence. Dr. Wellner, who has testified on false confessions and coercion and that subject matter, defense was the one who questioned him about it, said there were no elements of a coerced confession here, that the techniques that he was continually pressed on, did you use minimization, maximization, or over-amplification? No. Did you develop a narrative in advance that you just pushed throughout? No. Sergeant V. Hill spent the first hour and a half plus just listening to Isaac talk and asking follow-up questions. There was no narrative at play. He was information gathering. He was on a truth-seeking mission. Isaac at one point in those messages says, or in his interview, with Sergeant V. Hill, I was just sending those messages in correspondence. Really? Because it sounds like the defense couched it as joking around, saying, Puggle, I'm wanting you to kill her. Saying, she sold you into the sex trade. Talking about which weapon to use, how to use it, north, south, east, west, voila, she dead. Telling her that she had multiple personalities and to try and summon the angry one. That doesn't sound like jokes. That sounds like inducements and persuasion. Defense and I agree on a second point, that this was a murder that took anger and rage and passion to eventually access. And that had been fomenting or building over a period of years. There wasn't this initial bout of rage when Kiara first saw Grace, and they actually even spent some time talking in the garage together. It was an untapped resource, but that had been building and been fueled over a prolonged period of time. And who was providing that fuel? Isaac Apodaca. When Kiara first met Isaac at the mall and Grace was there, she didn't see Grace and have some epiphany that she'd been gang raped. No, it was once she started dating Isaac Apodaca, 6 months in, he started telling her about it. He spent years cultivating this narrative. He spent years pressing for this to happen, and he finally had an opportunity to get Kiara to execute it. And the psychological benefit is the power and the control. Getting someone to do something really dangerous and really stupid. Dangerous for them, too. Defense asserted that there's no evidence of Ghost. Well, okay, I think we all agree that Ghost is not a real organization, and no one actually thinks that Isaac Apodaca founded a secret vigilante killer group. But as to Isaac playing into the fantasy of Ghost and Kiara believing it, there is ample evidence. Discussion of a kill list, discussion of using the barn as a backup location, perks in the black market, filing reports. Oh, I'll edit a report about your kill. I'll just change it and say you did it. Kiara having a platoon tattoo or insignia related to her belief in this organization, and the mention of, oh, we'll get the money in the Bitcoin or crypto wallet. He fueled over and over and over again these notions. And yeah, she had some weird belief systems that many of us may not identify with, but those were her deeply held convictions. She truly believed her intimate partner when he would tell her things. He had a power dynamic that is almost impossible to imagine how it could reach that point, except we had a forensic psychiatrist explain how it reached that point. And it was through cultivated sex work, through domestic violence, and through years of manipulation and pushing and pushing and pushing. To say that this is a joke is laughable, or that this was a joke. To say that, oh, she was drunk, so maybe she's a poor historian. Well, if we accepted that, which that doesn't really seem to be borne out, as no officers testified that they smelled anything on her, and Sergeant Behill felt comfortable conducting an interview with her much later in the day, that would require you to believe that then Isaac Apodaca jokingly told a drunk homicidal person how to use a weapon and then attacked all of their psychological weak points to just try and, as a joke, press these things forward? No, this was intentional. He wanted this to happen. He knew the narrative that he had built in Kiara's brain, and he still let Grace come over. Who brings someone to their home that they know that their partner hates at the very depths of their soul when you're the one who's set that narrative in motion for years? Someone who wants that person to kill the other person. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Wellner provided us, as I said, evidence-based data and information about the techniques and about the relationship and about the history. But we don't have to show that he put a gun to Kiara McCauley's head. We don't have to show that she felt in fear for her life. Caused, helped, encouraged. Those messages bear that out. The defendant's admissions bear that out. And whether you want to view this evidence, in this case, as showing that Isaac Apodaca is some architect, or whether you want to view him as maybe he's a puppet master pulling Kiara's strings when he touches on those psychological weak points, or maybe it's just a poor attempt to be a Marvel comic book character named Null Void that didn't really work out for him and he got caught. He is the one that set this into motion. Isaac Apodaca bears responsibility for Grace Jennings' murder. Isaac Apodaca helped, encouraged, and caused that murder. Kiara has taken her responsibility, and ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you return verdicts for the guilty on both counts.
She left it all on the table.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a final instruction
front of the
for you
jury.
before you retire. Instruction number 22.
We don't have to listen to that anymore because the jury actually did their work. We listened to the verdict earlier. They came back after an hour and 43 minutes of deliberation, including the power outage. They used their cell phones and pocket lights to fill out the verdict form. They were done. They were done. Defense, I feel for him a little bit. They're assigned to this case. They didn't seek it out, and they didn't have a lot to work with. Their client literally did everything the defense attorney will tell their clients not to do, like commit the crime, leave evidence, and talk to the police. And so it was nothing but just a matter of time for the jury to convict. They did have their cell phones in the jury room. Apparently, yes, that's what we heard. Cell phones in the jury room. Maybe that'll be an appeal issue when we get to have this all play out again later on. All right, there is one big question which has not been answered, which is just looming over this day that I need to put to you guys. And that's this. Is a hot dog a sandwich? It is National Hot Dog Day, and nobody seems to know. Or at least we haven't been able to come to a conclusion on this one. Is a hot dog a sandwich? That's all that we have left, and that's what we're going to end it on. So I think we've got some beef dogs in the fridge. We might, lots of no's. Now I want a hot dog. Might even end it on that. We're done for the day. It is 6:30. We've been here. It's been a long day. A lot of catch up. Kiara's police interviews on YouTube. Yeah, I have not watched it. Might be worth a watch. It's out there. No, a hot dog is a hot dog.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Ayden, good. There we go. A little hot dog emoji action. Just made 9 pounds of chili. Lita, where's my invite? I like a good chili. All right. Hot dog's a taco. That's a taco. Right. Taco Tuesday was yesterday. You guys, this has been a difficult case. Probably one of the more difficult ones we've followed in quite a while. I'd like to extend just a personal thank you to my mods who did phenomenal work with just a crazy amount of crazy. Thank you. You're absolutely wonderful. Please, big pat on the back. Sprain your shoulder, whatever you have to do, patting yourself on the back. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. I could not do this without you. To the rest of you tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe. We'll go live again tomorrow. We have to look for a new trial, and no, we're not doing the baby killer one. I'm sorry. I can't do 2 in a row like this. This one was rough. Rough. That was too soon. That was too soon. All right. Best mods in YouTube, absolutely. We'll see what we can do. You guys have a good night. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. This is Neuro. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
sir. You're my new best friend.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?